Welcome to the CRoM Online Con Part 2. I'm here with my guest, with my co-host, Amanda Gilliam.
Gillum.
Okay, Amanda Gilliam. And the man with the cat on his shoulder, Jason Stokes, here from the Just Alt Creative Community. And man, it's good to see you again. I get to hear you this time. I get to talk to you this time. It was rough last time. Poor guy had to go out there by himself. How you doing?
It was different, man. That's definitely adaptation in action, trying to make something happen when you never know what's going to go on with live streaming.
Oh, I know it. You did awesome though. I had to go back and watch it later because, of course, I couldn't hear what you were saying. It was great. It was great. You came through like a champ, man.
So I have new obstacles today. Apparently, the cats don't want to let this happen, so they're going to keep attacking for the duration of it.
They just want to be part of the show, man.
Usually.
Yeah.
Well, man, it's great. I think this is a cool idea. I'm glad you're doing this monthly now on the
I think
first
it's be the first weekend of every month until things are back to normal anyway, but even then we might just do some off season. Might do some off season cons, in the future if things get back to normal. I saw that.
About to say, I'm not sure they are going to. The face says everything. I don't think normal is.
There is no normal. There is no normal anymore, guys.
Well, right now, that's for sure. But I'm gonna hold out hope. I'm gonna hold out hope that things will go back to the way they're supposed to be. Not, come on. We are a consumer country. Entertainment is a big part of that spending. We are a consumer country. We consume. We need stuff to consume. It's always going to be there.
Yeah.
I think he just called us all fat.
No,
something like that.
Talking about entertainment. We gotta have movies. We gotta have sports. We gotta have books to read. We need to be entertained as a nation, and we spend a lot of money on being entertained.
Yeah.
And this is part of it, man. Books and comics, that's all part of it. Especially when you get to the cons and you got the cosplays and the panels and that's all entertainment, man. Them people aren't sitting in them seats to listen to them people talk because they're not entertained. That's why they're there, So so what do you got going on, man? What? Talk to me. What's up in the?
My God, what do we not have going on? I'm trying to think of what's happened since the last time. We're releasing two new novels are coming out. Both are still on pre-order. So the first one we have, I don't have images because I don't have the books yet, because Amazon has decided that us in the publishing industry, we're not essential. And I get that to a degree, but so getting proofs and getting copies of things has been incredibly slow. So the first thing we have coming out is I know a lot of you guys are horror fans. If you grew up like I did with like EC Comics, the Tales from the Crypt and the Vault Keep, all those amazing things. If you're big into Twilight Zone, our author, David Allen Boyles, who ran the ghost tours in Asheville, he's releasing a book called Tales from the Hearse. So it's a collection of...
I've been checking that out. That's good.
Yeah, it's really cool. I dig it. It's the follow-up to his Christmas horror that he did last year. These are actually stories he told while he was doing his ghost tour. So even though, we can't go out, we can't do things like that right now, you can still get a taste of that. So it's 13 stories that he told while he was running the ghost tour with his hearse in Asheville, North Carolina. And there's some really cool ones on there. That will be releasing, I want to say July 1st. So that's on pre-order now on our website. You can definitely pick that up. And another one of our authors who is really popular is Dawn Hosmer, and she does psychological thrillers. So she did Bits and Pieces, and she did The End of Echoes, which a lot of people have read and enjoyed. And so her third novel, Somewhere in Between, is about a woman who wakes up at her own funeral. and realizes that something's not right.
Wow.
So the book goes back and forth. It's a lot of time traveling throughout her life to try and. I have to clean that up later. A lot of that's Luke. A lot of time traveling back and forth to try and figure out how she got to that point in her afterlife, I suppose. And it's just like Dawn always does. It's a lot of twists, a lot of turns. Very emotional book. Like it'll grab you, and most people can't put her stuff down. So we're excited about those. That'll be coming out June the 3rd, so it's almost here. Both of those are live for pre-order on our website right now. Outside of that, I mean, we're doing all kinds of stuff. You know about Haunted, the audiobook. We're still working on that.
Right.
So I'm a huge fan of I don't know if you've ever seen Celebrity Ghost Story.
A little bit.
You're going to see a theme. As people get to know us, you're going to see a theme in the kind of stuff that we publish and we put out. We're dark. We're weird people. And I am fascinated with ghost stories, especially true ghost stories. A lot of people, including David and others, they make up some really scary shit. But I like hearing the stuff that you just don't have an explanation for. The kind of things that we've all got that one friend that, like, just out of the blue one day, they start telling you about this weird stuff. I'll try to keep my language in check. No promises.
I can be that friend. I got lots of weird stuff that's happened to me in my life.
Exactly. And you're like, how did I not know this about you? And where have you been hiding this? And we just found out that so many people that we knew had these really terrifying stories. I was like, you got to collect them. So we started having all of them. We sent out an open call, and people sending in themselves reading their story, like telling their story to you. So the audiobook, when that comes out, is going to be that. It's going to be like sitting around a campfire, listening to people tell their true stories as they experienced it. And I mean, I'll tell you, I've had to put it down several times, just putting the collection together. I was like, that's too much.
Yeah.
I need to go outside and take a walk. I got to do something else.
I'm even more intrigued, man. It's like, because I like that kind of stuff too. You know?
Yeah.
Anything that you can't explain, I want to know. You know, it's like I want to know. I want to figure it out. That's always been part of me.
There's some of it there is no explanation. There's one that my wife tells that she told me. She was one of the first ones that started telling me her stories, and I was like, I got nothing on that. There is no reasonable explanation for what you got. And there were several witnesses to her story. Like, there is no reasonable explanation for that. And if I had been there, I would have left the town. I wouldn't have even left. I would have just freaking moved.
I had an uncle stay at my house while I was at my girl's dad's funeral. And he stayed in my house while I was gone. And when I got back, he's like, I will never stay in this house again. And I was like, I've lived there for 12 years. You know, yeah, lots of weird stuff happened, but nothing, nothing violent or, I mean, I got mad at the thing a couple times, but it didn't ever hurt me. You know, he was scared. He wasn't coming back. I'll never stay in your house again. Well.
That's crazy. I mean, I get that. There was an apartment. I tell my story. I actually wrote a novel based on this. That's what my novel Ghost Story is based on. And a novella I'm putting out called Apartment 5, which I pray will be out in the next few months because I've been working on it for over a year. Is the true story. And I lived in this place for a year. And stuff that, like, the first scene that I tell everybody is that I came home from work like a week after I had moved into this apartment, and I heard a TV playing. And like, I was trying to figure out where it's coming from. When I got to my door, I realized it was inside my apartment. There was definitely a TV on, and that there was like a news broadcast. It's that cadence. You know it when you hear it. You know exactly what you're hearing. And so it sounded like the news was playing inside my apartment. And when I put my key in the lock, it stopped. Like the second my key touched the lock, it stopped. And that's bad enough. I mean, that would have been enough to bother me, except I did not own a TV. At that time.
See, that's the real tragedy of this story.
Oh,
right. I'd been there for a week. I hadn't had a chance to go get one because I moved out from roommates and I hadn't had a chance to buy a new TV yet. And I was like, this is going to be weird. And that is like the tamest of the wildest shit that happened while I was living there. And I mean, everybody's like, why didn't you move? I'm like, I had a lease. I mean, you can't just, that's the thing that's realistic about horror movies.
Yeah.
You can't just break a lease, man. I mean, it's because there's weird stuff going on. I mean, it was weird.
One time, and I left everything I owned in that house because it was. I don't think it was a ghost. I think it was a little bit more demonic. There was possessions. There was torturing of animals, and I went, "I'm out. Bye."
Yeah, gotta go.
That would have had me stepping.
When you have CDs flying past your head and your bed levitates off of the ground, you just leave. You call a priest, you have an exorcism, and you leave. End of story.
That's a good idea. Said stuff was jumping off the walls. Like I had, like I do now, I had stuff all over my walls. And he said stuff wasn't falling off the wall, down the wall. Stuff was jumping off the wall. Now I got home, he had put everything back. Nothing was broke. But he was like, dude, I'm not staying here ever again. He's like, I was dodging stuff all night long last night. I was like, okay, I never had that happen to me before.
I don't know. I think
which means for you, Pops, it liked you.
Oh yeah.
And you were personal property to it, and it didn't like the other guy in the house.
But see, it went after my golf clubs once, and it threw my golf clubs on the ground. And that was the end of our friendship. See, because then when I told him, dude, when I die, I'm looking for you first. I was like, I got an answer for him. I'm going to die someday. And I'm the kind of an entity that's not going to go away if I got stuff to deal with. Okay, so if they mess with me, they're just asking for future trouble.
Let's put you on the other side.
That's what I'm thinking, man,
I think what got me was I built a Death Star, big surprise, out of gingerbread for Christmas. So I built this, and it was huge. And I left it in my car overnight, and when I came back out the next morning, it had exploded.
Exploded, like all over the inside of your car?
Like under the seats. Like, I mean, little tiny pieces everywhere. And it's not possible because A, it had a cardboard structure underneath that it was glued to. B, it was December. So, I mean, I don't see how it couldn't have got hot. The doors were locked. The windows were rolled up. Nothing else was touched. But this Death Star was in a million pieces.
Wow.
In the passenger seat of my car. I was like, okay, I get it. You think you're funny? I don't know.
Hey, that ghost had been re-dead.
Yeah, it was a lot of work.
You don't understand, man. You hit my home? Like, no.
So, I don't know if there's maybe a little gingerbread altar on that it got to first. I have no idea, but it was a moment.
That kind of makes sense, though. It's like, at least there's a cause and reaction. Oh, the Death Star. But see, I have a little Death Star in my room, too. It's just a little tiny one. And I use it for something, it has a purpose, and I use it, It's cute. I like it. But I don't think it's going to blow up. I hope it don't blow up.
If mine blows up, I'm going to be ticked because I have the giant Lego one. And it's glued together, and it's hanging from the ceiling with fishing wire. And then I have the X-Wings coming in and the TIE fighters right behind them. And I'm creating the whole Death Star trench scene in my ceiling in my living room.
Dude, I used to have the Star Trek one with the Enterprise that was surrounded by the Klingon or the warbirds, and then the Klingons all come out of cloak all around them. I used to have that on my ceiling with the Hallmark ships. I had it all. That was, I had space background, everything. It looked cool. So I did that.
That's awesome. So I guess the point is that maybe they're not always evil and malevolent, but they do always seem to get in the way. So
yes. I mean, I look at it like, I figure there's people that had a purpose that didn't complete their purpose while they were alive. They're still kind of hanging around trying to get stuff done or trying to get somebody else to do it, or you know what I mean? It's like I feel like if you've completed your reason here, then you'll move on. But if you haven't, then you're probably sticking around. Got something else to do. Got something didn't accomplish, because you got to admit, a lot of us don't accomplish what we're here for.
No,
I mean,
we got all the time in the world and we still don't do it.
Yeah.
That's actually the basis of my novel. The ghost story was that the spirits that the main character is seeing is that they held on to the last, that's not too much of a spoiler, they held on to the last emotion they had, whatever it was, whatever the driving force when they died was, is what they stuck with. And so even when it's irrational, they have to see that through. So I don't know. We'll see where that goes. I'll make a whole series out of that.
I like all that kind of stuff. So, you got to make sure you're tossing me them projects so I can share them out. Always.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't see, like I said, I don't see everything going on in your page.
Right.
But, if it's related to something that we got going on over there, man, feel free to share all of it, bro.
Absolutely. It goes both ways. I try to, if I see something. We opened up our posting a little bit more.
Yeah.
I want to get that interaction. I want to get people's projects that they're working on. So for whoever hasn't seen it, it's Gestalt Media Creative Community. We're on Facebook. It's a great group. Everybody's very supportive. I think it's always been uplifting, which is definitely the idea behind it, was to give people a place to go, to show what they're working on, to get support, to ask for help, whatever you need. We're here to support each other. It's not a money-making endeavor at all. It's just a place for us to kind of get together and talk about what we're interested in, what's important to us. So
kind of like what we're doing. I'm not trying to make money. I'm just trying to make sure everybody knows what's going on. I mean, I got a lot of friends who aren't sitting at their table, and that kills their business. That was their business, and I'm glad I can get them out here. I mean, I'm glad they'll come out here and talk to everybody and get some exposure, man, because you need it right now. I mean, there's, all them con banners, all that stuff that you spent money on to have a presentation at your con, and you're not there.
There's nothing there.
Yeah. I'm trying to help them at least get something back, get something out there, get it seen, get it sold, something, any way I can help, man. We got some people watching, some people commenting. I see Larry Higgins and Russell Oldham. What's up, guys? Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. So what else we got? You got like certain stuff that
he's gone.
Oh no. What happened?
I don't know. I'm just here for support, man.
Jason, where'd you go?
I hate to break this to you. You gave me a project this morning. I'm trying to work on that as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Mark?
Yep.
That's for tomorrow. He's going to be, he's awesome. He's got some serious good stuff.
I know Mark back from the days from working conventions. But I want to try to focus on his new thing. But we're not going to talk too much about that because spoilers for tomorrow. Oh, you came back. That's so nice. You should tell the ghost to stop messing with your equipment.
I don't know if that was him or me because I went to move my keyboard at the same time he went gone. So
no, you said there was a chat and I hit the chat button, and then when I tried to come back, it just completely kicked me out. I was like, oh crap, here we go again.
Yeah, there's a couple people saying hi in the chat.
Jason, don't touch anything to look. Okay, we'll tell you. Okay, just don't touch anything.
Touching anything. We barely got this working this time.
I'll pop it up there if somebody says something so you can see it on the screen. How's that?
Got you.
There you go.
Good morning. Well, to speak to what you were saying about people losing their cons and why this is important is we had a pretty big one. that we were planning this summer. And I mean, it was our tent pole for this year, and I just don't see how it's going to happen. I don't see how, with the distancing rules we have, and with the different waves and what works. I don't know. I don't see how if there's going to be the attendance there, even if we did go. And my wife is immunocompromised, so I don't think I can risk taking her out to something like that. So we're pretty much having to wipe our entire calendar this year, and that's devastating to a low margin business.
Right. That was the story that I was getting from everybody.
Yeah.
When this first hit, it's like when Emerald City went down, it was like, it's over, guys. It's over. For the summer, and we better come up with a new plan. And this was my plan, and I'm not no con organizer, but it was like, I wish I'd have kind of met Amanda like 2 months ago. The first one probably would have been way better.
I mean, we learn. We live and we learn. It seems like you're doing good this go around.
Well, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing the first time at all. This time we have a little better idea what to expect. And it's always nice to have somebody out as a co-host, because there's people that know more about this stuff than I do, and there's people that know these people better than I do. I'm just the guy that said, let's do it.
No, see, honey, I'm a girl. I don't have to know anything. I just have to be cute.
I still like that you know more about it than I do.
Okay.
You're reading a lot of comments.
Pops, I love you, but see, some people were born to be this, some people enjoy this, and some people were bred to be this. And my dad was like, I'm breeding this little nerd, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop me. So
yeah, well, that's what I did to my son and my grandkids. Nobody did it to me, but I'm passing that down.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing a good job replacing them. I mean, this is what we can do now, and honestly, it's kind of neat because I don't have to put on pants to go to a con, and it's depending on what your cosplay is that week, you may not anyway. But I mean, it's not required to get in the door, so I'm enjoying that.
I'm wearing
pants right now, just so
I got pajamas on. What can I tell you? I got my camo jammies on.
I'm not.
But because of that, because we lost it, there's one book I want to. We talked about it last time, but I want to talk about it again because this is true to what Gestalt Media is. I don't think anything represents us better, and that is our Dark Tides anthology that we came up with. This is what it looks like. One of many we have.
I'm gonna give you some full screen.
Yes.
Try to. Wait, how can
just
I
click on his picture in the left-hand corner. On the bottom of the screen, where you see all of us. If you go over and hover over it, you'll see there's a little person in the top left-hand corner of his little screen.
Okay, there we go.
There it is.
All right.
So that's what it looks like. And
before I was taking everybody out of the stream and just putting him up there by himself.
So if you may, and we have a couple different covers for that. We have this one as well. This is the main cover we did. We got a very talented artist. I'm going to get it wrong. I think it's Iceland. He's one of those Nordic countries. And he put that together for us. But if you notice on the cover, the top two names, Stephen King, Neil Gaiman. And if you read down that list, we got Richard and Billy Chismar. So Richard Chismar is becoming huge. He helped, he did Gwendy's Button Box with King, and then he wrote the sequel to that, Gwendy's Magic Feather, which just came out. He's also the guy who's been running Cemetery Dance, which has been bringing you amazing work for decades now.
Mm-hmm.
And then the names on that list are people I grew up with. Ray Garton's on there. If you ever saw Warlock when you were a kid.
Yep.
That movie, he's responsible for that. I mean, Lisa Morton, who used to be with the Horror Writers Association. We just got the best list of people we could possibly come up with. So there's 31 authors in there. 100% of those proceeds are going to the Virginia Beach shooting victims, which has been a year now, this month. It was I want to say May 31st. I'm pretty sure it was. Forgive me if I'm wrong on the exact date. But last year they had the shooting where in the municipal building in Virginia Beach, and we wanted to do something, and that was really what launched our company, was this book. And so it's great stories. It's actually the one that King gave us has a special backstory. It's the short story he wrote that inspired The Stand, and The Stand could not possibly be more poignant or more relevant than it is now. But the short story that he gave us to print was the original idea he had before he wrote that full novel. He just kept messing with it and toying with it, and that's what he came up with. So that was a really cool one that he gave us. And I just think that if there's anything that I want to be known for, is that we made a difference, and this is how we're going to do it. Now, the con we were going to do is Scares That Care. It's in Williamsburg, Virginia every year. And it's a middle finger to everybody who said you couldn't make a horror convention or a charity convention that would work. And so he did both. So he made a horror convention that's completely for charity. And most of our authors were going to be there or have been there. It's really close to their hearts as well. The editor, John Questore, who put together and actually had the idea for Dark Tides, is a frequent visitor to the con as well. So when it got canceled, I mean, it kind of hit home for us. So you doing this and giving us a chance to still get that message out, it makes a big difference.
All right, Jason, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to share any and all links in this feed for anybody.
Right,
I'm
gonna send them to you because I'm on my phone and I can't share a link.
All right, well, I mean, get them to us. We'll make sure that they get out there. I'll make sure you get a copy of this segment just like last time. And
awesome.
Your time's up. Oh, I appreciate you being here. It was great. I'm glad we got to actually talk to you this time.
It was nice.
We'll definitely let you know what the scheduling is for the next one, if you want to be part of it, or if you want to have David or somebody else come out instead. That's
absolutely
cool. Or even with you, if you want to bring a few of your people and do a little panel, you can do that. I mean, it's wide open to you, brother. We're here for you anytime, man.
Awesome, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for doing this.
And I appreciate you, man. You have a good day.
Rock on.
All righty then.
Yay!
That
okay,
was
bye!
awesome. That was awesome. I mean, I like that guy. I really like his group. They really have some good stuff. I share it in our group a lot. They really have some good stuff going on over there. Our next guest is Geraldo Borges. I just sent him the link, so I'm waiting for him to slide on in here. Then we're going to bring him out. He's probably going to show you some stuff, might even draw for us. I don't know what he's got planned. I love the open format of this because, just let them do what they want to do. Jump in, ask some questions, have some fun, get to know these people. It's amazing that we all get to do this because, like I said, you go to a con, you stand at the table, you stand in line, you go up there, you get your signature, you get whatever, and get out the way because there's somebody in line behind you. And you don't get no time with these people.
Right.
We get time with these people. It's great. It's so cool. How you doing, Mr. Borges? What's up,
sir? How are you? I'm fine, thanks. And you?
We're good. How you feeling, man?
Thank you. It's a sunny day here. A little bit cold, but a sunny day. Yeah.
And where you at? You're down, you're in South America, right? In Brazil or something?
I'm Brazilian, yeah. But I'm living in Chile.
Santiago. Chile. All right. That's cool.
Exactly. A great city. Not so huge like Brazil, but a great city to live. I love the people here, the climate, and so on. It's a great city to live. I hope you guys have the opportunity to travel here and meet and know a little bit about our city. Yeah.
That would be great.
If I ever traveled outside of my house, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. Actually, these times are not so good to travel.
I've adapted really well. Manda, isn't this bothering you any? No, I live in my house anyway. I'm cool.
Yeah, I mean, I like to go out on the lake and do some fishing or go out to play some golf, but for the most part, this is where I'm at. You guys all know that. I'm always online talking to somebody in the group. You know, I mean, I don't go out that much, but hey.
Yeah. Actually, our routine, like artists, didn't change too much because we are here drawing on the table every single time. So there's no difference between pandemia or not.
I hear you. So do you got a lot of like fans down there where you're at, or is most of your fans in other places?
Actually,
Do you have a big following where you live, or is it mostly like United States?
actually, I have people who like my work here in Santiago because I have a school of comics and drawing. So people know me because I have this school. Yeah. In Brazil too. In Brazil, I had in school too, and people know me because of the school, because of my work on the U.S. books. Yeah, and of course in American comics. Yeah,
we're gonna need a link. We're gonna need a link or something to the school. Okay, we're gonna need to be able to promote that for you, brother. So make sure you get.
And now we are developing some online courses. So if you talk Spanish or Portuguese, it's a great choice for learning comics and drawing. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. See, it's a world community, people. It's not just us. It's a world community. That's what I love about comics. You learn everything about everywhere if you take the time to check it out. You can learn everything about everywhere in comic book.
It's true. It's true. So, look, first of all, I'd like to thank you for this initiative to make this con one more time. I think this is a third one, no?
Second,
one.
And our co-host did one last weekend or the weekend before.
Yeah,
he did one in
and you are so fortunate to bring some great artists like Will Corran, Mark McKenna, Keith Williams, Mike Barron, and so on. And look, thank you so much for this. I'm here like an artist, but like a fan too.
Yes, that's another thing that's cool about it. We're all fans, and none of us would be involved in it in the first place. You know, I mean, we're all fans. And here we go. I see Joe Tolliver and Pete Vasquez. They're coming out. They're saying hello. See, there's Pete. Pete says good morning. And Joe, appreciate that, brother. You know, Comic Cast. Joe does Comic Cast. It's also a good little panel of different artists that come out and do different stuff. It's great, man. This community is wonderful. Yeah. So what do you got to show me? I know you got something to show me.
First of all, for the people who know me, I'm Geraldo Borges. I'm Brazilian artist, but living in Chile. And I've been working for US companies like Marvel, like DC Comics, Dark Horse, Dynamite, and Boom. And working on titles like Superman, Batman, Avengers, Wolverine, Apocalypse, and Darth Vader. And for example, books like this one, like Venom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Avengers, this one.
Yes.
Yeah. Avengers 31. Here.
Now you said Darth Vader too.
The original page of this book. Yeah.
Nice. Now you said Darth Vader too. Is that the Dark Visions or? Yeah, I had that whole run, brother. Both of them.
You told me that.
Yeah.
So, beside this, Pete Vasquez, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Bien. Beside this, I'm working on my creator-owned book called The Last Detective, El Último Detective. We released this project, this book, in the beginning of the year here in Santiago, but we have plans so soon to release this book in US. So stay tuned. In a couple months, we will be capable of seeing this book. It's very, it's a like.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get you up.
Kind of science fiction. Yeah. This one, and in the end, there's something like Watchmen, like a journal, like a newspaper with
Daily
news.
Globe, what was it? The Daily Globe or whatever? I can't remember.
Exactly.
Bugle. That was what Marvel used to put out, them little daily bugles that look like a newspaper.
Exactly.
Just like that.
So another thing I'd like to share with you, it's a huge commission I'm doing right now, a double spread page of Hawkman.
Wow.
Yeah. It takes me a lot of time. It takes me a lot of work here.
That's probably the most intense looking Hawkman I've ever seen, man.
Oh, thank you so much. And
I mean, Hawkman has never jumped off the paper at me. I'm personally, for me, Hawkman's never been one of my guys. But that piece right there makes him look way more intense and way more serious.
Of Hawkman, I love the series called Hawk World. I don't know if you remember. Hawk World, written and drawn by Tim Truman and inked by Master Kiki Alcatena. It's an Argentinian master that I'm so proud to represent Alcatena today. So another thing I like to share with you, of course, we yeah. Yeah, perfect. And so what I'd like to share with you guys, of course, I'm drawing something in less con. I miss Mike Baron because he participated in less con, and unfortunately I was not here to see. This time I will attend. Yeah, but
you can go back.
Exactly.
You can go back and watch last time.
Sí, yeah. And I will draw a badger sketch. Yeah.
A badger? Yeah.
A badger one. But what I like to share with you is I'm an artist working on US comics, but at the same time I'm an agent. I represent some artists for the American market too, and I like to share my agents, my company. I share my screen. Here. I don't know if you guys are capable of seeing. Yeah.
Excuse me? There you go. All right, there you go.
Perfect. My agent's called.
Looking at the comments, man.
Sorry. My agent calls Arts Go, and we are based in Chile, but we have a lot of artists from Chile, from Argentina, from Brazil, and from Colombia. Artists from Latin America. And for example, example of artists on our portfolio, artists like Enrique Alcatena is a master, worked on Batman and Hawkman and Conan and so on. Me, of course, Alan Robinson, that works on Back to the Future, Carlos Valenzuela, that work on Transformers, for example, Nelson Daniel, who works on the Pokemon adaptation movie, Walter Giovanni, a great artist that works on Red Sonja with Gail Simone. Moises Hidalgo is a young artist. Right now, he's working on Boone, working on Buffy, and so on. A Brazilian artist called Marcelo Miller. Jock is an Argentinian penciler. Emilio Treira, Carlos Pedracini, Gonzalo Martinez, a great artist from Chile. Pablo Arias, a Colombian artist, and Claudio Munoz. And so this is a lot of arts. These are a lot of arts here. And if you wanna wish one of them for your project, for your book, for your creator-owned book, please let me know. Yeah.
It seems to me like we could put together a South American day in the con next time if you could get all them people to come out.
Exactly. Another thing I like to share with you guys, I don't know how we have 20 minutes. I think it's better start journey right now. I'll share my screen again. Photoshop. Please let me know if you see my screen.
I got you.
Yeah, perfect. Look, I'm a huge fan of Mac Barrow. I'm a huge fan of Nexus. I'm a huge fan of Badger. And there's a curiosity about Badger in Brazil, because Badger was published a little bit, just 4 issues of the classic book, like this one, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, I haven't never the opportunity to read Badger so much. I just read just 4 issues of Badger, but I love the character. I love, for example, a movie like Split, for example, is Badger in movie. A character, a superhero with a lot of personalities. It's Badger, and I like the most the character. And for like a homage to Mike Barrow, I like to draw Badger. I got a sketch here, and if you guys wanna ask you something, please let me know. I'm just drawing here and trying to explain what I'm doing. Let's start. Yeah. So I don't know if you artists like to start from a particular place of the body, but I really like to start from the eyes. It's the main part of the figure. I like to start a body. Of course, as we have just 20 minutes, I did a previous sketch here to not took me time. So
Michael Barron, if you're watching, this is awesome.
I hope you see this, because I love this character.
Well, he's going to be on later today, and I'm going to make sure that he knows about this. So
yeah, of course. And look, let me know something. And what about the last con? What the result? What you thought about the last con? It was good or not?
I'm going to judge by the amount of people who wanted to come back and do it again that it must have been okay.
Exactly.
I mean, almost every. I mean, it's like almost the whole lineup is people who were part of it last time in one way or another. You know, um, it was a blast, man. We got some new people this time. We got Jim Noble, a couple of new people, but I mean, it's been so much fun just being able to talk to all you guys like this, and like in this case, watching you draw. We had a couple people last time that drew while they were on. I think Mike Lilly drew something while he was on. I mean, the open format, just letting you guys do whatever you want to do, is really what makes it interesting for the fans. It's just me up here asking some the same questions of everybody over, like, and we get kind of people who kind of believe like, well, yeah. I like the fact that everybody has a different idea of how they want to come out and present what they're doing.
Actually, events like this for us it's are very important because I think I told you last time our work is very 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 lonely. We work just alone every single day, in this opportunity to interact with readers, with fans. It's great because we have an idea what it is working on our job, what is not working, what we can develop in our art, and so on. And thanks for that. Thank you so much.
It's man. Now, thank you for coming out here because I mean, a lot of these people, it's like I've read comics most of my life. I rarely look at the credits page. You know what I mean? I didn't know Mark McKenna had 1,000 credits. I didn't know a whole bunch about a lot of these people till I started doing this and realized how utterly stupid I am about that part of the industry. And this, for me, this has all just been a huge learning experience about all you guys, about what you deal with. One thing I want to know is when you started drawing like in front of people live like this, was it different or was it kind of just the same as doing your art class, basically?
It's I believe the human interaction. I think it's our nature to meet the people, to talk, and so on. And I think it's, of course, meeting the people virtually and meet the people in person. Some things very very different. But for the other side, the internet is a great place to meet people. For example, like in others, I have the opportunity to meet people from US, from Spain, from Japan, from every single place. And so things like that, like a con or like a live and so on, it's I think we have internet. There are good things, bad. Sorry, there are bad things about the internet, but there are good things. So we have to enjoy just the good ones. I'm finishing the Badger sketch here. I think that the most difficult one to draw. I don't know the artists. The artists in general, but for me, drawing hands, it's very 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 complicated.
I've tried to draw, and one thing that they gave me credit for was the fact that I did hands pretty good. So I mean,
it's not easy. It's a tough.
I've only drawn like 5 things in my life, but it's like they weren't bad for never having drawn before, and everybody seems to like them, so I'm happy. Doing it and wait till I blow it? No.
I'm finishing this Badger sketch. Just the last hand.
if you sign into StreamYard, we will know who's making the comments. If you're not signed in, it looks like this. We have no idea who's talking right here, but hi.
I'm finishing. Yeah, done. Yeah.
See that?
Just sign this one.
Do you know Manny Soto? You guys both draw fast, man. You guys can both draw fast and good. It's like we'll do our little weekly thing, our group thing with Mojo Rising and the artists all get together and we'll talk for a couple hours and Manny will draw 8 drawings in that couple hours.
And I will finish this drawing and I'll post in our group. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm back. And what I like to invite the people out there is enter in our website artistsgo.cl and meet our artists like these ones I showed to you. And I'm really fortunate because in these tough times I'm working so hard. There are a lot of work here for me. I'm working on a book that I can share for a while, but I'm working on the second part of The Last Detective. Yeah, it's about 32 pages. I'm working right now, and some other works. Unfortunately, I can't tell much about this.
Right.
And
next month. Next month, brother.
and I'd like to invite you guys to stay here to meet some other great artists in this con. I'd like to thank you one more time to invite me to remember my name. Every single thing you need from us, from me, please let me know. And that's it.
You share your links. Share your links in the feed so that people can
I'll do it. Yeah.
All right, so, brother. You still got a few more minutes, man. If you want to just show something else you got hidden, or or just
a question. Which city you live here? There.
I live in a little teeny town in Michigan.
Yeah, but I don't know this city.
It's just a little tiny town. It's not. It's called Three Rivers. It don't even like show up on the map half the time. But last night the power went out. 8:30 at night. The power went out last night. I was supposed to do an interview at 9. Power in half the town was out, and we didn't get power back till midnight. And I was like, so I kind of have to apologize to the guys at the Geek Tavern because I couldn't come out and do the interview last night. But that's part of living in a little small town. You don't have the kind of infrastructure support. That was part of why I was really happy that Amanda came on as a co-host to back me up for tech issues and stuff. Because if what happened if what happened to me last night happened to me right now, I'd be out for 3.5 hours. And I wouldn't be able to do anything. It's like we have no phone. We got, when you're in a little town and the power goes out, it takes out everything. The cell towers aren't working. If you don't have a real good phone, you're not getting no kind of service. You're just stuck out here in the boonies. So
for me, I'm really fortunate to live in Santiago. It's a huge city, about 11 million people here, and I live in the midtown of Santiago. It's a great place here. There's a great park close to. Actually, in these times, I'm not living so much, but I go to my dog, to my puppy, and take a ride with it. And so on. It's a great place to live. But I like Brazil too. It's two different countries in my heart. And look, I'd like to to thank the people out there. I saw our comments. Hope you're calling success. Pete Vasquez speaks Spanish, and so I like to talk to him in Spanish. Mira, un abrazo para usted. Gracias por estar acá en nuestra convención. Ya, muchas gracias. Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. That's great because
your room is really amazing. I'm seeing every single poster, every single stuff in your office. Oh, it's awesome. I have a few of them here because I moved recently to a new apartment, and I have almost nothing here.
You'll get it up. You'll get it up there, man. Believe me, this is like, I'm at the point now where I have to rotate stuff. Like something's been up there too long and I get something new, I had to take that old thing down and put something new up. Of course, there's also those things that'll never come down, I mean, it's just, man, I need a bigger house if I want to display it all, a lot bigger house.
Look, I'll just let you know. I'll share every single contact, my personal contacts. My mail is here. Geraldo H.S. Borges gmail.com. You can find me in Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. You can find my school called Quadrinhos, the name of the school, in Instagram and Facebook. And you can find my agency, Arts Go, in Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Every single contact I'll put in our group, and feel free to make a comment and so on. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time.
Share it all, brother. Share it all. That's what the group's for, man. Serious business. Thank you so much for coming out. I'm going to see you again in about a month.
Perfect. I'll be there. I'll be here too.
All right, brother. You have a good day, man. Thanks for coming out. And that was fun. Yes, that was fun.
Sorry, work called. Had to take a phone call. Messages out the yin yang.
Yeah,
sorry.
I know. My inbox is lighting up. I'm trying to tell people, yo, I'm live. I ain't got time to type right now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if Amanda comes in and out, you're gonna have to excuse her. She has a lot of things on her plate this weekend, on top of trying to help Pops.
Something else. We got 5 minutes between each guest. I wanted you to throw out what you got going on too when you can, if you want. That's fine.
So who am I? My name is Amanda Gillum. What am I known for? I am the showrunner of the Gem City Comic Con, the Champion City Comic Con, the Knights Hall Comic Con, and the in both Michigan and in Indiana. On top of that, I am a Twitch streamer where I play video games. I'm also a YouTuber where I play video games. I'm also a podcaster, so I get to interview a lot of people within pop culture. I've interviewed game designers, comic book creators, and up and coming movie producers. So I have a huge extension of everything that I do. And Pops needed help with this, and I have some time within this weekend, so I'm here to help support him. I guess I'm kind of supporting our next guest. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna harass him while he's here. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, here we go. I didn't know you two were acquainted.
Oh, we're very acquainted.
I might just get all the way out the way and let y'all chat.
Well, anyway. Chat, I can guarantee you that. But that's who I am. That's what I do. I sit in front of a computer and I get paid to make content.
And that, it's like, that's so awesome that there's, I don't even know how to say it. It's like the promotion end of the Comic-Con deal. It's like me just now, the last few months, starting to do promotions. I've learned a whole bunch, and I can only keep learning more by associating myself with people like you. And, I mean, it just helps me out, man. The first time around, I had Philip Russert and Philip Locklear. And, it's like I learned a bunch from them, and they're on board with everything we got going on. And I think I kind of want to do a different co-host every month if I can pull it off.
Yeah.
And give everybody a little chance to get out here and do this with me, So I think we got somebody waiting in the backstage area. And I'm going to go ahead and bring him out if you are ready.
I'm never ready for him. Hey, Trouble, what's up?
In a world where...
Yeah, I'm already just going to get out the way. You guys got
Well, me, Amanda, and I have known each other since 2016, since I started going to Dempsey Comic Con. So we go way back.
Yes. I get reminded every year, Amanda. No.
How you doing?
So how you handling everything, Frank?
Not too bad. I'm doing a lot of writing, and I don't know if you knew this or not, but you probably did because you follow me on social media and stuff. I'm running a Kickstarter for Turkana, and it's going okay. I'm hoping to get most of the funding toward the tail end of it, but it didn't start off as well as I thought as anticipated. But I'm the kind of person who always thinks ahead, so just in case it doesn't work, I have a backup plan. So. But I'm hoping it really does work.
Well, the biggest success to Kickstarters is promoting it. And I don't know if you know this, but promoting it.
Yeah. I plug it at least 2 or 3 times a day, and hopefully my friends share it and stuff. So, but I guess I also see other people doing Kickstarters like, hey, I only need like $2 more to get to here. Please help me. It's like, to me, that sounds kind of desperate, but I know it's part of the promotion too. So it's like, just $5 more, please. I'll get to this goal next.
Yeah, but you know what? When it comes to Kickstarters, that's really kind of the way that you have to go.
Yeah.
If you don't, you just don't get anything. In my honest opinion, now I've never ran a Kickstarter. I've had a lot of friends that have done Kickstarters. I know a lot of people who've been really successful with Kickstarters, but one of the things that I've learned is almost every hour on all social media platforms, they post, hey, this is where we're at. This is the goal we're going for. Once they hit goals, hey guys, we've hit our goal here. Now we're going for these.
Yeah.
And of course, irritate your friends. I know that.
Irritate my friends. Okay.
I know that sounds so bad, but seriously, in this industry, especially when you're doing a Kickstarter, irritate the snot out of your friends. And the reason for that is because what you're wanting to do is, and it's, hey, Amanda, can you post this? Can you share this? Hey, Richard Catterjohn, I need to be on your podcast. I need to promote this, and just poke and poke and poke and poke, and you're really going to see something. By the way, Pops, if you can still hear me, I just posted a link to his Kickstarter. Share it for me, please.
I did do that a lot at the very beginning, because it just so happens I started the Kickstarter on April 13th, and my birthday was April 15th. So, hey, for my birthday, share it with you. It's kind of like it's my birthday, please share. But now it's like my birthday's over, and it's like, okay, I still bug people. I probably have to.
You have to bug people, and this is how you do it. Hey, Amanda, I'm gonna be on this thing, and there's a Kickstarter. Really? Okay, let's take a look at this. Terracotta Burmese, comic book number 3. All right, we've already got 8 backers, $111 with a pledge of $2,000 to go. Hey, guys, we're going to go ahead and post this link up here for you all to see as soon as I can get Pops to do it. I definitely want you guys to go over there and check it out. So let's take a look here. What's going on? Tell us a little bit about who Turkana is.
Turkana is a female superhero. She looks like a teenager, but she's actually 150 years old because she ages 1 year for every 10 years on Earth. She started off as a princess a long time ago, and I tell people this because it started off with 3 illustrated novels, and that's how I kind of introduced that in the video on Kickstarter as well. The card started off as 3 illustrated novels, and I really like that format, but honestly, it wasn't selling as much as I want to, and it's like, if you have a goal, just change the format of the goal to meet where the end is supposed to be. It's like there's 1,000 ways to get from here to California. You can go by plane, you can go by walk, you can drive. You know what I mean? So I kind of started doing comic books now, and it made a huge difference. So that's basically what the Kickstarter is for the comics. I mean, for the comic books. But it started off as 3 illustrated novels, and Turkana starts off with a princess at the very beginning, leaves her princess life behind, comes to Earth with her dad and her brother, and becomes a superhero at one particular moment in time. And they actually land in the early 1990s, so they're kind of like hiding and kind of going from school to school, not really noticing people and stuff. As 20 years goes by, and one day in this diner, they're robbed, and Turkana turns into the superhero that she's meant to be. You know. And then second book is called Turkana. Book 2, Dr. Tuna Banana Gun. She kind of, ages. But she grows a little bit as a superhero. She finds out more things. And book 3 is called Turkana. Book 3, Trinity's Traps. The Trinity villain is kind of a little bit similar to Deadpool. A lot less vulgar, a lot less profanity, but she does break the fourth wall sometimes. I mean, the one thing I love, and I tell people this, is Trinity has these 2 people captured with this Brian and Brittany, and Brian's like a little scaredy kid. He's like, oh my God, she's going to kill me. Well, Trinity looks at you, the reader, and says, I'm not going to kill him. It's a kid's book. See,
this is why I don't do a kid's book. I thought you said this was all ages. Well, yes, all ages, and everybody just died.
Frank, it is all ages, yes.
Frank, we got a problem.
What's that?
I see a Pinkie Pie, but I don't see no Rainbow Dash. Where's Rainbow Dash?
Oh, my back thing there? There's no Rainbow Dash, but there's Pinkie Pie, and then there's Twilight Sparkle. But have you noticed, though, if you've seen any of my videos on YouTube, they were a little higher before. But now my pops are getting up there because my daughter is starting to collect more pops, and she's collecting pops from My Hero Academia. And so...
Great anime. Oh.
Yeah, she loves My Hero Academia. That's all she ever talks about. And she's really into My Hero Academia right now. But she loves the fact that I can talk like All Might a little bit. I am All Might. I am here. Fear not, citizen.
I'm just saying. Rainbow Dash is the best.
Oh, okay.
She's like totally awesome, and you are not representing her. It's a shame.
Was it like 20% cool or something? What's that thing? I forgot how she says that. They're 20% cool
20% cooler.
20%, yeah. I haven't seen the show in a while. So.
I make you 20% cooler.
There you go.
Like if I could be any My Little Pony character, I would be Rainbow Dash. Like
that's an interesting question. Okay, what's your favorite My Little Pony character? Obviously, Rainbow Dash is yours. I think I'd have to go with Starlight Glimmer because I like her arc. You know how she went from real bad, then she became good, and she's trying to learn how to be good. I like her arc. That's why I really like her. Even though she wasn't one of the original 6.
No, but I don't. And it's funny because everybody goes, "Wait, you're into?" Yes, I've been into that since season 1. I cried at the end when the series ended. Mm-hmm. Don't judge me.
I've seen it. But I haven't seen my daughter and my kids haven't seen it because they kind of lost interest a little bit. But I've seen every one of them. I like them all. So
here's the thing: a lot of people, when it first happened, and of course, it mainly got attention because of bronies. It was really kind of sad because people were really missing the fact that this was very well drawn and very well written.
Oh yeah, very well written. Yes. Have you seen the other stuff on Netflix, like the Dragon Prince? I love the Dragon Prince. That's
Dragon Prince is fantastic.
And She-Ra's fantastic too. I like She-Ra.
I have not been able to get into that.
Oh, because Catra's story arc or her redemption is
Catra's story arc interests me, but. There's just I don't know. I just there's part of me, I guess my nostalgia just can't let go of the original completely. I don't know what it is. There's just some things about it that I'm like, I don't really like this, and I can't pinpoint what it is. I've tried watching it. It's not as bad as when they tried to do Carmen Sandiego and make her a hero, and I was ticked off.
Yeah, and she was. I like it. I kind of see where they're going with it, but you're right. It's not as good as the original, though.
No. Yeah. The Where on Earth is Carmen Sandiego from the 1990s was fantastic, and this does not compare to it. I do like the storylines that the She-Ra Princesses of Power.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that I can actually get through it because I have one major question. Where's He-Man?
Yeah.
Because
Well-
I see Grayskull. So this is a Grayskull sword still.
Mhm.
So where's my connection in all of this?
You know where it's at? It's called rights. Netflix doesn't have the rights to He-Man. That's what it is.
It's like,
It's like, wait a minute, there's missing something there.
I see Grayskull in the background.
Yeah.
She says for the honor of Grayskull. There's the whole plot thing you're missing, people.
Yeah. And I wonder if they ever do get the rights to it, that they'll actually connect the story somehow, you know?
Because I still own the Secret of the Sword original 1980s movie. I have the soundtrack on tape cassette. I've memorized the song. Like, I loved that story arc. It's like, She-Ra's the greatest thing ever. And Bo is the greatest looking pimp with red hair ever.
Now, here's an interesting. Do you still own a tape deck to play it on?
Honey, I still own an 8-track player.
Oh, really? I own a VCR, but it's not hooked up. I don't have any cassette tapes. I don't have any,
No. My VCR's hooked up because that baby's getting used because it's Star Wars weekend, and that is the only way I can watch Star Wars. Screw you, Disney Plus. You play that crappy stuff. No, I'm watching the original trilogy. Yeah, it's digitally remastered, but I still don't have to deal with Jabba the Hutt in the first movie. So
yeah,
I'm watching my version. You know what was a great series that they did that I absolutely loved, except for like the final episode, was the Voltron Legendary Defender.
Oh yes, love that. I kind of didn't like the way it ended as well, but I loved how the whole story arc was going and stuff. I love that too.
Oh yeah. Man, I kind of wanted to see Allura and Lotor get together on that.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh. And then they're like, no, he's now a bad guy. No, don't make him the bad guy again. Don't do that. We've already done that. I got an entire 5 DVD cases of that.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Speaking of DVDs and stuff, it's like I haven't bought that many DVDs recently because of streaming. Although I want to buy the ones I know I'm really like. I bought Endgame. I bought the the Star Wars stuff. I haven't bought the last Star Wars. I didn't buy that one yet because I wasn't really. I guess to display, I wasn't really super happy with it. I liked it, just wasn't super happy with it. You know, it just seems like, hey, we need to connect these movies together somehow. So let's do this. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I'm still stuck with I like my original trilogy. Y'all say what you want. I am not a fan of the prequels. Not only do I not think that they're good Star Wars movies, I just don't think they're good movies, period. The new one, I know a lot of people with the new trilogy, a lot of people are upset because the first one was like, oh, nostalgia, it's Star Wars again. But I kind of appreciated with the fact that we had a new generation of kids who never really got to experience what we experienced when we saw Star Wars. So I thought that kind of gave these kids a going, oh, no wonder why my parents are the way they are about this. The second one did not feel connected. And I praise Rian Johnson for trying to do what he did, where he's like, no, we're going to do something completely different, off the books, throw everybody on their heads. We're going to go a whole new route. And then you had people going, the same people who went, oh, this one's too much like Star Wars, went, oh, this one's nothing like Star Wars.
Yeah.
And then you get to the third one, and it's like, okay, we're just going to scratch the second one. We're going to start over here. And by the way, guys, Palpatine got boinked.
Oh yeah, to me the best critiques of that last movie was it's like they didn't have a storyline from the very beginning. They didn't have a roadmap, so they just kind of put it together as they went along. Yeah, that's almost what a great analogy of how it seems. They didn't have a roadmap where they were going.
No, they really didn't. So Disney can say what they want to, but as far as I'm concerned, the new trilogy is fan service, and I'm going back to my extended universe.
Well, a lot of people think that the Endgame is fan service, but the Infinity War was a lot better. And I really like Infinity War too. To me, Infinity War is fantastic.
The biggest problem with Endgame is the time traveling.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah,
like,
that's why I like Infinity War too. It's
well, we need to do this, and this, and we figured out time travel relatively quickly. Thank God, Hulk is now Smart Hulk.
Yeah.
And oh crap, I forgot her name. Thanos' other daughter, Nebula. Well, you got to wear these suits. No, I don't. Okay. y'all done lost me. Let's just get to the ending because that's epic.
Yeah, the ending was epic. Exactly. Yeah.
It's like, I'll take the ending. I'm skipping everything else.
Getting back to the Star Wars thing for a second, my daughter never liked Star Wars that much, and hey, people like Star Wars, some people don't. One of the reasons I created my story to begin with was because since my daughter didn't like Star Wars, I wanted to give her sort of a mother-daughter type of evil thing, because Darth Vader and father, son. But she didn't like Star Wars, so I kind of, Takana's mom is really, really evil and kind of like Darth Vader, but different powers, right. Different things and stuff. So,
and that's interesting because it's actually interesting to see things that influence you. I like the story arc, but let's tweak it a little bit, and let's kind of see how this runs this way. And it's always interesting to see how people take something that they actually love and be able to twist it, like you kind of did with this.
Well, a lot of things that influenced me were cartoons, even from the early 2000s, like Kim Possible, Danny Phantom, Avatar: The Last Airbender, the original Teen Titans. Those kind of cartoons really influenced me a lot to make this. Matter of fact, if you look at her lip in the background, has that Kim Possible lip. But it's the only thing that's even come close to what Kim Possible looks like. And I'm a big fan of Kim Possible. So.
Oh my gosh, Kim Possible, man! The only time they ever did anything wrong to Kim Possible is when they made that live action movie.
Yeah, it was okay, but there wasn't. I applaud him for. I think that the actress who played Kim Possible was okay. Ron wasn't that great.
I threw up multiple times in my mouth.
Really?
What is this? It's like, oh, great. Who took the Shyamalan idea and did this to Kim Possible, like what he did to Avatar?
Actually, it's the exact same movie of Solar Drama, just with a boy instead of a girl. If you think about it. It's the android thing.
Did you see Avatar: The Last Airbender's coming to Netflix on
May
15th?
Yeah. I want to watch it again too. Exactly. Yeah. I'm wondering if Korra is going to come as well. I hope it does.
I hope it does, and don't get me wrong, I liked Korra, and I really liked the arc in there. But there's just something about watching the original Avatar: The Last Airbender, man. It's like, yay!
Avatar: The Last Airbender is my all-time #1 cartoon. That I love it. When I used to do cartoon reviews, I gave that one a 10 because that was there's almost nothing. There's very, very few flaws in it. Most of it is perfectly from the very beginning to the next episode to the next season, and it all clicks together at the very end. And
the story arcs, the characters, and even though we all saw it, and there's still some of us who goes, no, she belonged with Zuko, not Aang. We all saw it coming anyway.
Yeah, but it was
Zuko.
Yeah, some of the comics going into a lot more lore as that too. So yeah.
Oh yeah, but it was really fantastic, and I'll say this: where I saw the ending of Avatar: The Last Airbender coming, I didn't. The ending of Korra was just wow.
Yeah. When they went off into the spirit world, you mean? Yeah, that was something you didn't expect, and I'm pretty sure that was like the first time that's ever happened. So, and that one kind of led to other LGBT stuff too. So.
Right, and man, props to, because I think the reason why she worked is because they didn't focus on that being her. They focused on her being a character, and that just happens to be one of her traits. And I do feel that that's something that a lot of people don't seem to. Oh, hi. Hi.
Hello.
I think that's something that a lot of people seem to misinterpret when they're doing this. Is it doesn't matter if your character's straight or gay or asexual. It's who your character is, not what they are. Their actions on what they do. It should not revolve around, well, my character's asexual and that's my whole story. No. You want the character to be someone that people can relate to.
That's another reason I was talking about my comics to Pops over there. If people have read my books in the very beginning, even though Turkana is the star of the whole thing, her friend Brittany there's a good story arc there, and you're going to see it unfold a lot more in comic book number 4 coming out next year. But you get to see it in the comic books, like when I have. Matter of fact, I'll try and switch screens here. Let me see how I do this here. Because I did.
I think we got people in the backstage using up all the screens.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway.
Press screen share if it's on your other screen, and Pop should be able to bring it up.
A screen share.
Make sure that you say yes to volume, or else it won't share properly.
Boom.
I'm saying it's like I got 6.
Okay, I think I'm sharing it.
There you
go. Boom. Okay, let's go here. Okay, can you guys see the comic now?
Yes.
Okay, that's the comic number 1. And of course, Brittany and Turkana, they kind of banter back and forth a little bit, and they return some money to a barber shop. Again, I'm just kind of scrolling through it real quick, but you can see how Brittany doesn't want to be called a sidekick.
Right.
And she goes through it a little bit here, and of course, then somebody's after him, and she gets some kind of it's like a slime gun type of thing that kind of hardens and put him on a wall. She makes him more banter. To make the point across about Brittany, though, going to the second comic, which is out now on Turkana.com. Plus, you can also go to the Kickstarter and get it as well. But these two people here, it's like 40, 50-year-old chubby guy and some hot blonde girl. The blonde girl kind of talks him into robbing a place. So they're like, hey, wait, we did that. And then, of course, one thing I love later on is like, oh, my God, the car doesn't start. And, she says, we better hurry before that superhero girl gets here. Brittany says, too late. And he's like, who are you? That's obviously her sidekick. Really? So that obviously there's a lot more, and she's really, really good at fighting. Let me get to the Brittany. She can really clobber. As you can see, she's trying to get the blonde girl, and it almost looks like they're mud wrestling, but they're not. Just so happens they fall in a mud hole somewhere, and she's just clobbering a guy. She's clobbering him like she is really beating the bejeebas out of her, and she finally gets her and stuff. But yeah, she does a lot of. She's very aggressive. How do I turn the screenshot off? Stop. Oh, okay, good. She's very aggressive, and you kind of find out why when my next comic, not the third one, which is one I'm doing a Kickstarter for, but in the 4th comic coming out next year, the script's written. You kind of now I see why she's that way. So
right, and that's the thing is one of the nice things about your comic is Turkana is the star of the comic. It's her name, blah, blah, blah. But you really do take an opportunity to show the growth of the other characters within that book. And that's really nice because when you have characters that are going to interact with each other throughout an entire series, you can't just focus on the main character. And that's something that you've realized creating this.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. There has to be character development. You have to give other people to relate to.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
I mean,
and I told Pop before, if you look at the characters in my book, Turkana wears an all-around bodysuit. She wants to be covered up. But Brittany, she's in a crop top. She likes to wear crop tops. She, does karate better than crop tops. So that's just her, though.
She mud wrestles better in the
yeah, maybe too.
For all those adults who are thinking, oh, this is only all ages. There you go.
That's my grandson sitting right here.
I call it a very tiny bit of fan service, but it's not really fan service. Hey,
Disney does it all the time. Why can't you?
Yep.
We've all seen Frozen 2 by now. I prefer you in leather.
Oh, love my iced tea.
So Frank.
Yes.
Throw your plugs out there one more time, buddy.
All right. You can look and find out more about Turkana.com by going to Turkana.com, by look about the character Turkana, about the characters, find out more about the Kickstarter, because right on the website is the first thing you see is, hey, you can click on the picture of the Kickstarter, go right to the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter ends, I do believe, on May 13th or 14th or somewhere around there. But it's about 9 or 10 days away. It's not never much time left.
Let's make sure we get you out like the day it's closing. We'll get you out.
You have 10 days to go, so it'll end on May 12th.
Yes, because I did start on the 30th. I'm on the 13th.
Let's have a little closing party for you. Let's come out live, and you can count down the clock or whatever at the end.
Okay. Sounds great. But yeah, Turkana.com, go to find out more about the characters, find out more about the books, the illustrated novels, the comic books, find out where we're going to be, if there's going to be Comic-Cons this year. Because I know one Comic-Con I'm going to that hasn't canceled yet, but it's a small, the Jim and Dan Comic and Toy Show. Ever see that one?
Yeah, that's the one Adam Fields was talking about.
Yeah, I've asked them twice, and they said so far they're still doing it. So, I mean, I guess we all listen to precautions, so we'll find out more about it. Well, but that's right now. That's my next comment.
I hope everybody takes proper precautions.
And that's in the beginning of June. So
I'd really like them to get going again, but everybody just be a little more cautious.
Exactly. Yeah, I kind of understand that. Yeah.
Instead of badges, here's your face mask, here's your hand sanitizer, and just because for the fun of it, make sure you wear your deodorant.
Thank you if you can afford to go to a Comic-Con, you can afford deodorant, right?
It's $1 at the Dollar Tree. Go.
And the little travel mouthwashes too. Them are like good too.
Or gum will work too. Right?
Everybody, this is my grandson Isaac.
Hi, Isaac.
Most people know him. He comes out all the time.
Hello, Isaac. How are you doing?
He is a character creator. He has a character that will be coming out in a book, don't you? So, it's like he's the one I'm programming.
What's his character out? Do you hear the Kim Possible ding?
I don't know who said hey guys, but hey back. You guys, if you sign into StreamYard, don't cost nothing. It's no download or nothing, but we'll be able to see your face and your name when you comment. Sign in to StreamYard because this is going to be a regular thing, folks. First weekend of every month, we're going to do it.
What do you mean you can't see who said it? Obviously, it says Facebook said it.
What's this Facebook user?
There's all kinds of different Facebook users. There's different classes of user.
Mm-hmm. Well, Amanda,
good night, everybody.
Well, Amanda, it's nice talking to you because I haven't talked to you in a little while.
I'm busy.
Yeah, we do the Twitch and the streaming stuff for the games and stuff. So I'm not really a gamer that well, but my son and my kids are trying to get me into gaming. So.
Oh, I could teach you. You come play with me. I'll have you killed in 5 seconds.
Probably. But see, they're really into Roblox game. Ever heard of Roblox games? Roblox.
Yeah, I'm not into Roblox.
See, my kids are 13 and 8, and they're really into that. And I mean, I'd like to go and check out some games sometime.
You should get a PlayStation 4, and then you can stream with me, and we could talk about your comic, and then I can have you murdered by my sister. See?
Oh, okay, sure.
Perfect.
Perfect. There you go.
You can put it all on the live stream too. We can live stream it all in the group.
We play a game called Dead by Daylight. Yeah, it's 4 survivors versus a killer, and we don't survive very well.
All right. Well, Frank, thanks for coming out again, sir.
No problem.
We will see you again for sure. I got 3 people in the backstage area. The next 3 guests all decided they're coming out together.
Oh, okay. Well, have a good time, guys.
I hope they plan on doing the whole 90 minutes because
it'll be hard to follow me.
I don't have anything to fill in an hour. So 90 minutes of Keith, Enrique, and Jay. I'm kind of jacked for this, man. These guys are cool. Frank, thanks for coming out.
All right, man.
Post that link again, buddy. Post that link again in the comments. Share in the group anytime you want. You know what's up.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Peace. Now. Oh, what's that? What is that?
What is what?
That's not a cat, dude. Licking her face.
That's my dog.
That's a dog, dude. Look.
Aww.
Aww.
Looks like a seal.
She's a Chihuahua Terrier Pomeranian mix. She's
Wow.
6 years old, so she still has puppy tendencies, and she's a mommy's girl. If you can't tell.
Obviously. And she likes the taste of the makeup or get something. Yeah.
I'm trying to get boogers out of my nose.
All right. Are we ready to bring some people out? We got 3. This is going to be, these guys are hilarious. They all overlapped on each other's time slots last time because they all hang out together at the cons. So they were like, we're going to hang out together at this one too.
Oh, cool. They could take over. I could take a nap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, these guys don't need much coaching. Trust me. They all got words.
Well, bring them on out.
All right. We got Mr. Jay Lipson, whose time slot this actually was. How you doing, sir? We got.
How you doing, everybody? Hey, Pops.
We got Enrique, who was going to come out after Jay. And then we got Mr. Keith Williams, who was going to come out after Enrique.
Oh, my God. There he is.
Hey, everybody.
Hijacking.
How you guys doing?
Okay. How you guys doing?
All right.
Very well, thank you.
Very good.
Hey,
Good to see
Keith, I
you guys.
shaved off the Wolverine hairdo, man. It's all gone.
Thank you. Yeah, you did, right?
Hey, it's okay. I got rid of the Grizzly Man.
Look at all that stuff.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, you missed it last time, Keith. I had a full beard.
That's true.
Wow.
We got
Was that
Decided
your
against that one.
beer?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty
Well,
much.
you got
I decided to come back to reality.
What's up,
There
man?
you go.
You got a bunch of stuff up there.
Yeah, where's your camouflage, man? I saw you putting it up there with your biceps. It's like getting ready for the show, you know. You cleaned up, I guess. All right. No
Oh,
problem.
me?
Yeah, well, you know, I had it on. Kids said I look stupid. Change it.
It's like I almost want to just get out the way and let these three have at it for a little while.
You guys have at it. I'm going to take a break. And.
But I was going to talk about Call of Duty. You leaving already? Oh,
Oh,
right.
wait. We're talking about Warzone? All right, hold on. Wait a minute.
No, you can go. We'll talk about it later. No?
Yeah, I'm out of that one. I'll let my son take over for that.
Yeah, I have no idea. My son Nicholas will do it.
Oh, really? Okay, let's talk. We got to talk Mortal Kombat then. That one you played, Keith.
Oh, that one I played.
We all
Oh, yeah, I
love
played
that.
that when I was a kid. Good grief. I was playing on, what was it, the Atari or Genesis?
No, that one came out on Nintendo and Sega.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
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 Yes,
Those are
Sega.
the two that
That's
did
what I
come out.
had it on Sega. Yeah,
Mhm.
yes. Wow. Holy cow. I love that
Because
game.
Sega still had the code so you can have the blood. Nintendo didn't.
Yeah.
Nintendo, it looked like spit.
It was a little like.
Oh, I got the book with all the cheat codes, so you know it was. Yeah.
I gotta say, Keith, you look like you were actually thinking about this. You took it seriously, man. You can tell you got him here prepared. Look at him; he's surrounded by all this stuff.
Oh no, that's just how Keith is at home. He's always
Yeah.
like that.
Right? He just sits.
That's just
This is the dinner table. This is the table at dinner time.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
that's how the family communicates to him.
Of
You know,
course.
they have to come in and they have to like wait in line, get a sketch.
Yeah, they're standing right over there, right now, right there.
They got to pay for a COA.
No, but I was listening to who was the first, what was the previous guest right now?
Frank
Huh?
James Bailey.
Yeah, about those conventions. I'm not going to mention any name, but there's like one convention out there that I'm still up on. I'm surprised it's still going. You know, it's like I'm for it, man. I would love to be at a show, but my concern is, look, we can have all the safety and everything we want, but my concern is who's going to come out. You know, at the end of the day, that's what I would like. If there's not going to be any fans, it's like, you know, that's what worries me more of anything else, is that they don't want to come out because they're scared.
You
Or
know
they
it's
don't-
Well,
not gonna be
that's
as
the biggest
many.
problem right now.
You
There's
know
there's
it's not
two
gonna be
shows that I still have live that they haven't canceled yet, and I'll be very surprised if they actually happen. Yeah, love to be there, love to, you know, sit with the fans and you guys like we always do, you know, grab
Yeah.
a bite, a drink, whatever. But I just don't see that happening right now, unfortunately. You know,
Not for this year.
there's just too much going on, and the
Yeah.
concern is not just us, and you know, it's the concern is the people coming in. You know, you need to have one or two people that are asymptomatic walk in, and it's gonna just be everywhere. I mean,
That's it.
My mom called me today, and she was saying, like, so I guess New York is not happening. So, like, why? She says, well, I heard that the Javits is being eliminated as a hospital, but they're not taking the equipment out.
yes,
Believe-
it's staying.
It's staying in.
It's staying because they're expecting that second wave come the fall.
That's right.
So what does that mean? Because I was noticing today was normally, actually in April, you usually get your ticket like for fan verification for New York. This weekend, last year is when the pre-sales went on, and we haven't seen anything yet. And so I mean, like, they're probably holding off, waiting for the last second as well. But it's really weird. I was noticing that today. I was like, man. And of course,
be honest,
it's free comic book day, and then we got no free comics where to go, and so it's weird. It's one of those weird years.
Well, think about it. You think I don't think there's going to be a convention until there's a vaccine.
I want to let you.
Then that's next year.
Okay, but everybody's not going to take the vaccine anyway, and you're still going to have the same issue of people are going to be afraid to go out because of the people that don't take the vaccine. It's because I'm old. Okay, I haven't let nobody shoot nothing in me since boot camp, and probably won't. Okay, probably won't. I'm old. You're not shooting something into me that I don't know what it is that hasn't been long-term tested. This stuff's going to get released. No long-term testing. You're not putting that in me. You test it for 20 years, then you bring it to me.
I'm expecting.
Long-term is.
I saw the movie, I Am Legend, and they had a cure for cancer, and then a year later, everybody was zombies.
And this is, look at everything. You look at late night TV, all you see is commercials about bad medicine that they sold without long-term testing.
Yeah.
And they're suing them. And every lawyer's suing everybody for bad medicine that wasn't long-term tested, man, and it ended up messing people up. And I'm just not about that. I'm not a big pharma guy at all. I don't take aspirin. I'll tell you all that right now. I don't touch any of it. I don't trust it.
Well, I used to take the Advil, and then I read that the Advil was actually creating an issue with the coronavirus, so I switched over to Tylenol. So in case
Tylenol, that's what I usually take.
What they're saying is the Advil actually promotes it to actually be worse than it would be if you get it.
Yeah.
So same here. I used to take Advil. I stopped it.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I'm taking Tylenol. I didn't bother with Advil.
I'll take Tylenol. You can buy any. Can't get it in the store either.
Oh.
Well, I got lucky. I bought a pack of 100 just after it started, and that's what I got there, keeping it there, and not to worry about it. But
you got yourself a large bottle. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to knock down a few old ladies and stuff to get to it, but it's okay.
Well, it's funny because when my son was little, when I was younger, I had heartburn problems. I used to take Zantac a lot. And my son, a couple months ago, bought me a thing of Zantac. It's sitting in that drawer. It ain't never been touched. I quit taking that years and years. I quit taking everything years and years ago because I see way too many bad results of people that put their trust in. Yeah, I mean, when the side effects are more and worse than what they're trying to cure, I don't get it.
Pops, I understand. I have RSD CRPS in my legs, so I'm in constant pain, and they really tried having me take all these medications. I take nothing now for it.
Smart.
Took it all off. Couldn't take it.
I've always feared that if I ever had a major injury and then they say, here, take this codeine, oxy or stuff, I'm like, no.
Exactly.
I don't have to worry about that. I can't get addicted to it. I'm allergic.
Well, there you go.
I get sick after a little bit of time, so I can't even. I don't use it for a certain amount of time, and then after that, my body says no. Can't take it anymore.
My younger days were full of all kinds of experimentation with all kinds of different creative stuff. Okay, but in the long run, I learned which things are beneficial to and detrimental to, and most of the detrimental to seem to come up in the big pharma category. It's scary.
Hey, Pops, in an off topic, I didn't see you. What's your handicap?
Well, when I played, it was about 13, 11, 12, 13. When I played a lot. Yeah. I don't play a lot no more. I put together 3 pars in a row yesterday, and I was super happy. So that tells you how little I'm playing anymore.
When I lived in Florida, I was playing all the time, and I was a scratch golfer back then. And I was working towards, and I had a trainer and all. We were working towards the idea that over a few years to go into the mid-amateur and get into the U.S. Open, or maybe someday play at the Champions League and stuff. Then, of course, I stopped. I had to stop because of my knees and stuff for a while, and then haven't been able to play. Up here, it's so expensive to play anywhere in New York, man. It's like you really, if you're not in a club, and even if you're in a club, it's like 20 grand a year, 15 grand a year, stuff like that. You gotta buy the food, stuff. In Florida, I was like, what, $15 a day? Cool.
Yeah, in Arizona, man, in Phoenix, I lived there for 35 years, and you could go out on a summer afternoon at 3 o'clock and play for 5 hours for $10. You could just play and play and play for $10 because it's 110 degrees. Ain't nobody out there. I mean, but we were young. We was out there, 4 gallons of Gatorade, and I'm ready to go. But
miniature golf.
It's a miniature golf.
There you go.
Don't worry, I'm with you on that one, Keith. I only played in corporate when they made me play, and they're like, "Jay, we gotta go to the golf course." Okay, and then they just see me doing like the Happy Gilmore and just trying to
get off.
Go in the hole. It's your home.
My kids hate when we would go to the mini golf. Sit down and start finding the angle. It's a mini golf. There's no angle. Oh, there are angles.
Let's give a quick shout out to the people who are saying hello: Adam Field, House Harkonnen, Phil Russett, and Andy Lee. Hi guys.
Hey guys.
Thanks for popping in to watch us. We appreciate it.
Put over here
and Philip, if it wasn't for you, these guys probably wouldn't even be here. Double down, thank you.
Don't give him too much credit, because otherwise it'll inflate his ego, his head.
That's okay.
It becomes insufferable.
Everybody needs an
insufferable later.
And Enrique, don't worry. He's got 2 girls and a wife. His head's getting deflated every day.
Well, you did see the video, right?
But I mean, everybody needs all the ego inflation.
Video with the emancipation out there, yeah. I say he's got his hands full.
And also, let's give a shout out to our first responders. They definitely need it here in New York.
Yes,
They are going crazy here, and
and that's another thing. It's like there's places where it's like it is where you guys are at, and there's places where it is where I'm at, and there's nothing here, man. The only difference where I live with all of this is you see people wearing masks and some closed businesses. That's the only difference. There's no cases here. There's no nothing here. We're right in between 2 hot spots, Detroit and Chicago.
Wow.
And you think in 6 months it would have found its way here by now. I mean, everybody's living in a different reality. Yeah. That's what's so weird about it. Yeah. It's like people get on me, "Oh, you're lying." I'm not lying. I can bring 2 nurses on the feed right now that'll tell you there's nothing going on here but closed hospitals. Or not closed, but empty hospitals. There's nothing going on here.
But unfortunately, being in Nassau County, we don't have that.
That's what I'm saying. When you go somewhere else where it's crazy and it's a different reality. You guys are living such a different reality than what I'm living. Because of everybody, it's different where you live. And we can't.
We have a pier 1 mile from us, and my kids were biking over to the pier with the masks on just to get out of the house every now and then, or drive over and just sit by the water. They literally gated it off completely now. Wow. Why? Because the whole neighborhood ended up showing up there.
Yeah.
All at the same time, and half of them are.
Yeah.
But half of them aren't wearing masks.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet here in Brooklyn.
it's
quiet. It's quiet, except. Unfortunately, some of the religious don't. You know where I am. I'm in the 5 towns, and they're just not. They just don't care.
My town is really like totally like nobody out there. You see a few people walking their dogs and stuff, but when I went down towards Westwood, already I've seen some shuttered businesses. They're like already open, like available and stuff like that. And reading some articles, it says we might see a difference now in the coloring of these cities, and that some of the small mom and pops businesses might disappear, and therefore that different tone that we would see when it becomes more corporate, more like the big boxes and stuff. And Hopefully, it won't be that way for a long time, but it could happen.
I really hope not, because we already had that after the recession hit,
Right.
And we had a big loss in mom and pop shops. And I've always been an advocate for, the mom and pop shops, especially in our neighborhood. I mean, we still order. I order food from the restaurants that we've always gone to, and I'll shop at the little local stores. But unfortunately, they're all closed now, so there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. Okay,
I
Phil.
agree with Philip on this. We covered it. It's bad. It sucks.
Oh my
We're
God.
going to power through it. We're going to adapt and overcome. We're going to come out on the other end stronger for all this.
Of course.
Now then,
Yes.
who wants to show me what? Because
It's Jay's spot, so he's got to go first.
Yeah. Please, Jay.
I got it. Okay, I'll go first. I don't care. All right. So, as I mentioned last time, for whoever was here, that I had gotten some comics from Darren Hutchinson over at Unknown Comics. He sent over a bunch of blanks, and even with my busted hand and everything else, I got a few done. So I figured I'd share them here first. He literally sent 8 blanks, and that was much appreciated. And the first one to get done was a version of Hulk, because like the character, love doing him in that monster style, so I went with that. And after that one, which is another one of the blanks from the group, which I believe they still have these available for people, is Amazing Fantasy.
Nice.
So I went with the Spider-Man, and of course I didn't want to recreate the cover because that's boring. But other than that, I got a few others going on here. I do have, which I forgot I even had these. I still have some artist proof cards that I haven't finished and I was working on. These were some of the ones that were artist proofs in the set. Sorry, wrong direction. And in these, I will put a character in the eyes as a view. And then I also have some of the Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that are completely blank, which I haven't worked on yet. And if anybody wants to write me and give me an idea of who to use, as long as it's in my contract, I'll be more than happy to do it. But other than that, really haven't been doing much, just a couple of commissions here and there. I've been catching up on my commissions. It's been, I don't know about you, Keith and Enrique. I just find it hard to take commissions from people, especially when I know they're not working. So I do the commission, and I've been holding them, for everybody at this point. I'm like, yeah, fine, I'll do it. I'll hold it for you.
That's the same here. Yeah, same here.
I find it very hard when I had a guy who literally purchased a commission off me right before all this started. And it was a big one, and he got laid off of his job. I know he did because I know what he was doing. He got laid off. I'm not going to mention his name, but I said, I'm almost done with it. He's like, he just doesn't have it right now to pay me. Just like, okay, I'll just hold it. So, what else can we do? I feel bad for people. You can't afford it. Okay, don't worry. I'm still here. I'm going to be here when all this is done. I'm not going anywhere.
He actually told me he was going to. I told him, look, you need to hold on to it or once. He said, no, I got it. I had already committed to it. I already had the money set aside. So, and he sent it to me, which I appreciate because every little help it helps. But I that's why the way I'm seeing it. I think a lot of the commissions and stuff that I used to get was like they're holding up because, man, really going to spend 50, 100, whatever it is here instead of putting something on your table or paying some electric bill or something. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
We're awesome.
No, I've had people who paid me with no problem, and I appreciate it, but if somebody wants a commission, yeah, I'm here. I'm more than happy to do it. But make sure it's not taking food off your table.
Right. I'm not pushing
right
now. Yeah. I'm
not pushing anything. Just showing what I'm doing.
Right. But I still do get commissions too. I take them, and it may take a little longer sometimes for people to pay, but it's here. It's here. Yeah. When you're ready, I'll send it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same here. I know. Yeah, we take it. I take it. I do it.
Yep.
If you need a month or two to pay right now, I have no problem with that.
Exactly.
But been getting a little bit of writing done. As everybody knows, I've had a piece that I've been working on, but as it changed artists, because I'm not drawing it, I'm only writing it. But I might ink it. Tom Travers will be doing the artwork for it, so I'm kind of changing it up. Yep, Tommy's going to do the artwork because I'm changing up the writing a little bit to match his art style a little bit better. Because the way I had it kind of needed that campy, goofy comedy style, and that's his style is not that.
Yeah.
So I've changed it back to how it was originally written, which is a little bit more of a serious story. But it's taken me a little bit longer than I wanted to. Kind of, I don't know about you guys, but being cooped up at home, my brain is fried.
Hey, morning. Hey, Joe's here. I see Joe, Pete's over there, and who else is with him? Russell. Morning. Larry. See you guys out there. Finally getting this thing to work here in the comments here.
Where are you guys seeing this stuff? I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing those comments.
Yeah.
For some hey Pete.
There we go. Live.
Pete Vasquez just popped up. What's up, Pete? Hope you're doing well.
I gotta keep.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm getting some of them. I'm not getting all of them, but.
Oh, okay.
There they are. They're
getting a lot from Phil.
Oh, don't worry. My whole setup was done by my son because I'm kind of like spastic when it comes to that.
I'm just barely doing this right now. But Enrique, do you got anything, man? What do you got?
Want me now? Okay, I can do it.
What everybody got here?
You guys got to fill 90 minutes, so you better have some stuff.
Oh, don't worry. We got plenty. We're being
nice.
courteous to each other.
I got stuff.
Yeah, look, you can see all his stuff there. You'll get on. He's surrounded.
He's probably going to come in.
I got it behind me. It's all behind me.
I mean, Pete follows Keith. He might as well come in and join us too,
Come on.
Well,
No problem.
Today was supposed to be the free comic book day. So today was actually going to be the launch of my actual first published work. And it was unfortunately, as we all know, suspended for now. But being today, I'm able to actually show the cover of the book that's coming out. And let's see if I can make it show up there. There we go. This is going to be a wrap around cover. Okay, let me get as close as we can. There we go. Nice. I'm the cover.
Nice.
I'm the cover inker. I have my two characters are right here. Massive Man and Kid Massive is down here in the corner somewhere. And all these different artists. Matt Parsons doing the Atomic Thunderbolt, and John Miller's doing all his characters over on the other side. Angel is here. The Rooster is here from John Wellington. So and Yvette has her characters there as well. There are other artists as well involved. There's a whole group of us doing this. It'll be out hopefully by the end of the summer. And you can see, I'm going to show real quick. These are the original inks. There we go. Let me see if it comes up. Yeah, there we go. For the cover. So those were the original inks and stuff. They're for the show. And at the same time, I want to take advantage that Matt Parsons was working with me on the same project here, Stupendous. Guess what's coming next year, guys? Yeah. The Mighty Thunderbolt will be launching in February 2021. Art by Matt Parsons is written by him. I'll be inking. Colorists, we're negotiating. Letterers, we're negotiating still. But this is Matt's project. I've been brought on here because apparently I'm cheap. So it works for him. No, actually, we've done a lot of work already together, and I'm really honored that he chose me to help him with this. It's a public domain character from 30s, if I'm not mistaken, because it's like the 70s.
That's from the 30s.
Wow.
So we're doing that, and that'll be coming out next year. Also next year, hopefully, I'll be starting the streak of on the inking for the Soul Eraser book by Triple Threat Comics. Here's a small sample I wanted to show everybody of it. This is just me practicing to see how some of that's going to look. So I'm trying to see if I want to go brush, want to go micron with it, and looking a little bit up. This is one of the pages of the book. That'll be coming out also next year. And on top of that, if anything else, one last thing. I'll throw this one up.
All right.
I'm trying to get little things in here.
I got you, bro. Is when you guys are showing though, I want you to have the full screen so people can see it. You know?
Stupendous was supposed to come out today. It didn't, so we'll be coming out probably closer to August. Hopefully, we'll have the one for Halloween, which was, let me see, last year was this one, horrendous. I wasn't in this one last year, but I've been given the opportunity to be in this one this year. This came out last year and during the Halloween free comic book day. Hopefully, we'll be able to pull that one off this year. And I already have that story's already been written by me as well. I already had done it for another idea for somebody else, but I'm going to redo it for the size. So this is actually one of the pages I had already finished for that one. As you can see, if you have any phobias with arachnophobia stuff, well, this will not be a story for you. So that's part of the work I already started. So that'll be coming up hopefully this year. So hopefully by next year, when the conventions come around again, I actually might have some stuff on the table.
That's great.
Good and good.
That's great.
But I don't know if we're going to do the Atomic Thunderbolt through Indiegogo, through Kickstarter, how it's going to go. But the idea is to have it mostly done by the time we go on either format, whatever it is. Matt has his own. This is his baby, so I'm just helping him with some of the marketing and stuff like that. He may want to go with a publisher. We don't know yet. He's still working on that. But the fact is, February 2021 is definitely when issue number 1 is going to be coming out. And it's going to be it's going to be kind of like the old school stuff that you can get the story, read it, and if you just jump back on number 4, you'll go like, it's just another story. You don't have to have all this dragging out. It's like, we're not thinking trade paperback here. Okay. All right. We're working on stories and stuff like that. So.
A lot of that is the draw to get them to buy the next issue and the next issue.
Yeah.
Just to leave that cliffhanger. We all know that. That's the same with TV shows. Man, Sons of Anarchy was great at it. They would end every show with, "What?" You were like, "No way!" And you were there waiting to watch the next one when it came on because of the way they ended it. Now, if you end a comic right, people want the next one.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole idea. It's not to make it like
if you drag it out.
There always will be something that'll lead you to something else. There is a backstory of all this. There's something going on in the background that is leading to eventually, but it's not something. His concept, and I like it, is that he just wants to be able to make it an accessible book. That if you don't happen to have the first one, because it's going to be limited run, you don't have to feel deprived of that. You can enjoy the third or the second, whichever.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you gotta break it down sometimes and end a storyline and start a storyline. And if you drag a storyline out too long or cross it over into too many titles, and it starts affecting somebody's wallet and the other books that they like to buy, you lose people in places. It's like I have a set income. I have a set amount of stuff I'm probably going to be able to buy each month. And if you write a story that crosses over into 13 different titles and I got to buy 39 issues, you're taking away all my other stuff that I'm wanting to buy that I usually buy. And, it's like, come on, let's simplify it a little bit. Let's take it back to, a title was a title. It wasn't partial Asgardian, and I love my Asgardians, don't get me wrong, but War of the Realms made me mad. I do not want to have to buy all them titles of things I don't care about. New Atlas, I don't care about that stuff. I like my Asgardians. Keep it simple. I mean,
my issue was Secret Wars 2
when
that came out. That had a link into almost every Marvel book.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm not going to buy all them books, and you're going to turn me off if you keep doing that. Now there are people who got to have every part of it. Like my son had to have all of the Batman Who Laughs stuff. Every tie-in, he had to have every one of them. That's cool, but I can't do that. Not if you're going to do it to me every month on a different title. It's like I can't do that.
Sometimes it works really well in there. I think when they did the Unity for Valiant, I felt that one kind of forced you because that was linked to the actual books. It wasn't like they had one intro and then one ending, and then all the books in the monthlies were already held into that. But there were not that many books, you know, so it was easier to control that. But
yeah, but the Valiant, you were able to skip if you didn't read something, it didn't make much of a difference.
Right.
You could miss something and be fine with it. So I happen to have loved the Valiants at that time. They were so well written. Mm-hmm. I mean, another company who did that very, very well was, and they didn't last long, Triumphant, who had Chromium Man, Zemos, and all of them. They crossed over for 2 issues, but there was only 7 titles.
Right.
And if you didn't read one of the other titles, there was kind of like a quick little synopsis in each one about what was going on in the book that it was related to. So, yeah, you were fine.
I think Neil Gaiman was writing one of those, right? I believe
he had something with it. I don't know what his exact combination was with that.
Because I had a cover that they did that he had like his signature and all the other guys were on it, but it was already printed on. I had that once. I don't remember where it is now.
Right? The other thing I want you guys to understand is a crossover is what got me into comics.
Oh,
See, back when it was the Avengers Defenders battle for the evil eye back in the early 70s is what got me into comics.
Wow, that's
first comic I bought. It had Thor and Hulk on it, Defenders 10. First comic I bought. And it was the last piece of the story. So I had to go like searching for all these, and back issues weren't at the comic book store back then. We didn't even have a comic book store back then. We had spinner racks in the supermarkets and the Walgreens and whatnot. And I ran to every store in the neighborhood till I found every issue that went with that crossover. And it took a lot. I'm telling you, it took a lot to find them all because some of them had been from 2 months previous, and they're all smashed up in the back of the spinner rack, you know. And it's like, I didn't care. I needed to have the whole story. When I started collecting again this time, one of the first things I did was went and bought them books again. You know, because that was my roots in comics. That was where it started. And I sit here and I look at all these crossovers now, and I'm like, if they would keep it simple, 2 titles, back and forth for a couple months, 1 story, that'd be sweet. That's how I got into it. That's what got me into 2 different titles that I still love today. Although the Defenders, they've kind of really made weird, but you know, every time you turn around, there's a different version of them. You know,
I got a question for Keith and Enrique. What was the first comic? Do you remember the first comic book you bought?
Well, bought. That's a good point. Kids, you want to go first?
Like I said before, I think I told the story before. My grandmother, she bought me comic books whenever she came over to my house. So the first book that I ever had and kept was a Batman back in the 60s. You know, with Batman and Robin, webs on their face and stuff like that, and the red phone behind them some sort of way, and they weren't answering it or whatever. You know, that was what was on the cover, and for me to remember my first book that I actually bought, that I really cannot remember that. That's so weird.
For me, I had a lot of asthma as a kid, so I would miss a lot of school days. So my parents every once in a while to like ease into it and stuff. They were like, and I had a lot of earaches and stuff as a kid. They would buy me I remember there was like the Superman or the Batman Giant 100. You know, it's one of the first ones I remember. But the first one I ever bought was not really a comic book. It was one of these little tiny digests that was like the best stories of 1978 or something like that by DC. And that's where I read my first Jonah Hex book. And that was from then. It was like, he became like my favorite character. I was like Michael Fletcher and his stuff there. And that was the story that I honestly believe that Pale Rider by Clint Eastwood actually must have taken some influence from that book, because Jonah Hex actually dresses up as a priest and goes into the city to deal with these guys. It's pretty much what happens in Pale Rider. Very similar. And it's because the preacher got killed by this band of bandits out there, and he takes over his the collar and everything. And it was like, I was so impressed. And then again, that's one of those stories you just read. That's it. It's done. And he moved on to the next story, the next issue. So Probably.
Well, let's answer Larry, because Larry's asking who we are. I'm Jay Lipson.
Well, Larry's reminding me that he's an interviewer and I'm not. Okay. I would be remiss if I didn't come straight out and just say, yeah, I blew it. I didn't let everybody introduce themselves. I
can't see our names are not on the
last time, right?
Not on the screen today? What? Okay.
So we'll let Jay start because he was slot first. We'll let Jay start and then we'll continue on. Thank you, Larry.
All right, I'm Jay Lipson. I've done ink work for multiple companies. I've also done covers for Marat recently, for Naughty and Nice and Savage Eve. I have a few other projects in the works, some I can't mention. I also work for Upper Deck and Marvel doing sketch cards for their sets. And I'm now moving into writing. And
please post links, sir.
I will. You can see all my stuff on Instagram at Lipson Art.
There you go.
Go ahead, Enrique.
Okay, me? All right. And I'm Enrique Lopez Kike. I have done nothing to this day. I'm just here because I like to hang out. So, and they let me. That's the fun part. No, actually, I've done a few pieces out there. And I'm very lucky to be able to call all these gentlemen here friends and stuff. But eventually, I will have stuff in Stupendous. We'll be out in the Comic Thunderbolt next year. And so I'm basically an inker, also doing a lot of writing for myself. So there you go. Now, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you stuff.
Keith Williams, been a comic book inker for over 35 years. Worked for Marvel, DC, Dark Horse, Valiant, bunch of other different comic companies. Worked at King Feature Syndicate, did the inking for the Phantom comic strip for about 10 years. Let's see, worked on a graphic novel called Harlem Hellfighters. Right there, and let's see. That was for Avatar Press. Right now, I'm doing bunch of commissions and stuff like that. And that's basically it. I'm doing penciling now, and if anybody's interested in me doing a piece of artwork for them or inking, whichever, you could DM me or. Check me out at on Facebook. My profile number is 126142079, I guess. And and also you can check on my from Instagram, Keith Williams Comic Book Art.
Oh, that was perfect.
Or you can even Gmail me at keithwilliamscomicbookart@gmail.com. There you go.
Oh my God! I never looked for my ID number. I got to do that next time, man.
I did it this time because last time I didn't know. I didn't know it at all. Okay, so
never thought of it. Nice.
That was great.
No, so see, I actually are our names not showing up on the screen or not?
No,
they're not.
See, I did a nice thing today. I actually added my Instagram on it, so I wanted to. They'll show it up. So.
I think they're just having problems. StreamYard and Facebook are having like some issues.
I saw that. I saw that earlier that they're having some connection issues. But hey, at least we're on.
That's why I'm not seeing all the chat. I'm seeing some people, but I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of it also. Not everyone.
What's my social security number?
Larry, Keith starts with an AB. It's AB 147. It's totally different than everybody else's. No, so okay. Back to what we were discussing when we were talking. When I asked about the first one, like Keith, I had my dad used to bring them home for me because I hated to read. I was younger. The only thing, but I would draw all the time. So he just dropped the whole pile in front of me. He was a teacher, and he drops a pile in front of me and says, "You can draw them as long as you read them." So he made me read. Wow. But the first one I ever bought was a Grendel #1 from Comico, the originals, the 3-issue series.
Wow.
That was the first one I bought for myself.
No, I remember let me see. I was at my grandmother's house one day, and my parents said, "Look, walk down to the little corner shop and get something. I don't know, probably milk or something." And when I got there, passed by the newsstand, and I was looking at that. Whoa, what's that? And it was Warlord #3. Okay, that was right after he relaunched it, because it had suspended and relaunched. And then that great Mike Grell cover of the Lizards guys and everything. I'm like, wait a minute, what's this? So if I was to say, maybe that was actually the first one I actually put some of the extra dough on there for that. And but it was hard, man. I remember that I came to vacation in '79 in Queens, and I would go down to this little deli and stuff, and they had the little racks. That's where it was. And I would every week I would take one of the racks.
There was no such thing as a 9.8. There was none of that. Okay, you bought it. It was bent. The corners were bent. You didn't care. It wasn't about.
People read it already.
Yeah.
Keith, how well do you remember the comic shops in Brooklyn?
Oh, comic shops. So
which one did you go to?
It was called My Friends. That was one of them, and that was on Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn. And it was really great.
Well, it was by DeKalb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow. So and it had the boxes and everything. You just used to leaf through the boxes and stuff. I love that.
My mother used to work at Abraham and Strauss, so I was down there quite often.
Yes. A&S.
No, I used to go to one on 25th and Bay Parkway. And it never had a name on the front. It was just this green screen up top. And you just saw comic books in the window. And that's where I used to go.
Wow. When I started,
they didn't have any comic stores when I was a kid. No, not in South Minneapolis. Not where I grew up. We didn't. We didn't have them. We had them at the supermarket and the drugstores. That was it.
Well, most of them in Brooklyn were originally bookstores, because you had the one on 18th Avenue, on 86th Street and 19th Avenue, which was originally a bookstore, and he always carried comics. My grandmother used to walk me in there when I was like 5 or 6, when she used to go to the bank, and she would just drop me off there, and she knew the owner, and was like, okay, do you mind if he just sits here? And I would just sit there with a pile of comic books and just thumb through them.
Ah, nice.
Well, I remember, for me, back in Puerto Rico, when I was growing up, there weren't any shops. Basically I had to go to the pharmacy or stuff like that to find anything. And I think I mentioned this to last time, or I think I mentioned it to Keith once. One of the stuff I would get is they would sell this magazine. It was called CMUC, which is basically comic in reverse, and it was in Spanish. They would take these old, the original 2000 AD, and they would put them and translate them, and then you would get them in black and white, and then they would just call it cinema. So I was getting all this stuff. They would use some heavy metal stuff in there, and it was my introduction to this more eclectic, different way of doing comics, because if you're used to the regular mainstream you saw, but then I saw this, and it blew my mind, which is what made me want to start inking or seeing all the black and white and say, oh, this is it. This is where we go. And that's where I moved on then to the Savage Sword of Conan, all those black and white big books that were like the big influence. Those are the ones I really enjoyed to start getting. But there weren't any comic book shops until basically back when the late 80s, when the boom started again. You had to start getting hey, there you go.
Hey, I know that guy.
Hey, we know him.
I was just coming in to say hi.
Hey.
You guys. You started talking about comic book shops. Sorry, I'm dropping stuff. And I wanted to throw in my 2 cents because I'm a Long Island guy. I know Jay's in Long Island with me now. But
yes.
We had a ton of we got lucky because Long Island's a suburb. We had a ton of shops. And it was cool. The Batcave in Bayshore. Then they got sued by DC Comics, and he had to change his name. And then Fourth World was Midtown, where if you buy comics on Long Island, you go to Fourth World. So I just wanted to pop in and say hi, gentlemen. Sorry. We
also have Best Comics here, and some of the others that are out there.
All Star Comics in Lindenhurst.
Yeah.
Grasshopper in Queens.
Oh, Grasshopper. That's no Grasshopper. It's not Queens. It's still Long Island.
It's Nassau. Okay, it's that line.
It's
You know, my buddy Dan actually works there. Grasshopper's a great store. All Star Comics in Lindenhurst is a great store. Guy's a fantastic owner. So I just want to pop in and say hi and abuse you guys a little bit. Because
cool, man.
I mean, we should all be at Awesome Con.
Tiny just came in.
Oh, look at that! Hi.
There you go.
Hey, get him back in the gym so he can bowl better.
Oh my God, that's all my kids do right now. They go out to the garage. We bought a heavy bag before this all started.
Is he bowling?
No, there's no bowling. He can't go to the alley right now.
Get him a rock to just practice swinging.
Trust me, he wants to buy 10 pins off somebody and stick them in the driveway and just throw a ball at him.
Dude, Facebook Marketplace, he can get them.
I'm sure he could.
No, Pete, I wasn't worried about bringing you in with these guys. These guys all wanted to hang out together anyway.
Okay.
They wanted to do the panel for 90 minutes as opposed to each small slot, So, I mean, you're the next guy in line anyway.
These guys won't tell you, but they're shy. They're all shy.
Oh yes, so shy.
They're all so shy. So shy that Jay was willing to walk. Last time we were in Baltimore together, Jay actually walked the 3 blocks to his hotel after we offered to give him a ride.
Oh wow!
Baltimore Comic Con. We all went to dinner, like 10 of us. We were all staying in the same hotel. Jay was 2 blocks away because he got fancy. He had points. He got to stay close to the convention center.
Oh.
We're like, Jim, we'll drop you off. It's right there. He's like, no, I'll walk. It was like 1 a.m. And I don't know if you've ever been to Baltimore, but Baltimore at 1 a.m.
Probably shouldn't be walking the street.
And,
it's not like I'm 5'1".
I understand that, but
you're not 10-foot tall, bulletproof either.
Yeah, exactly. And it was just, we were like, okay. And the whole night we're like getting ready, everybody, because we had 6 in a room, because that's what you do when you travel to a con. We're all in my group. We're all indie guys, so it's like, okay, let's get as many people into that hotel room to cut costs. We're all sitting there like talking, like, hope Jay's okay. Anybody talk to Jay? Message Jay. Make sure like we were worried. I thought
like an hour later, Arash messages me. Are you alive? I'm like, well, I was sleeping, but I'm okay.
He's gonna be on tomorrow, by the way. I'm gonna bring this up.
We were genuinely concerned.
Yeah. I'm hoping that if Baltimore works out this year, that'll be my first year. This will be my first.
Baltimore's a great show. Great show.
It's been my favorite show for years. I've been doing it for a few years now.
It's my first time last year.
Baltimore, like I said, I love 2000 AD. I subscribe to. I adore 2000 AD. Baltimore and Awesome Con. I just like that general area. DC, Baltimore. I love going there. Although I will say, I'm hoping, obviously, because I hope New York and Anime NYC happen in October. We'll see.
I just don't see. I'm supposed to be in New York. I don't see it happening.
I mentioned earlier that
this
week was when we're supposed to see
Awesome Con.
Tickets were supposed to be last year. This week was when the tickets started going out. So for the pre-sales, it's like
they changed the thing about the tickets. They pushed it back a little bit because they're trying to try something different again this year because of all the problems that they've had with everyone complaining about the way they sell their tickets.
Oh yes.
Because thank God we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, but you know what it is.
I don't think I could wait on that. Yeah.
But what's going to happen when it comes to the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the show a lot. I consider it my hometown show. It was actually my first big con ever. Like when we first started as a company, Fat Guy Inc., Brendan and I, our first show was New York Comic Con in 2014.
Wow.
Shoot for the moon, right?
Yeah.
Bunch of indie idiots not knowing any better. It was so much fun.
But was it fun? Did it help? Was it good?
Oh, it was nothing but fun because we had no expectations. We had nothing to look back on. We were just fans who were at a table, basically, and we were like super excited. And the fun is definitely. I know it turned into a business, but it's and again straight indie, so it's really cool. It's just been straight.
Were you in the alley? Were you in the alley or in the vendor area? Were you in the alley? Were you in the artist alley?
We were on the main. We are on the main for New York Comic Con. We stay on the main floor.
Wow.
It's better for us. We had, long story short, we had a book which we don't do anymore, and then I now have 2 of my own books which I'm getting off the ground. So small press was where we needed to be. Plus, we do a lot of paintings and stuff like that, and we didn't have the room in Artist Alley. Especially, honestly, and I still don't think, like, I'm in this chat right now with Jay and Keith and you, and I'm like, I don't belong here. I still get that feeling like I don't belong. I just don't.
What the hell? We all belong here. We all belong here. Stop it.
No, it's that's why that's my favorite part about doing this.
I'm the one that don't belong here.
You're the first one that's supposed to be here because you're the fan. You're keeping us all working.
You see what I'm saying? When it comes to I'm not the industry guy. I'm not. I don't know crap, man.
Dude, I'm closer to you than
I mean,
thank you, man, for letting us be here.
Yeah,
thank you.
No, thank you guys.
This has been a great outlet. I mean, honestly, from the last show, I probably got another 150 followers on here and Instagram.
That's what I want. Give me my Ultron. This is exactly what I wanted. That's all I want.
Now that Jay brings that up,
fan base talking to each other, and maybe get you guys some more a larger base.
If anybody wants to know what I'm doing, this is what I've been sitting here doing. Keeping myself a little busy.
Let me get that out there. Hold that back up. Here we go.
Bend it over a little bit.
I can probably start.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Oh man.
Nice. Wow.
We're showing.
I got weird pencils the way I do my pencils, but
you guys
it works for me.
Look, I want to put something to you guys. Look, because it just drives me nuts, man. This whole thing I'm going to bring up now drives me nuts. Like Jay just said, he got 150 new followers. I got new people joining me now on the studio page and stuff like that. But can somebody explain to me why all of a sudden, like, I could get like 10 new followers and all of a sudden, like, they disappear? It's like, what did I do? What did I do to you that you just all of a sudden decided I liked it yesterday, but today no?
That's a social media thing. Luckily my sister, she's Rizuki Cosplays. If you've ever, I know Jay, you've probably met my sister a couple times. Keith, you might have seen her.
Yeah, I've met your sister. She's a very, very, very nice girl.
She's a social media genius, and she's explained a couple things to me. When people engage with you, like some people will just follow, and then to help their numbers, and then to see if you engage. So they'll follow you. If you don't follow them back, they're gone.
Okay, I get that.
Trying to get some engagement. Like the people. So let's say, I'm just going to use a number. Let's say 100 people followed you from the last one, and 20 of them left because they were expecting you to follow. Maybe not totally, but maybe they expected you to follow back, or they expected some kind of engagement, because that's the general everything about social media. It's like this is the perfect example of Pops is doing right here with this. If you don't engage with your audience, your likes and your follows are garbage. They mean nothing. You have to.
Right. That happens with me on Instagram. I get it.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take this one step further as the admin of the group that is doing this. The group has grown over 300 in the month since the last one. Okay. And that has a lot to do with all those guests, fan bases that didn't know nothing about my group that joined my group.
That's it. Mm-hmm. There's a thing that you'll see if you follow me on Instagram. You see it a lot. A lot of people do it. A lot of cosplayers do it. They call it like, and I'm a noob when it comes to this. My sister's the expert, and she got me doing it. Engagement circles. And Jay, I've reposted a lot of your stuff. I'll repost in my story a lot of other people's stuff.
Yeah, I see you do that a lot. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
See, well, that's what it is. Number one, I want to appreciate art that I love and people that I love and respect. But at the same time, I want my followers to see stuff that they may not be seeing.
Yes.
And then maybe they'll go and follow and like that. And then hopefully, it just keeps the circle going. And then more people see things that normally don't see things. Like this is perfect because now I have, like, maybe there are people that follow me that have no idea who Pops is, or have no idea who this group is, or no idea who Jay. They know who Keith is, so we're not gonna. But
the bald guy in the corner is. So I get it.
No, you're world famous. You're like
Yeah, right.
Which world?
It really is. That was
According to the other, according to Mark McKenna, apparently I could talk a lot. Because and that little video I did the other day, I didn't realize how long it was because it was it's gonna be like 60 minutes. Okay, fine, 45, fine. By the time I was like an hour 15. What the heck? You didn't cut it?
Yeah, I saw that.
I tried to do
the whole thing.
Awesome Con is doing their
I
show.
thought only my mom would look at it.
They're doing their thing with video clips from all the artists and stuff online this weekend. And the email said, do your video and send it in. It's got to be 15 minutes long. And I'm like, I don't know if I can cut myself down to 15 minutes. I'll try.
There's been a lot of times in the first one and already at this one where at the end of 25 minutes, I think there was probably still more that could have been covered with the guests in that time slot. I'm not sure 20. I didn't want to go too long and have somebody thinking I can't cover that much time. So that was the 25 minutes was like, I think that was good. But then there's guys like you, man. You guys, you need more time. 25 minutes ain't enough. But coming out all together as a panel. And
Pops, how long did I end up on last time? An hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, that's right.
You were the last one. So we were like, kept going.
We just kept going.
He doesn't like to talk at all.
Coming out.
Yeah, me, I'm quiet.
Taking up all that time. Dude, that's
you got to get Keith to start name dropping. Then he won't stop.
Oh,
that's when he starts.
Okay, all right.
I remember back in the bullpen and stuff.
Here you go.
I'm
Cy Barry.
Oh, I can name drop with you.
I did the coloring for this.
That's
so I don't know if you can really see it clear or not.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did the coloring for this. This is for one of the clients I'm working for right now. So
there you go.
There you go, Cy Barry. That's a name to drop.
See, I name drop you guys to people, so
See, I know the Marvel bullpen because I was one of those independent people for them way back when.
The whole guest list is when I name drop the whole guest list.
Pretty diesel list.
Yeah, the bullpen were like, wait. We told you to leave, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Where we go, man? I'm out of here.
Wait, hey.
No, I just say I know Keith and I'm good. Nobody leaves me. Everybody treats me well.
Hey, I knew Bob Harris when he was an assistant editor. So. Oh my God.
Oh, that's funny.
That's a long time ago.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. No. It's great back then.
I had Larry Lieber telling me I drew Iron Man completely wrong, so I was good with that.
There you go.
And he did tell me how to fix it.
It's those shoulder things. Those things are hard.
That's what I was drawing wrong. He kept telling me I'm getting it all wrong.
The closest I ever came to that was watching Neil Adams destroy 5 guys in a row at a con with their sketchbook, and I had mine, and he's like, "And you? Just an autograph, please. Thank you. Bye."
Well, that's like
just sign here. We're good.
I had one with Neil Adams where he said, "That's not bad. It's okay."
Wow,
that's like praise. That was like praise.
I
walked away.
I didn't want to mind the other.
I walked away and I was like, "Wow."
Yeah,
I actually showed Neil Adams my stuff finally just 3 years ago, and he looked at my ink work and he said, "No, you really got that Jim Lee style down," and that was it. And like I didn't know what that meant.
I guess that's
if he's not trashing you, it's high praise. It's really high praise.
And I should feel good about this thing.
It's funny because I'm the only name I can properly drop. There's a few years ago I was introduced and I met you, and luckily now I can call him a friend, Buzz, and he worked with Neil a ton. And
on my wall,
I asked him a long time.
I asked him, so yeah, I kind of afraid of him. He goes, "Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just you got to catch him on a good day." I was like, "Oh, when does he have those?" He goes,
Buzz is the reason I actually started doing conventions again. I was at C2E2 when my cover dropped, and I wasn't doing conventions then. And he, I see him, and I've known him for a very long time. And he's like, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Well, I just did a cover for Naughty and Nice." He goes, "Oh, So, what table are you at? I'll walk over. I'll see your stuff. I said, I'm in his booth. He goes, so he starts screaming at me. He's like, why aren't you at a table? And he's pointing at the person across and goes, look at their crap. Your crap is better than their crap. I've seen your crap. So why do they have a table and not you? I'm like, Buzz, stop. You know, somebody's going to like their stuff. He goes, but it's crap. I'm like, oh, God, stop.
Buzz is an OG from Queens. He doesn't waste time giving you BS. He's going to tell you the truth. Yeah, exactly. He's going to give you, like, initially you might think, what? But then you realize once he starts talking, he's so well spoken that he's giving you incredibly good, whether it's life advice, just a story, or professional creative criticism. It's all helpful, and it's all to build you up, and to, you know, and that's one of the things I adore about Buzz. Anytime I see him,
he'll give it to you. He gives it to you as most beautifully and eloquently abrasive as he can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Good man.
If you're watching right now, please hit that share button. Give these guys some looks. Okay.
Yeah, come on, guys, share it out there.
Let me see. I'm seeing here Jeff, Gregory, Facebook user. Hey, thanks. A lot of Facebook user there. Pleasure to see you guys here.
And Jonathan. Don't forget Jonathan. He's there also.
Oscar's here too, because Oscar's actually speaking. I showed it to him before, but I'll cheat a little bit. This was something.
Thank you.
You got House Harkonnen is there.
Yes.
And that's Oscar, my buddy Oscar. I drew this for him.
I am a huge
I get a
fan. I used to have a dog named Duke Baron Harkonnen.
That's cool.
His name was Baron Harkonnen Lee because his dad was Geddy Lee. So he was Baron Harkonnen Lee. And I'm a huge Duke fan. So right on, I was glad House Harkonnen came on into the group. I was like, yes, bring him in.
That's our buddy Oscar. Oscar's very much like you, Pops. He's a collector. He's a comics guy. He's a great guy. I was very happy when he asked me to do the cover. Obviously, I couldn't get it to him because the show I was going to get it to him didn't happen. But Oscar's a good guy. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Greg.
I've actually seen him in a couple of the comics.
You met Oscar. He's at the Long Island Expo. He's always running around working.
Well, I didn't know he was House Harkonnen.
Yes.
Wow. I didn't know that till now.
There you go.
And then the dog. Pupper.
Hey.
No idea that was him.
I bring my dogs into the screen. You won't be able to see me at all, man. I'm telling you.
I have the same problem.
Yeah.
No, mine are downstairs. They're with the kids.
Now, more likes, you know, got the dog, you know, you got to like the dog. So,
yeah.
That's a social media key, dog.
Yeah.
It's very good. Very smart, Enrique.
Yeah. He's like, what? It's so funny. My wife.
He's using the dog. Oh, my God.
They were doing the other day. They set it up for like the employees to do this online exercise. And then the trainer says, oh, you need to have like 10 pounds. So she grabs the dog and she's like curling the dog, and the dog's going like weird. And one time she actually on the phone on the floor, and you have to push up the weight, and all you see is the dog moving up and looking at the camera saying, what's going on? We were backing up after she said, what's this? I didn't realize it was happening like this. It was crazy watching her with the dog. And the trainer's like, well, you can have some bottle of waters, some those, or a dog. You can use a dog.
I don't know
what showing that piece up close. What piece?
Which one?
I think the last one.
Oh, you mean this one? This?
All right, let me get him on the screen. Hold on. There you go.
There you go.
Oh yeah,
Did the coloring on that one. I'll show you another one. Wait. There you go. There's a recreation.
2 for 1. There you go. Oh, you finished it.
Oh, that's the one you were inking. Yes, I saw that.
Oh,
Hey.
Such a great cover.
There you go. I got
I
that
remember
one.
buying that book.
You did that
And-
from scratch?
Wait a minute.
I
let me
got that
see.
book over there somewhere. One of them boxes.
And this.
Oh.
Oh, the amazing fantasy. There you go. Oh
Oh,
no, the black costume. That's right.
yeah.
252.
So that was another one that
There's also, of course, original Amazing.
No, he's talking about the one up front. That Uber, probably the Uber.
Oh, you're talking about this? There you go. That's Uber number 0 that I did the inking in. All that stuff. Yes, that's Kane and White did the penciling on that.
Yeah, I think that's the one they're talking about.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
That Uber cover is great.
Yeah, that's the one they wanted. Yes, sir.
That's
okay. Great. Okay. Good. Yeah, and of course there's.
Yeah, don't worry. Nobody asks for mine.
For what? For what?
Go back to Jay.
For what? For what?
There you go.
The
Oh,
Savage
nice.
Eve that I did.
Nice.
Yeah, I did pencils and inks. Colors were done by that way.
Try to find it because we're getting a lot of
glare. You got a glare.
There you go. That's pretty good right there.
There we go. Yeah,
right.
no, the colors were done by Sanju Naviaj. Pete, did you get to meet him in Baltimore?
I think so.
Yes, such a nice. He is such a nice guy.
My memory.
They just had a baby boy, him and his wife.
Oh, cool! Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's cool. See, I took all my stuff out of the bag so it doesn't get that glare. So, like, I know.
At least I did that. Hey, Pops, at least I did that with the sketch covers this time.
Yeah.
See,
I took those out.
Oh, well, I'll show you this.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Phantom? Is that a Phantom Pop?
Yep.
That's so cool.
The Phantom. I got some of these. Like I'm selling them for 20. My signature on it and stuff. So there you go.
The signed Phantom Pop from Keith Williams for 20
Well,
bucks.
Keith, you did Phantom for a long time, didn't you?
Yeah.
For 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
10 years. Yep. Straight.
I mean, if you got old Phantom, a lot of it's probably got Keith's name on it, and it's like that's some good stuff.
From 1995 to 2005.
Wow.
Wow, that's some nice.
Keith
stuff.
has longevity. What can we say?
Yes. But see, the industry has longevity, and it's still, and we're gonna keep going, man. It's like I'm loving all the indie stuff that's popped up. I mean, it's really filled out.
Yeah, but I feel bad. I'm hearing. I don't know about any of you guys. A lot of artists, and especially some of the younger artists, are saying to me they're done. They just can't keep up right now. They have to go to something that they're going to do more and make more with when we get back on our feet. So
that's that's going to be expected, though, that there's going to be those that have a solid following that are going to continue to just power forward.
Well, I recommend them to never stop. Just don't stop.
Yeah, don't stop.
Exactly.
Just do your own. Just go on your own and do it. Just
that's what my group is for. If you know young people that are saying I give up, tell them to join my group. You know,
I mean, I'm 54. I'm 54, going on 55, and I just started again. So I mean, like, if they're young, they can handle it.
I mean,
yeah, we dragged you back in, Enrique.
Yeah, that's right.
I would tell you stuff all day
Kicking
long.
and screaming.
I'm a 46-year-old indie creator.
Hold on 1 second. I want to show one thing real quick.
Pete, you're the baby here.
Yeah,
Out of the four of us.
That's right.
Out of all of us, you're the baby.
I'm gonna put up. I wanted to show this real quick. These are the two characters that are gonna show up on my story in Stupendous, and I did like a version based on the Dark Knight from Frank Miller, and I did that. I put some color to it because it's gonna be black and white. But yeah, I wanted to highlight who's that signature way?
That looks familiar.
That looks familiar. I mean,
I don't know.
There.
That's that looks
I wonder
familiar.
who did that one.
I don't know. I have no idea, but it really looks nice, though.
Yeah, he did it quickly. Yeah, let's put it this way: he did it so quick, I was shocked. And I go, yeah, it was great. You did great. And this was something I did the other day, and somebody was telling me that they wanted it, but they didn't commit to finally putting it up, and like that's what happens. But wanted to show it here real quick if anybody's interested. It's on my webpage. It took a little bit of time to get it done. Wait, I'm gonna pull it up because the glare. There we go. That's better.
Dude, that 1 point perspective.
Oh, I saw you starting. I saw the start of that. That looks great.
Mm-hmm.
And I really,
I feel like I'm
this one, I
falling
try to
into
do
it.
a little bit of a. I was telling Keith a while back, like try to put these lines really, really thick, so we'll give you that impression that it's coming at you.
So I feel like I'm falling into it. That's fantastic.
That's great.
That looks like you're falling down. It looks like you're falling down toward the ground.
I got vertigo just now. But going back to the kid, I mean, I hate seeing anybody needing to stop because of what's going on. But like Pop said, I understand it. But like everyone else agreed, never stop. I know I didn't do anything, cons or shows or anything for a long, long time, and I started doing this. But you know, there's Kickstarter, there's this, there's that, there's a lot of other things. Like I said, like Enrique just said, I self-published 2 books. I mean, I'm only up to, issue 1 of each of them, but I'm doing them on my own. The books that we did with Fat Guy Inc., the 3 books that we had, we published them ourselves. We didn't sell 1 million copies. We sold maybe 40 copies of each, but it doesn't matter. We were doing it ourselves. And even if you sell 5 copies, even if you put up 5 copies or 3 issues, comic shops, like I have not gone to a comic shop and not seen a rich and diverse wall full of indie books where you can sit in front of and just scroll through all day long. Like you can get your pull, or you can get your Marvel and DC and Image books. I'm a big Image guy, but then you can scooch right over and grab 1 million different indie books and find something that's for you. And that's I love that. Of course, if someone called and was like, Pete, we want you to draw Batman. Pete, we want you to ink Spider-Man. Yes, I won't say no. I won't say yes fast enough. But I love indie book. Like people, the guys that when I had my pull list, I got rid of it a couple months ago before everything went down. I picked up 2 DC books, 2 Marvel books, like 4 or 5 Image books, and then I would pick up my books and walk over to the indie thing and pick up 10 more indie books. Oh yeah, and I get 2000 AD, but I get that sent home.
One thing I want to throw out here as a fan is it's not about the characters in your universe. It's about universes, okay? I like the Frank Herbert universe of Dune. I like the TSR version of Kryn with Dragonlance. I like different universes, okay? We got the DC universe, the Marvel universe, this universe, that universe, Star Wars universe. I like the fact that people build something big enough to get my head into, okay? When you start an indie comic and you're just like on your guy or whatever, your character, and you're not looking forward into what you're going to build it into, I'm skeptical. If you're coming at me with what's going to be, what's possibly going to be in book 2, here's some of our rogue gallery for the future. We got something that we're building. You get my attention. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
yep.
I want more than just one book, one guy, one character. I want to know that this is going to be something I get to buy next time and next time and next time and next time.
See, you're reading my mind, bro. Like, because when I had a piece, I do mashups when I draw. A lot of prints and stuff I do mashup. My oldest and the one everybody seems to like was this one called Attack on Cookie. The elevator pitch is I combine Sesame Street with the world of Attack on Titan, and I just made an image. Now, a buddy of mine, I know Jay, you may know him. A couple of you guys, Enrique, you might know him too. Jay Hewer, he's a writer. He writes a lot of indie books.
Yes, I know he is. Yes.
Yeah, Orion. Didn't he write Orion and something?
And something about punching Nazis.
Yeah.
He's written a few
he gave me. I got a copy of it. It's actually really good.
It's really, really good. He's a fantastic writer. He's a fantastic guy. We end up talking about soccer all the time and his kids and all sorts of things. He's a teacher too. Great guy. He saw the piece at one show. He was like, "Hey, do you mind if I write like a short essay to go along with that?" I was like, "Do it. I'll illustrate it. It'll be great." He ended up writing. That was Oscar right there. Indies where it's at. He ended up writing a full book. So I said, "Okay, I'm actually right now because of." It's delayed because I had day job issues, but now I've been actually working on it during the lockdown here, and it's going to be a book. Like I'm going to have, like we created this world, and I actually brought it up to a fraternity brother of mine who does copyright stuff because I was afraid of publishing it because, Attack on Titan, whatever. He goes, "You guys fall under the Weird Al category." I'm like, "Excuse me?" And he's like, "Well, Michael Jackson sued Weird Al Yankovic about 20 times. And it never went to court because Weird Al is a smart man, and his stuff that he was either a parody or a satire, which is covered under the copyright law. Attack on Cookie, again, is the Attack on Titan world with Sesame Street characters plus a little bit extra, and we created a third world out of it's like those two had a kid, and this is what it is." And it's a whole completely different thing. It has nothing to do with Attack on Titan. It has nothing to do with Sesame Street. But it's a whole new world, and it's got a whole bunch of other things happening. And I'm not going to get into it and pitch my own book right now. It's got a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's, like Pop said, it's moving forward, which is like, and again, we'll do the Twitch, my Jimmy Friday character. It's the Lucha Libre world mixed in with, and you guys will definitely appreciate this, it's Lucha Libre mixed with Kung Fu, the TV show. So Rey Mysterio came from Kung Fu.
Just so you know, since Pete's out here with you guys, we're good till 3:30 now. So
I was about to say, please take my time.
We are going to invade your space.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to do a real quick shout out to ANS Comics at TNEC. They're the guys, when I go to get books, they have a huge section for independents as well. I mean, every artist I've known who's locally, they're very open to it. They've always been asking me every time, as soon as you have something out there, come over here. We'll do a signing and get everything for you. So ANS Comics over at TNEC, they're awesome. Absolutely awesome.
It's
Tony and Alex.
It's cool to see the shops opening up towards indie guys and things like that, and the fans coming so they can find all. Just some people, like, I'm intimidated by Kickstarter. I really am. I have Patreon, which I just started again for the third time. But I'm intimidated by Kickstarter, and some people are too. But to have a shop, I know if I brought a stack of books to sell on consignment or whatever at Fourth World or at All Star or even Grasshopper, they would do it. And I feel, as a creator, I feel it's so. I got comic book shops supporting me. Fourth World is different for me though, because I'm, like I said, I'm 46. I started going there when I was 3. My pediatrician was next door, so my mom brought me in, and it was fun. I was talking to the owner, Glenn. I had been going to Fourth World longer than he's owned it.
Wow.
He's like, it's so weird, but it's just, I adore that place. I absolutely adore that place. It's just.
Ooh, what's that?
BuyMeToys.com. That's my local, Mishawaka, Indiana.
I was about to say, this is going to turn into a holding tour.
I got a plug too,
Look, right now, I think as much as we need help, our stores need help too. So, especially today being Free Comic Book Day, I'll have no problem talking about and gassing up as many local stores as I can. Well, I love all of them.
I know Kelly and Casey over at Buy Me Toys. They've tried to adapt and overcome. They're doing curbside service. They're doing mail service. They're doing local delivery. They're doing their best to make sure their people still getting books. And, they did a couple back order sales, whatever they could to try and take advantage of what was going on. I know that even though there's no Free Comic Book Day at the store, they're still down there and they're still trying to make sure that everybody has a good day. I think I posted something in the group about what they got going on today. People can check it out if they're local and go see my friends.
That's pretty cool. That's really, really cool.
I know some of the ones here in Nassau County are doing curbside. I know Best is doing curbside, and I'm not so sure about Grasshopper. But I remember seeing something where they were doing something.
They're doing a raffle for something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're doing a raffle. I bought a couple.
I knew they had something going on. So it's good to see that that they're still active, and everybody's getting some stuff from them.
Everybody's got to do whatever they got to do right now. So it's totally. That's why I said as soon as I started seeing pops with this and a bunch. I'm doing on Sundays. I'm doing a little stream on my Instagram, hour long, just bringing folks that aren't at cons right now, cosplayers, artists, whoever, and just doing this, just shooting the breeze with them for a little bit, telling people what they're doing, whatever, so they can at least still talk about it. And I thought it was important to, like this weekend, I have 2 cosplayers on because I think they're, I don't want them to be left out in the cold either. I want them to, cosplay is an art, and I want that art to be showcased. And a lot of other people are doing that too, and a lot of other, which is really cool that we're all trying to make the best out of the what we're in the lockdown, I guess I'll call it, for lack of a better word, and keeping everything PG.
There you
go. Yeah.
PG, all right.
Normally I'm not just at all. But oh, and Pops, I was forgetting. I finished that thing because I remember the last time we did this, I started the floor cover, and I don't know if you had seen it or not. You might have, but I finished that Enchantress cover that I wanted.
Yes, I did, man. It was beautiful. I'm pretty sure I put a big old heart next to it when you posted it.
I thought you might have. I wasn't sure.
Wow. Yeah, I love it, man. It's
actually funny. I was laughing about it too when I was doing, because the face didn't come out exactly the way I wanted it to, and then I don't want to say I botched it, but I botched it. So I matched the color of the face with acrylic paint, and she's basically a painting. Because I was like,
it works.
Whatever works, man. Whatever works.
You came up with a solution, man. It's like that's where the creative part of this comes in, man. You got to be able to do more than just what you do. You got to be able to adapt to, like all of us right now, to whatever comes at you. And if you can't adapt, then you throw away a lot of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does your trash can get full or not?
Talking too much, man.
As Keith will say, when we were younger and doing this, a lot of stuff went in the garbage can because we did not have what we have today that we can fix stuff with. It went right into the trash because there was nothing we could do.
Right, exactly. No, you're right. You're right. Now you got Photoshop, you got clip art, clip paints and stuff like that. It's great. But when I do my regular stuff, when I work on pencils, regular real pencils, and I make a mistake, I'm thinking about clicking that undo button. It doesn't quite work that way.
No.
But no, absolutely.
I'm trying to for my stupendous story. I had originally, now the one that was going to come out today was totally different from the one that's going to be coming out later, because due to all this situation, I decided to switch it up now to a more happier format, because the story I wanted to write there was a lot more serious. It was not just a superhero story for me. So I'm having to change the whole thing. So I'm redoing the pages. So the problem is one panel for me takes about a week, man. I've been on this panel for about a whole week now, but it's actually coming up pretty decent. Here you can see that's the start up of the of the story.
Nice.
Wow. So the reason I wanted to mention it is that because you guys are talking about tools nowadays, what I'm doing now, because the next two panels are closing up, getting closer to it, we're going to Photoshop it. Then I'm going to bring it up here and then over here, add the character a little later, and then that'll cut down some of my time. Mm-hmm. And then at the bottom, I have to do a bigger drawing, but because the character's looking at it through binoculars, I can black out a whole bunch of it, just do a little bit. So it's I can get this done quicker. That's the one thing I like about the tools now. It helps speed up some of these things at times that before we'd have to, I got to redraw it now. Let's do this over here a little closer. So at least it'll get a little quicker now. So,
see, I had it different than Keith. I was a pager. So I was just fixing a panel here, a face there. So all I had to do was cut it out, draw it, cut it out, and then stick it on the page.
Yes.
That's what I did.
I was doing that in the Phantom. There was a lot of times when on Friday you would have the same picture that was on Friday on the Monday. So I would just I would do a copy of it, cut it out, and just paste it on to the next to that strip. It was easy. It was faster than doing it the regular way.
There you go, fans. There's some of the old school editing for you.
In the early 90s, that's what we did.
Rubber cement. That's what we used. Yeah.
I used to pick up my pages, take them home, because I worked in the city, so I would pick them up, take them home, and sit there with whatever I needed to do, cut it out, put it on, paste it, and bring them back in the morning.
That's it.
You know, because they needed them fast, and that was the fastest way to do it.
Yep.
That's why sometimes when you see a head and it looks a little bit off, it was somebody from the group of people like me doing it.
That's something you don't know as a fan. For you guys, that's what we do. For us, we don't know that's how you fix something. We don't know if you have to redraw the
Thank
whole
you guys.
or just one little panel, or you know what I mean? We don't. That's stuff that we don't know. And when you guys start talking about that kind of stuff, that's way more insightful for us. Like getting into what you guys really do. I would never do that. I didn't know you guys did that.
That was the Romita Raiders.
Well,
that's what we did. We were correcting artwork.
Yeah, and a lot of people didn't even know that we were doing it.
No,
because we were never accredited for any of it. Any pages that we fixed a face or a panel,
right.
You don't know it was us.
No.
All we were was a number and a slip of paper.
That's right.
I didn't even know you guys did that. That's what I'm saying. You know?
Wait, I was the editor on Marvel Tales when I was working in the Spider-Man office. I had to correct artwork because it was fading out on the original slides, whatever they were at that time. Xeroxes. I would have to oh god, and I would have to fix the inking or adjust the lettering because the lettering would close up. I would have to open up the lettering. Yeah, so my work.
That's even before my time.
Yeah, there you go. That's
But no,
now I got to go look through all my Marvel Tales and see which one was edited by Keith. You know, I'm gonna send this dude a stack of books. Will you find these for me?
It was funny. About 6 or 7 years ago, my daughter was looking through some comic books, and she goes, "Hey, Dad, this kind of looks like something you would do." And I'm like, yeah, I did do that. And she's like, really? I'm like, yeah, I did that one panel that doesn't look like all the others, but it's close. Yeah, that was me.
Oh, sure.
It's like can you draw a little bit like Byrne? Can you draw a little bit like Claremont? Can you draw a little bit like McClellan? Yeah, I think I could do a little bit of this stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Whoever.
A lot of that. Okay. Absolutely.
My favorite is when comic pages. Keith, my favorite is when a comic page gets sold and I know I did something on it. And they think they're buying it from the original artist, and they think the face that was the little face that's stuck on the page is theirs. They don't even know. Some of these people don't even know that little taped on or glued on piece is not the original art.
No.
Now I'm going to be questioning anytime I think about somebody selling a page. I'm going to be like, I wonder if you drew the whole thing.
Sometimes
that's 90% of the 90 to 95% of the pages are.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
But it was always something small. Like the editor would say, I don't like the expression on the face. I don't like the body position. The hand looks wrong. Can you re-ink this because we just don't like the way it came out? And that's that's what it was. You got a slip of paper telling you exactly what to do, and you had to do exactly what you had to do.
Yeah.
I was running out of supplies. I just got the mail. I'm so happy.
Hey,
I got my box stuff yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I need to go
more stuff to mail.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
I got big Bristol board. I got big Bristol board and Copic ink coming tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah,
I gotta get some refills.
I got plenty right now.
I'm not sure how long this is gonna last, so I ordered on Michaels.com. And it didn't go through right away because all these stores on Long Island are closed. So I'm like, damn it. So I checked Blick real quick, but then Jerry's had sent me a coupon. They're having a sale. So I'm like, great. I picked up I love Jerry's.
I started going to Jerry's when I was a little kid.
They know me from New York Comic Con, which is great. So I went to their website. I picked up a bunch of stuff, ordered it, boom, paid for it. Not 2 hours later, I get the notification that my Michael stuff went through. I'm like, all right, so I'm just going to get a bunch of art supplies. Cool.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that's fine. But I had some ideas for these are 3. I'll even open it. We'll do an unboxing. These are 3 of these canvases, this size.
Okay.
I do a lot of the studio. Fat Guy, my partner Brendan, myself. He does the mini canvases, the 4x4, and the 3x3 little canvases, which is just amazing. I'll do 5x7 stuff and 8x10 stuff. But I'm the guy, if you want a 3 foot by 2 foot Batman painting, Yeah, I'm that guy. I'll sit there. And I love painting. I love working big and painting big and stuff like that. So I just I need canvas. I have a stack, right? I can't turn the computer on, but I have a stack of canvas.
The smallest I can get to is sketch cards.
You know, I did like 30 of those, and I thought I was going to go blind. And so I'm like, I can't do these anymore. I can't.
Wow.
Sketch covers are the smallest I can.
That's
well,
nice.
you know what it is? Sometimes these are a little bit easier for me.
Right.
And I can get through them pretty quickly.
But that's what I figured. You could probably move around with them and stuff like that.
Nice.
See,
Luckily, I still have a Ghost Rider. Usually my son steals all of them. He has about 3 or 4 of them in his room.
I got 2 of those black covers. If you want Zach, I can get them to Zach quick. See, the smallest I do now on purpose is 6x9. I'll do like commissions on 6x9s for either $10 in black and white or $20 in color. So I'll do stuff like a quick animator or stuff like that.
Oh, man.
Really did that for a buddy of mine. It's Pikachu with his mask on.
Perfect.
It works.
See, I those you got those at Michael's, right? Those canvases.
Yeah, this was Michael's, but you can get them at any.
I got mine like those. I bought like those little tiny ones. So I decided to like try it out with like some Chinese, Japanese brushes.
The little squares.
Yeah.
I have some of those.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, this is a 5x7. You can see I already started drawing SpongeBob on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see that.
Oh, okay.
So, and then wait.
Every time I draw SpongeBob, he looks wrong.
Well, I'm gonna take advantage that we're talking about canvases, and I'm gonna show. This is not an actual painting, but it is the printed canvases. This is an illustration done by James Kamila. He will be on tomorrow, and
that's gorgeous.
Jay, Zach wants that.
And these are available for all members here on the show. I put up a deal that I usually sell them for $50, but if you go over there on the show, the more you buy, you actually get a lot cheaper. I'll put up a posting a little later for everybody who watched the show. You can get them there. My printer is actually producing these right now. I can't get a regular print up, but these are done. These are all handmade. They're numbered in the back based on your order. And as you can see in this case, it actually wraps around completely. Some other versions.
Gallery wrap. That's really cool.
So, and these are all handmade.
Very cool.
Every single one is going to be always different. Another version I have, another James Avila, you can see it here. It's a Wonder Woman. You can see that one. It's also available. As you can see, it's wrapped around. I get people at the shows that want me to sign it on it, or actually sign it in the back on the canvas. Yeah. Do that. Yeah. The cool thing about this product is that any print, you go on my portfolio and you find it, or you go on Instagram, see anything I have done as a print, you can have it done like this. These are 12 by 18. These are 12 by 18. Sometimes the image will not work perfectly, so I have to readjust it. But any print I've done already can be produced as a canvas. And the nice thing about it, it's only $25 to ship UPS anywhere in the States. But you can get 5 of them shipped for the same 25. So you get it for $5 extra shipping per item. And I'll give you a good deal on if you order that many. Definitely, it's going to get down the price. So I have a double. I've already set it up on my website. You can find it under my ID, the portfolio. I have a link, which is a double-sided link with them facing in a mirror image. That one is bigger. That's 16 by 18. All the other ones are 12 by 18. They're all available there. The ones already established. There's a Star Wars one, the Vampirella one. There's a Resident Evil one. Has blood splattered all over the place. So these are nice little different. And it's super light. I mean, you can put it on a tag. This is how light this is. And there's a bit. I can't print them. I can't do this print, but I can do a canvas. So that's my plug for you guys. Thank you for letting me do it.
Well, those are great. They're lighter than the ones I do. I do the metals.
Oh, the metals, yeah.
Which you guys have, which I'm sure all of you have seen from my
I'm
stuff.
looking into those. I'm going to start doing holographic stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
What about
I have some anime print, some anime stuff.
Wait for Pop to pop us all back, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, guys.
Just got my ugly mother.
As you guys have seen, I have these.
Now we can see it.
Was sharing it out to other groups and just forgot he was in the screen by himself. I was just trying to get it out there for the guys.
That's okay, Pops. No problem. We're patient.
Jada Iron Man, dope.
But
Nice.
these are the things that I've been able to get, and
Wow.
this is comic book size. I could also get them up to 11 by 17. 11 by 17 is a $50. This size is 25. And
now, if you're looking at that close, you see the Hulk's reaching out to grab you in the reflection of his mask.
Yep,
so cool.
that's the whole idea. And actually, this one I've been asked by Best Comics, which they asked me a while ago. I just haven't gotten a chance to get to him. He's asked me to do this with all the Avengers in the mask. So at some point you'll start seeing them with all different Avengers coming towards you.
That's
So we'll be working on that.
That's great.
Oh, and shout out, I don't know if anybody noticed, Ron Zabala from Patriotica, I believe is the title. He just popped on. So how you doing, Ron? Hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a while. So figured I'd give him a little shout out.
Yes, it is, Oscar.
Thank you, Oscar.
Obviously, I was going because we were talking about. I was trying to grab this out of the where I had it. Oh, let me get it. I was straighten them out. There we go.
Oh,
that's acrylic painting.
Wow.
Very cool.
Nice.
Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you. I had no intention of painting this one day, and I was talking to somebody about Batman, and I was like, I am sick and tired of the way everybody just keeps doing Batman stuff. Like, I have this I've done a long time ago, if I can find the damn thing. And I'm like, I'm sick and tired. I want to do something different. So I thought this was different. But I lost the watercolor I had. No, I didn't. Here it is. I also had a watercolor. Like, I kind of like that style for Batman, but something a little bit different.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Something
silhouette there. Yeah.
Yeah, just something different. Just, a little ink and watercolor, just playing around with stuff.
I like the doomy, gloomy looking Gotham background.
Yeah, that's raining.
Yeah.
Like it's raining. Yeah.
I kind of wanted to give it that building kind of Tim Burton-y kind of thing, but not too Tim Burton-y because too much Tim Burton,
kills a Burton.
Oh, it's too much. Yeah, it's a little intense. It's a little intense. Just a little bit. But it's good, but it's like, holy, Tim, calm down. Like, whoa, we get it. We get it. We get it. It's that's the one thing I have found thank you. During this lockdown now is I'm sure you guys too, I've noticed people are just putting stuff out, and not just because, I want to do this because I have to do this. I mean, I've had some commissions, don't get me wrong, but you're going to sit down and be like, you know what? I'm going to do this because I have the time. I'm going to do this finally because I had the time. And I'm going to, and maybe that my sleep was always screwed up and now it's just completely bonkers. So I'll be up till 5 a.m. Like, okay, because I was getting ready for this and I wanted to have something new. And now I lost it. No, here it is. I wanted to have something new. And I had a Guardians of the Galaxy cover that I'd wanted to do for a long time.
Nice.
And I was like, nah, she's getting a glare. But then I was like, nah, we got to go deeper with that.
Wow.
So you just can't stop. There you go.
I couldn't stop. I drew her and I was like, okay, I can't stop. I got to keep going. I gotta keep going. So then I was like, I'll put Rocket in. And then, Rocket led to this, then where I ended up with Yondu in the back. And that's just me geeking out because I read Guardians in the 80s. So when everybody was like, oh, this movie's great, why is there a dog? I'm like, who's this Yondu guy? What does he have to be in the movie? So, like, somebody, I actually had an argument with somebody with it. I've had several of these because I'm a comic. Again, we're all comic book guys. She goes, well, why did they just had to have? Yeah, see, they just had to have Michael Rooker in the movie because he's popular from The Walking Dead. I'm like, Yondu is a character. What? At a comic book shop, when the first Avengers movie dropped, I remember standing in the middle of the comic book shop, and there's this guy. I guess he was trying to look cool in front of his girlfriend. He goes, "Well, I'm glad they had her because Black Widow was an original Avenger." I whipped around so fast, like, bro. Well, I'm like, you're in the wrong place to argue with me. I literally didn't move from where I was. I reached up, grabbed an Avengers omnibus. I was like, here, read this, because comic books, you should read them.
Yeah.
I had a whole discussion with a buddy of mine, and this is why I'm going to spin it positive. Why I loved Endgame. I know people were talking about it before. Infinity War and Endgame. I liked that they were their own. They made their own thing as opposed to trying to do frame for frame the books. Because I don't think the average. I mean, if they had done frame for frame the books, we here in this room and watching would have been fine with that. We really would have been, but it wouldn't have worked for the little kid who's never read those books.
No.
Who has no idea who Lim or George Perez was. It wouldn't work for them.
I have a problem with no Warlock in my Infinity War.
I do too.
Warlock.
I do too.
Sorry, I have a problem.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but it's
Same here.
They hinted at it in the Guardians movie. There was a hint of it.
It's going to be Guardians. But flipping,
that's what he does.
Yeah.
it was the whole. Yeah, exactly. I was just talking about it with somebody else. How like it was completely. Well, what do you mean? Like, do you understand that Thanos' whole thing was to get with his girlfriend? That was his whole thing, was to get with his girlfriend. Like, that was it.
It was to impress.
Pretty either.
Yeah, he wanted to impress his girlfriend.
That's why I felt a little deflated, because even though I liked the way it all came out, the first tease in the Avengers movie when they said, and if to go up against the Avengers is to court death.
Yeah, I was so excited.
That's the idea. I was like, they're a little wink to that idea.
That was it. Yeah.
The second time,
there you go.
The second time I saw Avengers, the second time I saw it, I stayed till the end, and I was like just sitting there nodding when Thanos turned around. I was like, okay, that was cool, really exciting. And then some guys, like a large group of kids behind us, they were probably like 17. Calling them kids makes me feel weird, but whatever. They were standing behind me, and they go, "Yo, excuse me, sir, do you know who that was?" I was like, "You got it." Oh, yeah, okay. So, and I explained Thanos in the original Infinity what that line could possibly mean, and all this stuff, and what the gauntlet was, and all this stuff. They're like, they're going to do all that in the movies? I'm like, I really hope so. And I think they did a really good job. I do think, and it was funny, I posted yesterday on Facebook the extended clip of the crowd reactions when Cap picks up the hammer and uses the hammer, and then everybody comes out, how everybody's movie theater lost their mind. I was like, that was the point of the entire MCU, was to get a movie theater to blow up like that when Cap picked up the hammer. Yeah, there he is.
And you know what was even better than him picking up the hammer? You know what was even better than that? When Thor told him, the little one's yours.
Yeah.
That was cute.
Okay. Oh, that's great, Keith.
See that?
And that's a Warlock. Okay? Warlock.
There you go.
Yes.
And death.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted death in it.
I wanted death too.
I wanted them both. They were
The most, okay, if you're going to talk about audiences, the most informed audience that I ever saw at a movie theater when I got to speak at a Black Panther premiere, and they knew, because the people running it said, "Oh, do it. Why don't you do a little, question and answer with them for fun? We see your shirt pops.
Yeah.
Do a little question and answer, so we can do the raffles." And I pulled out some hard questions. They knew everything about the character. At this point, they kind of knew everything. The research, they all knew everything. I never went into a theater seeing that.
They do their research. There he is.
There you go. Get to show all my prints.
I was hoping one of you were going to say, "I did that art." I was really hoping one of you was going to say that.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna throw the curveball, since we're talking about Thanos and everything like that, because I personally don't think. Oh, there's one.
Okay.
I'm not That's awesome.
Those are my pencils, though. There you go.
That pops really well too. See, I'm not a Thanos guy. I don't think Thanos was the end all be all. This is the guy for me.
Hey, let DC be heard from.
Yeah.
That's and when they said his name in the Justice League movie, that's when I popped. I was super excited for that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I enjoyed that.
Oh, I think this guy is going to blow up when they do the X-Men.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, man. There was a poll in a group I used to be in, and they were like doing a bracket, like an NCAA bracket of superheroes type
I've
thing.
seen a lot of those.
And supervillains. And Mr. Sinister lost to somebody just like totally lame, and it was only because nobody knew who he was.
We can sit here. I'm sure all of us can name at least 20 characters we think are so underused.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But
and they were and for the time they were popular. Trust me, at some point we're all going to say it was a popular character because it was at some point. And Keith and Enrique and Pete and I all know stuff from the 80s, late 80s. There were some great characters that just faded.
Well,
yeah.
Keith showed it before. He had that West Coast Avengers cover. How many characters that didn't get used a lot got to get some use in that book?
In that book, like Tigra.
Yeah. I hate to say it, how many crappy B-list Avengers got to be in that book? And then
all of them.
Yeah, all of them. You know?
Yeah.
I really
you got Wonder Man in there, and you got Hercules. You know, the whole bunch of them in there. You know,
you got Red Wolf.
and Red Wolf was a character nobody liked, and he got a lot of use out of that, and he was popular in the book.
We got a little Rom down there too. That's right.
Yep.
And every now and then they bring in somebody big to bump that issue.
Bump the sales a little bit. Every once in a while, Thor will show up to say hi.
Hey, look, Jeff over here is asking a question for the people who actually done work. There you go. That's a good question.
Let's see.
Keith,
you guys remember the first comic book story you worked on?
I deal with that one better.
Wow.
There you go.
Gosh, I for me, Marvel Age. I think that might have been one of the first. God, I'm trying to remember who I was inking over at the time. But Jim Sokrup was the editor of Marvel Age at the time, and yeah, that one. And I also worked over Dennis Cowan on another Marvel Age, where they were introducing some new universe characters for Marvel. And that was
I remember those.
Yeah.
For me, the
Marvel Age ones.
The first thing I worked on, oh my God. I was given 3 pages for the first time to try. I know one was a Spider-Man page, but that wasn't the first one I did. Who was the other one? It was a series that didn't last too long. And one was Spider-Man. One was a Fantastic Four page, which all I had to do was fix a hand. I think I did the Fantastic Four page first. I think that was the first thing I worked on, was fixing a hand.
And there you go.
Because I figured that's the one thing I know I won't mess up. But I think that was the first thing I worked on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and here.
I'm still waiting, so we're good.
Oh, nice. Martian Manhunter.
Nice. Yeah, it just needs a little erasing of the pencils, and otherwise it's finished.
Very nice. Wow.
I figured I'd do something while we were on here.
I'm gonna do a shout out to well, I believe he's a member of the group also, Monty Moore. He's got the Loco Hero Kickstarter going on. Yeah, I did this little.
He's one of the original 100 in this group. He was one of the first people here, man.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, I did this.
Isn't that the one that you and Keith were talking about?
Oh.
Didn't Keith give you some point something out for you?
I had left a lot of more white around, and then he said, "Why don't you tighten the white?" And then once I started doing I said, "I'm going to blacken the whole thing out." So it
came out great.
Better.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah,
it came out really good.
I forget who was I talking to at a show. It was at an image table at Comic Con, like New York Comic Con, like 2012. I was talking with someone, and I forget. I'm sorry. I'll remember it someday. And it's like, listen, don't be afraid to fill in black when you're doing just a black and white piece. Don't be fearless. Get in there, whatever you got to do. You know, I mean, white works when you're doing the negative aspects or something. If the piece calls for it, cool. But don't be afraid to fill in with blacks and stuff like that. If you're doing I'll go because I'll pick it up. I done it years ago. I'm a big fan of. I don't know why I like drawing skulls. So I had done this a few years ago. Oh. So I knew his jacket was going to be all black. Yeah, nice. It's a skeleton mariachi. I don't know why, but whatever. I knew his outfit was going to be all black, and there was going to be a lot of black on the guitar. So I left the background white. But I wanted to just black, just throw in all the inks. Like there was I did this just recently, a couple months ago. This is All Might versus One for All from My Hero Academia. I know we were talking about it in the stream before.
I love the show.
I adore the show. I adore the mag. I adore everything about it. It's just a buddy of mine says it reminds him a lot of Sky High, that Kurt Russell movie.
Yes,
it does a little bit. Yeah,
a little bit. But I adore this show so much, and this scene in the manga was really. I mean, it was powerful, and it was powerful. A powerful episode when All Might had to retire, but in the manga, it was just so much more powerful because it was in black and white. So I wanted to draw it in black and white. It just there's something about having like the drawing Enrique just showed, like that all that black and then them in the middle and the little bit of white that you see, but that one streak of white going up, it makes it so powerful. And it just even just black and white and line work just makes it pop so hard. It's really cool.
Yes.
I enjoy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love coloring stuff, and I love stuff that's colored and stuff like that, like the Phantom that you showed before, Keith, or even the metal print that Jay just put up. But something about a really cool black and white piece just is like, yeah, all right, cool. Or even like seeing pages done like that. It's like, yeah, see, there you go. See, it's like that.
Keith, you've seen most. Pete, you've seen most of my stuff, and Keith has, and Enrique has. I do most of my stuff in black and white, and I just prefer it. Nice. I like color splashes. I like just putting a drop of color in here, a drop of color in there, and it makes it, you know. And I try to put that color. Like if I'm doing, I do a lot of super. I'll show you the Superman.
It makes the color that much more.
If you guys know the Superman I've done, you know.
I thought that was my dog.
See, that's my wolf.
And you can see the color is only on his chest and his eyes. Nowhere else.
That's great.
And the original, which is actually on an Action 1000, is just like that. There's no difference to it.
Put it back up, Jay, so we can see it.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Nice.
Wow. But the original is just the chest emblem and the eyes. And the rest of the cover is white behind it. The reason, you know, this is just to have a little bit of a digital.
I do remember that cover.
And the whole point of that one was, you know, I love using blacks. I love using shadows and shading. And I mean, if you know what you're doing and you hit the spot, it looks great. And if you mess up, guess what? It hides a lot.
There you go.
That's one spot of red.
Yeah, one spot of red.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. There's the touch of color. Perfect.
Yep. There's a little highlight there. Let's see. Is there a dream comic or character you would like to work on?
Oh, nice. There you go.
I can give you that one. I could like to work on any of them. Honestly, this one character for me, I remember it was in a Jim Amparo draw. He drew it. It was in The Brave and the Bold. Batman when he went up with Ragman. And Ragman would be something interesting. I think they tried to bring him back not too long ago in a miniseries or something. But I think that's also one of those characters that could be really cool in a modern day format today. So that's something I would love to give it a shot out. Try out that one. And of course, my all-time favorite would be Jonah Hex, to go back to that Western kind of stuff.
That's cool.
All that stuff. Finding those horses.
Well, Keith has done everybody, so we can't ask him.
Yeah, that was a great reference with the Clint Eastwood reference before, by the way.
For me, it's Thor or Hulk. I would love to do, because I do those monstrous Hulks. I would love to do.
I was about to say, you really make him beefy.
Yeah, for me, he has that thick brow. I still see a little bit. To me, it has to be little Herman Munsterish.
Sure.
I like that big thick brow on him. I like those big heavy hands, the cracked nails.
Yeah.
That's just how I like them.
For me, if anybody made
the first book,
the call, I'd jump on it. But if I had a dream, it would be one or two. Would be, and for the same reasons, either Batman or Spawn. Only because I think both have gone away. First off, they're two of my favorite books, but I think both have gone away from having the cape be a character. You know, in early Spawn, the cape was a character.
Yes.
It was a cool thing. And in 80s Batman, the cape, and like everybody's got the little itty bitty ears, like the Jim Lee little itty bitty ears. Nah, I like those big long Batman ears. I like those long Halloween and like the Tim Sale Halloween. Like Batman.
Oh yeah,
I love those.
Like Kelly Jones. Kelly
Jones, yes.
Yep.
Kelly Jones.
I
like
yeah.
Really dark and like almost like he is, because Batman's supposed to be scary. He should be drawn like a bad guy, even though like I'll get modern day, and again because he's one of my favorites, and I love the way Greg Capullo drew him, because he drew him a little like he was a knight, but he was still a little, he gave the cape a little attitude. The Batman cape needs a little attitude. The cowl needs to be a little. It needs to be a character in and of itself. And if Spawn's cape isn't all over the place doing its own thing, and the chains at the same time, then I don't know. I think McFarlane brings that in his own, but I just think they've gone away from that. Just as a fan, I'm not going to tell Todd how to draw, but
the best I ever heard about wanting with Batman was from Terry Moore. I'm sure you know Terry.
Yes, Terry Moore. Yes,
Terry Moore from Strangers in Paradise. He said, I asked him, because we were just sitting there talking. I said, so what do you want to work on? He goes, I want to work on the character I hate the most. I said, okay, who? He goes, Batman. I'm like, okay, so why would you want to work on the character you hate the most? He said, because think about all the crap I'll put him through. He goes, I will make him the most miserable character.
That's fair.
Sure.
I thought it was a great idea.
That's a great answer. That's got to mean that Snyder hates him a little bit, because his run with it was brutal.
Oh yeah, yes.
But it was great. I've never met Scott Snyder, but from another Long Island guy. I think it was Rogue One. He was with someone else and a bunch of his kids, like in the front of the theater, and I was in the back with like a buddy of mine or something. And I guess he had to go run to get something, but he was going to lose his spot because everybody was like, "I'll watch it for you." I knew exactly who he was. Like, "I'll watch it for you." Thanks. Ran back. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You got it. It's Mr. Snyder. He goes. He looked at me. He gave me that smile. I was like, "All right, cool, all right." So that was my brush with Scott Snyder. It was just funny. It was just such a normal. I love meeting you guys and I love talking to everybody and stuff like that. But those normal interactions, like you bump into somebody waiting for a cab or something like that. Or at the coffee shop. Those are the things, like getting breakfast at the deli or something. I love those. Those are so much. It's like,
Peter, remind me to tell you the Turturro story.
Definitely.
The one from the guy from Transformers.
Yeah.
John Turturro. Yeah.
Yeah, John Turturro. So I'm at a Yankee game with the whole family, and he's sitting about 5 or 6 rows behind us. No big deal. I get up to go to the restroom, go to the bathroom. I'm standing there. Who walks right next to me? Because there's no other spaces. It's him. I guess he didn't understand the social distancing at a bathroom. The men, we're supposed to skip a stall, but whatever. So he looks at me. I turn my head to him. I go, "Hey, what's up?" He goes, "Not much." Okay, we leave. And as we're walking out, and, we're washing hands. We introduced each other to ourselves. All right, whatever. Made no big deal about it. As we're leaving, somebody screams out to him with the group that I'm with, "Hey, look, it's..." And he screams back. He goes, "Oh, shit, Jay, how are you? Haven't seen you in ages. How's the family? Oh, they look great."
That's great. That's phenomenal.
Gentlemen,
he just turned it right back on him. He was so funny about it.
How many of you know Michael Berry?
Of him, yes.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. and I need to get one of you out of the backstage area so he can come in.
Oh,
And it's just about his time. You guys were great, man. You guys blew it up. You know, you blew
We
it
hope
up.
we entertained.
2.5
Well,
hours.
if we're all on the next time, get us all together again.
Oh,
it was
well,
fun, man. It was fun.
I just want to let you know if you guys want to do this again, first weekend of June, you know, you guys can panel it up. We'll give you a couple hours again, just like this. You know, this was great, man. This was more fun than last time, really. So
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for having us here. It's always great. It's like almost being on a con. It's like when I brought my coffee down. Hey, it's just like the time.
Yeah, but next time I want more tips from Keith.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, he keeps them up for himself. You know, he's don't give away his secrets.
I want to see.
Oh yes, he does.
I want to see.
Yes, he does.
This was my plan.
I want to see what you keep using these days. I'm trying to switch inks. Although Dr. Phil, if you're listening, I love you.
All right, everybody, stay safe, stay healthy.
Stay safe, guys. See you soon.
Stay safe, guys.
Good seeing everyone.
Appreciate it.
Post your links in the feed. Share whatever you want in the group anytime you want, guys. You know what's up.
Yeah, and don't forget the canvases are up there. Yeah, and I should have done that.
Enrique
I'll post it up once this is up again. I'll put it up in the group.
Got a CRM special, so you know. Hey man, you guys were great. I hope you all have a great day, and don't forget to
Keith, Jay,
some of the other people.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Keith.
All right.
Thanks for everything.
Okay,
Good
guys.
seeing everyone.
Good
Stay
seeing
healthy.
you.
I mean,
And next up, you might know him. We had him here last time. He's got something new to show us, and I can't wait. His name is Michael A. Barry.
Hi, Pops.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Good.
Good. Glad to see you, man. How's things going?
Well, a little damp here today. It was beautiful yesterday. I went for a long bike ride.
Cool. We had Geraldo Borges was on earlier, and he drew a badger while he was on.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I
he
retweeted it.
Send us the finished product so that we can show it to you, man.
It was nice. It was nice.
So what's up, man? Did it kick off yet?
Well, no. First thing coming up is the Nexus novel.
Right.
Yeah. And I'll send you the cover to that right now in your Facebook feed. And I think we're going to start that next Wednesday.
Yeah, I started reading it, man. I was like,
oh, really?
That's pretty in depth.
Well, thank you.
You know, I was kind of lost at first, but I'm starting to figure it out now.
Well, have you read the comic?
No, that's why I'm saying I was kind of lost at first. So, you know, but I'm figuring it out. And I read like 6 books at a time and comics, and you know, there's so much going around in my head all the time. It's like, because I'm one of them chapter guys. I'll read a chapter of one book, and then I'll set it down and I'll pick another book up and I'll read a chapter of it, like a TV series, you know. And it's like I get lost sometimes trying to keep them all separated.
I'm always reading 4 books.
Yeah, it's just something I've always done, man.
I got my bathroom book, and then I got my bedroom books.
Oh, I pretty much take the comics with me everywhere I go. I have a little case that keeps them safe. So, it don't matter where I'm at. I always have access to those. And, you know, Badger, what's up? Because you got people interested in that big time.
Well, I do have a Badger novel. It's written. I got to go through it a couple more times, make sure it makes sense. And I do have a publisher that's interested, but we'll see. We got to take these things one step at a time. But there's one bright spot. I don't know if you remember the illustrator Spider, who did many Badgers with me and many Punishers. Well, Spider started drawing again. And, you know, I'm in touch with him, and I'm waiting for him to say, yeah, I'm ready to go, and then we'll do something.
Nice. That'd be sweet, man.
Spider is one of the most talented artists I've ever encountered in my life. His real name is Neil Hansen. He's a Canadian, and he put out a a series from Epic in Marvel years ago called Untamed. And if you ever get a chance to look at it, your jaw will just hit the floor. His art is unique. It's like nobody else. And it just has that impact. You know, the first time you saw Jim Lee or Michael Fife or somebody like that.
Right. I'm intrigued now because I'm pretty sure I got some of it over here in the drawer somewhere.
Well, here, let me send you a spider print over on your Facebook feed. I just sent you the novel cover there. See that?
Yeah, I'm about to share the novel cover out.
All right. Beautimus. Where is Spider?
Of course, we put it on my page, and then I have to go share it from my page back to the group because Facebook just can't.
Yeah, there's a spider illustration.
Okay, let me share this back into the group. All right, let's see. We're going to post this one. I'm posting up in the group right now is the Nexus. And let's see, we got. It's sad that Facebook is so disorganized that I post it right to the group, but you know. And slow too, man. The internet lately has been really crazy.
Are you in a shop?
No, I'm at home. I basically don't go out much.
Here are my dogs.
All right.
2 of them.
Now let's see if I can just put it straight into the group. Let's see if I can do this. Right in the feed. No, it's not even going to let me put it in the feed. Unbelievable. Facebook's making me mad right now. I just have to post it.
Yeah, it sucks.
And for some reason, it seems like somebody turned on post approval in the group for everything, and I don't know why somebody did that either.
When we find them, we will beat them.
One of the admins must have done it by accident. And, you know, I don't know. Let's see. Here. Now let's find.
Well, let me tell people what the novel's about.
Yeah.
People are familiar with Nexus. Nexus was probably the longest lived independent superhero comic ever. We started in 1981, and we have new material coming out. It would have been out by now from Dark Horse, but for all this shit that's going on. And Nexus is a reluctant executioner of mass murderers. It takes place 500 years in the future. It's a science fiction comic too. And Steve Rude is my co-creator, and I think most people are familiar with Steve Rude. And this is his most inspired work. We've built a vast universe of characters. Talk about world building. It's just getting bigger and bigger. And we now have a large cast of supporting characters. However, I write each issue, to be consumed as a story complete in and of itself. It has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. But one day, years ago, dude said, well, if you wanted to do any kind of Nexus story, what would you do? And I say, I would like to pit Nexus against Galactus. And that's what the novel is about. Only we call him Gormondo. And it's also what the comic book is about when it will finally come out, which will be sometime next year. I've seen it. It's about 120 pages long. It's just magnificent. But in the meantime, because I wrote those, I realized I had a detailed outline for a novel, and I always wanted to write a Nexus novel. And so I did. And the novel is quite a different animal than the comic because you have to paint the whole world with words. And there are many things that go into a successful novel. But my goal, as always, with any type of story, is to grab the reader by the throat and drag him into the narrative to the exclusion of all else. The essential question in all fiction is what happens next. And for the reader to keep flipping those pages, he has to care. Well, how do you make a reader care? There are so many ways to do it. You can have an exciting plot. You can have an exciting protagonist. You have a seductive narrative voice. You create a convincing world in which readers want to live, like Lord of the Rings or something like that.
is for me, it's always been, whether or not I finish a book is what happens in the first 2 pages.
Exactly.
I mean, it's got to grab me. It's
Right.
got to grab me.
Now, a lot of readers will give a book 3 or 4 chapters before they give up in disgust.
Oh, I don't give up. I'll probably keep reading for a while, but eventually, if it's just crappy, I'm just not reading.
Yeah, I've gotten 90% through a novel and tossed it aside because I just said, I've had enough. I don't care. I'm not interested. But when you tell people what your story is about, you got to grab them by the throat with that too.
Right.
So your blurb has got to be exciting. I have one book which is about Nazi biker zombies, and that's all I have to say. It's Nazi biker zombies. For a lot of people, that's enough. But other books require an explanation.
Right. I have a serious issue going on here. I don't know why, but I don't like that my group is messed up right now like that.
I'm sorry to hear it.
I don't like that I'm having to go approve people's posts and I can't figure out how to do it.
Yeah, you can't do that on the fly, Pops.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it wasn't like that. It's like Facebook changed my settings.
I saw that bullshit about Facebook. Facebook fucks with everything every day. Why don't they just leave it alone? Just leave it alone. People were happy with it the way it was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I'm just trying to make it so people can post again, because it's like, for some reason it's making everybody go through post approval. And if one of my other admins is on, I'd really appreciate it if you deal with that, because I don't have time for it right now. So Gilbert, Robert, Karen, somebody go in the settings and fix that. Turn off that post approval crap. Thank you. All right. So what else we got going on, bro? I know you got more. I know.
Oh yeah. Next month we're gonna launch Florida Man, the Florida Man comic. And if you've been on my Facebook pages, I've been posting art from it. The art is just phenomenal. And if people want to know what it looks like, go to Amazon and type in Florida Man by Mike Barron. That's the novel I wrote. And the cover is by Todd Mulrooney, who will be the artist on the book. And that cover just sells the book by itself. And once people start reading, well, what's Florida Man about? Well, Gary Duba's having a bad day. There's a snake in his toilet, a rabid raccoon in the yard, and his girl Crystal's in jail for getting naked at a Waffle Hut and licking the manager. So Gary sets out with his best friend Floyd to sell his prized Barry Bonds rookie card to raise the $500 for bail. But things get out of hand. So if you've ever read a Florida Man story, you know what this book is going to be about. I was inspired to do this by the Florida Man stories that appear every day, sometimes several. Stories like Florida Man arrested for defecating on traffic from light post. Florida Man claims syringe found in rectum is not his. In fact, there's a site called floridaman.com, which aggregates all these stories. And there's also the Florida Man Challenge. You enter your birthday and the words Florida Man, and we'll come up with the top story for what happened on that day. And there's always a story. There's a dozen stories for every day, because Florida Man is the gift that just keeps on giving.
I love it. I love it.
There's gators, there's cocaine, there's bad sex, there are bad decisions, it's everything you want.
It's an adult story. It's an adult story. Man, some of the stuff you've done in the past, has been pretty amazing too. What was your favorite? What was your favorite thing you ever worked on?
Well, I love my own children. The best, of course, Nexus and Badger, but I also had a blast doing Punisher, and I wouldn't mind taking another crack at that character. But for the last 10 years, I've been concentrating on novels, and I have 7 out in the Biker series. Those are hard-boiled fiction. They're crime, suspense, thriller type stories featuring Josh Pratt, a reformed motorcycle hoodlum who went to prison, and he found God in prison and came out and determined to turn his life around. And Josh is one of those characters that's familiar in pulp fiction, like Philip Marlowe or Jack Reacher. He's a tarnished knight with one foot in civility and the other in the world of the outlaw. is kind of the court of last resort for people who can't get satisfaction by any other means. And because Josh is a very moral man and a man of few words, he listens to people and he will lend his skills to them if he thinks it's worthwhile. You know, I'm always appalled at how awful the Punisher movies are. I don't know why the character's so difficult to get right. But if you want to see it done right, watch the 2 Equalizer movies with Denzel Washington. And that's another character that I admire. It's the type of character Josh Pratt is. Of course, they're both very different with different backgrounds, different personalities, and different milieus. But that's the type of character I like.
Cool. That's I mean that, you know, for me it's always I went back to the like Mac Bolan, Don Pendleton's what was it called? Destroyer.
The Destroyer is Warren Murphy and Richard Saper, and I have written a Destroyer novel.
Really?
Yeah, it's up on
I have some of those, man. I might even have that one.
Well, it hasn't been published yet, but it's up on my Patreon page. When I prepared for the series, I read a bunch of books and I realized they were all satires. So I asked Devin Murphy, who's my editor. I said, Devin, how far can I push this? And he said, go all the way. So my book is pretty savage. He said it was laugh out loud funny, and it is. I mean, it's funny. It's up on my Patreon page.
I love the old Executioners, the Mac Bolans.
Well, that was the inspiration for Punisher, obviously.
Yeah, I loved all those books when I was young, man. That's crazy. That's sweet. That just gives me more reason to make sure that I'm looking to see if I'm getting something from you.
So I'll send you the book, Pops.
Oh, you ain't gotta send me the book, man.
I'm happy to do it. I want people to read
it. I definitely want to read it, no doubt, because that's just the way it is. I mean,
it's called Groovers.
Groovers?
Yeah, it stands for Get Rid of Our Vile, Evil Rules.
Wow.
Groovers.
I think me and you gonna be friends outside of comics, bro. I'm thinking there's a lot in common right here. That's great. My girl Marseille, she said, oh my God, Florida man. She's one of my friends. She's the artist also in the group. Did a few things for me. That's kind of what I'm waiting for in the mail right now. And our mail, which usually gets here by noon, I noticed hadn't been here yet at 3 o'clock. So I'm figuring they just forgot about us today.
No, they're out there. They're just running late.
It's kind of weird because for one of the rare days we have actually something in the mailbox with the flag up, so we know if they've been here or not. You know, and if they, you know, I mean, geez, it's 3:45, man. They're never this late. I don't know. Even through this whole thing, they ain't never been this late. It's just weird.
But rain, shine, sleet, or snow.
It's only because I have something coming.
Right.
That I want. You know. Right. Actually, I have a couple things coming. I think WJS sent me something too. William Samuel Quinton. I think he sent me something too. I'm not sure. But I don't know. It's like the mailbox is always exciting around here. You know, which everybody in the house got stuff coming all the time. So even more so now, you know, nobody's going to the store. Everybody's ordering everything online. So makes you really wish you were in on all them internet stocks.
Yeah, you look at Facebook and there are ads for every type of facial mask under the sun, which they're all going to arrive at the same time that all the restrictions are lifted. And then they have all these little brass doohickeys that you can use to avoid touching things, because brass or bronze doesn't take up germs. It's germ-proof, allegedly. So they got this one all-in-purpose doohickey. You can open doors with it. You push buttons with it. You never have to touch anything. You just shake hands with it.
Well, we have this thing in Michigan. You know, we can go to the golf course if we want to walk. We can go play if we want to drag our clubs or carry our clubs. where we can drive 30 miles south into Indiana and get in a golf cart and play golf. What is the difference? I mean, what I'm saying is, it's like, if the rules are not going to be applied the same all the way across the board, it's just going to, it doesn't matter anyway.
Oh, honey, don't let me commence. Pops, I think we better stick to fiction and comics.
What else you got? What else you got?
I just turned in a Western, and I'm working on the 8th Josh Pratt novel now. And I've written 3 horror novels, which are really good. And the biggest is called Banshees. It's about a satanic rock band that comes back from the dead. And Publishers Weekly gave it a starred review. It's really an outstanding book. But, you know, my publisher, God bless him, he's a wonderful human being, but they have no advertisement and no project. Nobody ever sends me on a tour to sign books, you know. So we have to promote these books ourselves. And I don't know how to promote books. If I know how to,
I'm for, bro. Yeah. That's what I'm for.
All right. Well, I'll send you a whole bunch of stuff then.
No, I mean, you know, like links to your Amazon, you know, links to your Patreon.
Thanks, Pops.
Make sure all that stuff goes in the group, man, because I can share the hell out of it if I got it. You know,
well, I got 2 other horror novels. The second one's called Scorpio, and it's about a ghost who only appears under a blazing sun, and that'll keep you up all night. And the third is Domain. It's a haunted house story. In fact, it's the haunted house story to end all haunted house stories. It's based on a real house.
Yeah, you got to get some links up in the group, man. I will share it everywhere. That's the whole thing. If I don't know about it, there's nothing I can do about it.
Right.
If you show it to me, man, I will show it to everybody I know. I'll show it to people I don't know. I will share it. You know, I'm sure some of these other comic groups are probably pretty sick of Pops sharing his stuff in their groups all the time. But
Not sick enough.
You know, I do. If you post it in our group and it's cool, I'm gonna post it in another group. Yo, you guys check this out. You know, that's what I do. And I mean, I hope it's helping everybody. Now, I mean, before I just did it because I just believe that promotion for you guys, for you indie guys, or for indie guys and people that are doing it themselves, you can't go work all day, come home, do your art, do your writing, do all that, and then have time to still promote with any kind of passion, you know, with any kind of really getting it out there, because you're wore out. You done your thing all day, you know?
I know.
So this is what I do, bro. That's what I do. I put it out there where people can see it, and it don't cost nothing, bro. Don't cost nothing to hit that share button. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I'll help you out as much as I can, man, as long as I can.
Thanks, Pops.
You know, we're doing this. We're going to do it the first weekend every month. And you're more than welcome to be involved every time. You know that. I'm just glad to see you, see that you're looking good. You know, I mean, it's that time. You know, we got to all like back each other up. We all got to help each other out, support each other. And we'll all get through it, you know.
Especially those small mom pop organizations, whether it's a comic shop or a restaurant.
Yes, support them all, man. Help people out right now. That's, you know, best thing we can do. You got like a few more minutes. You got anything? Yeah. You got anything else?
I'm never at a loss for words.
Tell us a story. Tell us a story.
Well, you know, I'm not good at extemporaneous speaking. All right, I do have a short story, though. A man goes to the zoo. There's only one animal, a dog. It's a Shih Tzu.
I said a story, not a joke.
That is a story. That is a story. But sometimes, you know, when I see one of these things on the internet, it says, tell the saddest story you can in 6 words. It rankles my ass a little bit because you can't do it. That's not what words are about. It's like you're saying, well, build me a house with 6 bricks. You can't do it. A story is constructed word by word, brick by brick, to create a mood. or a character or a feeling or a world. I mean, go to Frank Herbert and say, Frank, tell me a story in 6 words. You know, and Frank Herbert's the author of Dune, among many other fine novels.
Boy, and so is his son's my boy, and Kevin Anderson is my boy, and everybody involved in Dune is my boy.
Kevin is my publisher. He's the guy that published Banshees and Scorpio.
That Frank, the Dune universe is like one of my ultimate favorites.
Are you looking forward to this new movie?
Oh yes, I want to know, but they better do it right.
No, I agree. From what I've seen, I know that Kevin is very enthused about it.
Just the one book has to be like a 3-movie series to really make people understand that haven't read it what it's about. You can't do it in one movie, you know.
Well, I like the David Lynch movie. I know I'm in a minority there, but I thought it was.
I liked it too. I like everything Dune. It's just it takes a lot more time to get it all across.
True. And then there was a multi-part series on television, wasn't there?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like you need like a 10-hour miniseries or three good movies to really tell people what's going on here. You're trying to explain a complete universe, a complete geopolitical system that's spread out across the universe, a tripod ruling system that's throughout the universe, separated by the great houses and the empire and the religious sect. It's just, there's so much to explain before you ever even get into the meat of the story. And if people don't really know what's going on, it's just a story about Paul Maudit. But if you know what's going on, it's a story about Arrakis.
It's many things. It's a great adventure. It's kind of an ecological cautionary story.
It's got so much in it. I learned so much from that book. And then all the other books, I read everything. Okay, all the way down past the House Atreides, House Harkonnen, all the Jihad, Butlerian Jihad, all of it. I read it all.
So you read Kevin's books?
Yes, I read them all.
Yeah,
I love it all. There's no doubt. Frank Herbert started. That's my favorite universe. And when you think about that, it's not near as like blown up as the Marvel universe or the Star Wars universe. It's still my favorite universe.
Yeah, well, I know there's more material in the works. I have no idea how many Dune novels there are now. Probably at least a dozen, maybe twice.
I think we're like at 15 or 16 now. I don't know. I'd have to go look. I'd have to pull them out of boxes to find out. I got lots of boxes of books. I do. I don't own a bookshelf. I have a lot of boxes of books. I'm working on it. We're getting there.
Hey, I got the new Alliance comics the other day. Red Rooster, the Futurists, and the kiosks are going up next week in 3,000 Walmarts all over the country.
That's what I heard. I heard they're going up in the Walmarts. I hope it don't turn into a spinner rack display though.
No, the spinner racks are done. What
I mean is I hope the books don't all end up getting all damaged and messed up because people, like the old spinner rack days.
Yeah.
Back then we didn't care. We didn't have to be a 9.8 to buy it.
Yeah. I remember going through the spinner racks and leafing through the issues until I found the mint issue. But, when I started buying comics, they were 25 cents a piece. So I just buy 6 copies of whatever I liked.
See, and I wasn't a collector then. I just read. I get the ones I wanted to read and I read them. And I wish I still had them all. Boy, I really wish I still had them all.
Me too.
Mr. Barron, it was great having you out, sir.
Thanks, Pops.
I hope you come out again next time.
I will.
Weekend in June. We will be doing it again.
All right.
I'll be in touch. Make sure you share. Make sure you share your links in the group, in this feed. Let people know where they can find you, bro. That's what this is all about, man.
Will do.
All right. Thanks a lot, sir. And next, this guy came out last time. And while he was out, he started to draw that. And then he was so cool and sent it to me. And I put it on the wall right away because that's where it goes. This is Mr. Jack Purcell.
Hey,
Jack,
Bob.
What's up, sir?
How are you?
I'm good. I want to see half your face. There you go. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh man, I'm great. I wanted you to see that. That thing went on the wall right away, sir.
Nice. Oh, I'm glad you like it.
Oh man, and the book, and the sketch in the book. You got me on that one because I didn't even know it was in there until I actually went to read it. You didn't say nothing. You got me on that. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm laid down. I'm gonna check this out. Open it up. Oh man, had to go back online right there and tell everybody, look what this dude did. You got me. It was
Good.
awesome.
I'm glad you liked it.
Story. I loved it. I loved that story. Mistletoe. Come on. Are there more? Is there more? What
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think it's going to be the end of the year, so I'm going to be putting out my next CRoM project, which is kind of behind me here, Alike, and that's going to be its own like lead story, and then there's going to be 2 backup stories, including a 10-page Malice and Mistletoe follow-up. So it should be cool. I'm looking forward to it. It's already been written. Nathan Graham Davis, the same writer from the original, wrote it, and I've already drawn it. I have to finish inking it, and and it gets lettered, and we're good to go.
Man, dude, that I love that story. I mean, my friend Karen, I know you. I'm sure you talked to Karen since then.
Yeah.
She is a big Christmas comic collector. She loves the holiday editions of everything. And as soon as I start reading it, I was like, oh man, I got to tell Karen about this because she's going to love it. She also loves horror, like Pennywise, stuff like that. So it's like, I was just like, you're going to love this. You don't know. This ain't your Christmas story, It was good, man. It was real good.
Good. Yeah, I really enjoyed working on it because I love those kind of stories. Like Nate and I are very similar in that sense. Like we both just hate like the cookie cutter stories where, the guy and the girl look into each other's eyes and there's going to be the big kiss at the end. They all survive happily ever after. And there's not too many people who survive that story. So the ones who do, it's kind of cool.
Yep. That was, man, I loved it. I can't wait for the next one, man. That's I mean, seriously, that was one of the best things I've read in a while, and I read a lot, so
I appreciate it. Yeah, I really had a blast working on it because for me, that was coming off of like 11 years working with DC, and which was awesome. But you didn't really get to do your own thing. It was pretty much here's the assignment. This is what you're doing. And that's cool. That's what you sign up for. But I just got tired of that. And, I got excited to kind of do my own thing. And we had our own brand of whiskey for 3 years, which was based on the mistletoe in that storyline. So it was like blood red, just like in the comic book.
So is that still available?
I'm afraid it's not. No.
Hey, I'm a collector, man. It's comic related. And
yeah,
on the wall would never get open.
Yeah, well, I would wish that you would open it if you got it. Unfortunately, the distillery who we worked with is no longer open. But we had an annual deal that we, kind of renegotiated each year, and it went for 3 years. And they tweaked it every year. This guy was like a mad scientist. It was incredible. And Nate and I both love bourbon, so we figured like, what a great way to work in bourbon with our other passion, comic books.
And that's the whole thing. It's like there's nothing that can't be written into a comic or that can't be comic related at some point. I tell people that a lot. That's the whole like comic related madness because everything's been written into a comic somewhere sometime, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'm pretty much post anything that's comic related because if you can show that it's been in a comic, I don't care. Do it. Post it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was funny because there was an imaginary product that snuck its way into an issue of Nightwing. And I know you've met Mike Lilly, and he actually illustrated an issue where Michael Wright was the editor. and they worked in Purcell whiskey. Like Nightwing was getting drunk one night and Purcell whiskey, and then that put the idea in my head. Wouldn't that be cool to really make my own brand somehow?
Wow.
And that ended up working out.
And see, that's where the ideas come from. That's what I mean. It's like anything can be part of a comic, or anything can be written into a comic, and you can create from comics. I mean, everybody's inspired by different things, but everybody can bring it to this one industry and make it shine, man. And that's really what I love about comics, is it covers every point on a great big star, man. It's like, you can have 1 million points on there, and it's like comics are going to cover every point at some point, and I love it.
Yeah, I love bringing in whatever I'm passionate about into comics, and when the next project I'm hoping you're going to like too, it really incorporates some of the other things that I'm into, like professional wrestling. And I know a lot of people are like,
we talked about that one last time a little bit, but not too much.
Yeah, and it'll be fun, and I think it's gonna, at least even for people who don't care about it, they'll at least find it entertaining if I do it right, and I think I will. I really like what you said earlier. I was listening to you a little bit today, and you made the point about the first 2 pages really have to grab you, and I relate to that. And it's funny because when you said that, I was at my drawing table, and I have the first 2 pages of a light that I redrew, because the original 2 pages I didn't think grab people the way I wanted to. So I feel the same way, and I completely redrew it. So now I'm redoing the first 2 pages because of exactly what you were talking about.
Well, I think Brian Silverbacks is the one that said that he does the beginning of the story and the end of the story. And then he fills in the middle, but he does like the first 2 and the last 2 pages, and then he does all the middle. I totally get that, because those are the important, those are the ones that A, it brings you in, and B, sends you out to the next story. Those are the ones that I'm going to be looking at, more than what's in the middle, because first it's like, okay, is it going to be good? Open that first page. All right, looks like it's going to be good, right? And then you get to the end, it's like, but is it going to end here, or is it going to go on? And I'm paying more attention to that. You know what I mean? It's like, those are the pages of the book that grab me. Yeah,
I totally agree. And I remember, when Nate and I were working on it together, he would come up with some ideas, and I was like, well, what if this happens? And so we just had the beginning and the end, we definitely knew. And then we had little ideas we wanted to sprinkle in. So it was like putting a puzzle together. Like, how do you stick this all together and fit in all these cool things you want to do, but it's got to make sense.
Right.
So hopefully we did that. And I think with it's going to be, for me, really different, because I'm in charge of everything. I'm doing the writing, the penciling, the inking, and I think my buddy Kinchi, who's a great designer who's helped me out on so much stuff, including that banner, is going to be doing the lettering. And I'm not sure what's going to happen beyond that, the color and everything, but we'll see. So I'm pumped about it. I just have to I had to rethink things a little bit. So we're getting it back on track.
So I'm looking at it, and I see the thumbs up. Now, is that a cigarette burning?
That's funny. There's
Is there something else burning? You know what I mean? It's like, is that legal or illegal burning, or both?
State you live in, really,
Okay, but it can be which. Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think really what you're hitting on a good point, and I think that people interpret it most often 2 different ways. As what you said, it's either like a cigarette or a joint burning, or it's a profile of a duck or a bird. Those are the 2 ways people seem to interpret it. I hear that a lot.
I just see the cigarette burning. I mean, yeah, you can see like a bill and a head, but you don't see an eye or any definition for the bill to give it a duck. I mean, I'm not going to mistake it for a duck because it's not trying to be a duck.
Yeah. Well, it's really deliberately designed, and I'm not I don't consider myself a logo designer, but when I set out to do something, I feel like I'm capable of doing it pretty well. And I did the Malice Mistletoe logo. Not that it's stunningly original; it's an M with a circle. But with this, it'll make sense with the storyline, but it really is kind of up to interpretation. So there was no intention for it to be absolutely understood. But when you read the book, you'll get it. Like you'll be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what he's trying to do.
Cool. Well, I mean, that's what you want. You want something that makes people go, I wonder, and gets them to want to read it. And that's just like that. I'm asking about it because I see a like a Facebook like, a thumbs up, it's called a like. And then I look at it and I, something else, something else burning there. And I'm okay with it.
Yeah. And you're hitting it all on the head, right? Because the word alike itself, like what alike means, like, are we different? Are we alike? And so that's really the core of what the story is sort of based around.
There's a whole bunch of different stuff you play on that on that little thing behind you there, that promo. It's like you can get a lot of conversation out of just that before anybody even opens a page.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's going to be useful. I'm hoping that'll kind of serve me well. We'll see. People seem to be into it. So I'm just we're building up when I talk about we, it's not me, myself, right, the duo, but Kinchi, who is got a really good mind for comics. He and I have been talking about getting our Kickstarter campaign together. And I think it should be fun. There's been a couple really good ones lately. I don't know if you get a lot of your stuff on Kickstarter or not.
Well, I don't get a lot of stuff at all. I'm the brokest guy in the room, Jack. I ain't gonna lie to you, dude. I can buy a little bit here and there. I get my Lady Death homages. If something really grabs me, I might get it. I love the Lady Death homage covers. So, Polito's always going to get that $26, but I mean, and hopefully other things will grab me the same way. I know I'm going to be that way with the pretty much everything coming out under the Third Empire banner. I gotta support those because I'm part of that. Nice. So I mean, but as far as like me just having extra cash, I wish I could buy almost all of it. Because I see so much cool stuff, man. But it's not like going to the store and paying $3.99 for a book when it comes to Kickstarter. So I gotta be a little bit more picky with, am I gonna trade 6 books for one? Okay, right. Is that one worth me trading those 6 books I would have got at the store? The big 2 books or whatever. Which I'll be honest, I'm pretty much down to like 1 or 2 things in our pull list anyway, because it's not grabbing me anymore. Only a couple things are,
I hear you.
But I guarantee you, like if I seen a Malice and Mistletoe Kickstarter coming out next month, I'd probably be putting away and making sure I got in on that because I've already read one and I like the story and I'm already invested in it in that way, in here, in my heart. So, I mean, just like I tell everybody else, if you share your stuff in the group, I'm going to show it to everybody because I like it.
Awesome. Yeah.
I mean, your stuff, it's like some people's stuff I just share because I hit that button because that's what I do with everybody's stuff. Now, if it's somebody's stuff that I read, might get a little extra VIP treatment because I actually know this is good and y'all need to get on board with this. It's 2 different ways that I promote for people. If I actually read it, actually know, and actually have a educated opinion from my own perspective, I'm going to give you a way different promotional pitch as I would if I haven't read it and I'm just hitting that share button for you, which I'm sure that helps too, but it helps a lot more if I know what I'm pushing, because then I can go, oh, you guys don't even know. You got to get in on this. I mean, it's a whole different attitude for me too. I tell people, if you're not enthusiastic about what you're doing, you make it really hard for me to be, and I want to be, so do a little more than just posting a picture. Say something. Say, this is my coming at you. Bam. Say something so that I can come out here and say something that gets people excited. Yeah.
Well, I'll make sure I send you a little preview of some of these these pages, because I'll have all 10 of the Malice of Mistletoe done before I start.
Be very specific though. What can be shared and what can't.
Yes,
Okay?
I will.
Because,
I will.
I mean, I'm like you said, I'll push that button, ding, 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 all day long, and then I'll go, oops, I don't think I was supposed to share that, and I have to go delete something real fast because you know what I mean. It's like I just, it's a habit for me now. If I see something, I'm gonna hit that share button. It's
yeah, I appreciate it. I'll definitely be specific, and I'll be whoring myself out all over social media. So I'll make sure I give you a heads up before people see it. Oh, hey Enrique, how's it going?
Now, did you see any of that panel we had out here earlier?
I did. It was busy.
Was that crazy or what? I love it.
Yeah. Actually, it was great. Yeah, I was talking briefly with Phil during it. That was fun. I mean, I saw Keith. So we saw some people returning from the first event that you did.
Almost the whole, I think everybody but one person on Saturday came back.
Oh, nice. And I think I saw you, Brian Kong, coming in tomorrow.
Yes, he's tomorrow. Arash is tomorrow. Let's see. Angel Lopez, Chuck Panau, and Jim Noble are good. We got a few new guys coming out this time. It's pretty,
nice.
But I mean, we had a lot, Mark McKenna's coming back out tomorrow. Will Conrad's coming back out tomorrow. So, I mean, for the most of the people were returners, and I totally appreciate that, man, because that gives us credibility in what we're trying to do,
Yeah, you got some good guys. Mark and I have worked together for years, and Brian Kong and Mike Lilly have been friends for a long time. So you got some solid guys coming in.
Yeah, well, I think Mike had a different. I think he was doing VirtuaCon this week or something. He had a different different engagement, but it's like nobody's really getting with each other and trying to plan these so they're not stepping on each other's feet. I'm just trying to let everybody know I'm going to do this the first weekend of every month. If you're going to do one too, that's cool. I'm just letting you know I'm doing one the first weekend every month. You schedule around that, you schedule in competition with that. I don't care, man.
Yeah, there's so much stuff. I mean, it's just like when we were going to regular cons, right? You'd have three of them happening on the same weekend anyway, so you got to choose either way.
You can't get around it. The thing that's cool about mine is I will record all these segments, and you will be able to come back Monday and watch.
Yeah, that was great. You did a great job. That was awesome to watch.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you'll be able to come back and check it out if you missed it. I don't know if the other guys do that, but we do that. We make sure you get a copy of it to post on your page, and I mean, trying to do the whole thing. It's like somebody said, it's they're really thankful of the time that I put in, and it's like they don't understand. For me, it's fun too, man. It's like I'm not doing this to get Jack Purcell to send me cool stuff. Jack Purcell sent me some cool stuff, y'all. But that's not why I did it. I didn't even know who Jack Purcell was, other than I mean, I didn't know you like this, like talking to you before, right? We weren't friends. I wasn't like coming out here trying to, boost all my friends or whatever. I was in dire straits getting to I had like 8 slots open still on Friday before the last con. Philip Robert, man, he made that happen and made it so that it went down smooth. I know that. You know that. If he hadn't brought all you guys on at the last minute, I'd have had a big giant 4-hour gap right in the middle of Sunday and nobody here. It was like, or Saturday. I don't remember what day it was, but we had a big old huge hole in the middle of one day, and Phil brought all you guys in.
Yeah. I have a feeling you would have figured it out.
He brought in so many of you guys that I had to extend each day an hour. I had extra slots I had to add to it last time. It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
I can't do 3 days anymore, though. That 3 days, I was so exhausted at the end.
Well, I know it's like, doing a 3-day show is hard for anyone. I've done a million of them, and then it's by the end of it, you feel like you've been through a war, and you're like, all I was doing was sitting and drawing. But it takes a lot out of you. 3 days, and you're on all the time. I mean, you're kind of holding this all together.
Well, it was like stressful until I had it all put together. Once it started and I knew the slots were all filled and I had a co-host, it was sweet. And it was the same way this time. I was stressed out until I had a co-host, and once I knew I had a co-host and some tech backup, all right, I'm ready to go. Let's do this, you know. But there is some stress involved in getting it set up and knowing that you're going to have people watching, knowing that you can get enough guests to fill up the weekend, you know. I mean, that's last night I was supposed to go on the Geek Tavern and do an interview about today's con that was going to get posted this morning. Last night the power went out at 8:30 and didn't come back on until midnight.
Oh no.
This is why I stressed about having a backup, a co-host, somebody could throw the stream right back up if I get kicked out, you know, or whatever. It's like when Amanda came on, I was like, yes, now I don't have to worry about it, you know. And it's like that is just as important as all the rest of it, you know. It's like knowing that it's going to go off even if I get nailed, you know. I mean, I get kicked off Facebook, or I get kicked off the net, or the modem goes out, or the power goes out. All these things happen out here in the boonies all the time. So that's always been my major worry about making these go off. Now, with all that being said, what else you got going on?
Well, I'll show you. I got a promo print for a like, since we're still talking about that. This kind of segue us out of that. But let's see. I'm trying to get that centered. But these are, you know, some of the cast of the pro wrestler characters who are in it are sort of descending on our cast of 4 teenage characters who the story kind of revolves around. We've got some mysterious alien creatures in shadow. And if you look carefully, there's even a little group of, hey, Phil, how's it going? We've got a little group of golden figures walking towards all the action. So there's a lot happening. And I like we were talking about, I try to keep it relatively open to interpretation so that you're wondering, like, hey, what's this all about? Maybe it's worth checking out. So hopefully people will. And you were kind enough to promote Malice and Mistletoe. So here's the cover of it. And we were lucky to, we were talking about Mark McKenna earlier. So he was one of the people who wrote a couple words about our book on the back. And we have a few other folks who were kind enough to donate their thoughts and time. But Malice and Mistletoe has been a real treat for me again, like after having been with DC, Marvel, Disney for all these years, which was great, but it wasn't a lot of freedom. It was kind of like you would take the jobs you wanted and you did them. And if you did them well, you got paid and you didn't have to redo anything. But with this, you know, I really got the freedom to take things in any direction you want, which is a lot of responsibility, because I know a lot of creators sometimes will, you know, kind of talk skeptically about editors, but I love the editors I worked with. They were super helpful, really creative people. You know, I got to work with Bob Schreck and Mike Martz and Michael Wright and all these guys who were big contributors. But, you know, when you're reading the comic, it's just hard to know who's doing what. But those guys, a lot of them just, you know, add so much to the process and really help kind of keep you motivated to do your best work.
Well, I know that book is awesome. Everybody, Malice and Mistletoe, I'm telling you, if you like the horror aspect of a holiday movie, if you like 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, if you like all that kind of stuff, man, you're gonna love this book. I'm telling you, because
thanks. I appreciate it. I really am so proud of it. To me, it was like a dream come true, really. Oh, hey, Mike Lilly, what's going on?
Go. What's up, Mike? How you doing, bro?
You know, to be able for us to kind of get to run wild, and just, I remember when Nate had initially approached me about it, he had an agent and he had optioned some scripts in Hollywood, and his agent said, you know what, like no one's going to touch this because you can't mess with Christmas. And we both disagreed. You know, I feel like you've seen movies that are, you know, horror Christmas. It's not a new genre, but we just thought, you know, we could make this work. So I feel like we did, and that was what we set out to do. But last time we talked, I don't think I showed you this, but I know that we briefly touched on it. I talked about how, like, when I got into comics, my two goals were to work on Batman, and which I got to do, and the other, which I never really talked about, was to work with Stan Lee. And so this is the book that I worked on with him called The Guardian Project. And this is my copy that he signed to me, which was super cool and really one of my nerdiest favorite possessions. But this was a project that I got to create a villain with Stan. And this is a little look at the page where you can see him. So, you know, it was really the kind of Marvel script format you hear about, where you really just get a couple of paragraphs and like we kind of touched on, here's where it starts, here's where it ends, you figure out the middle. And that's kind of what I got to do with it.
Dude. I want that. You got to create a villain with Stan.
Yeah, it was wild, you know. And
let me just say, I'm just a little tad bit jealous of that. I mean, being somebody who's getting involved in a comic that's coming out and being able to have a little bit of throw out there about creative stuff, dude, to be able to do it with Stan, come on. That had to have been just the best, huh?
It really was, you know, and that's part of what made me feel like I could move on to leave DC, Marvel, and all those guys. And not that I wouldn't continue, you know, in the future, but just that I checked off the two big boxes, and that was really what I set out to do. And everything else to me was just, I was just fortunate enough to get to work on stuff like Green Lantern and Green Arrow and Birds of Prey and all this other stuff I love. You know, I mean, I've loved all this stuff like you have, you know, for probably all of our lives, really. And so to be able to contribute to all this stuff, I mean, it was beyond what I ever expected to be able to do. But Malice and Mistletoe for me was like a whole different thing. Phil, thanks. Yeah, Phil, I appreciate you giving me the review. That was cool. Yeah, Mike knows. Yeah, Krampus, it's just really funny when you look into how few, like not how few, but I guess relatively few people in America seem to know the whole Krampus story. So once Nate and I started really looking into that, realized how fun it could be and how wild it is, you know, like being a little kid and being told that there's this kind of goat-like creature who's going to give you charcoal and maybe whip you. It's pretty wild, you know?
Dude, it's great. The story is great. And the whole thing, man, is I don't know. It's like I don't want to like sit here and act like I'm a fanboy a little bit, but I'm a fanboy a little bit, not just because of the book, the sketch that you drew in it. You know, I mean,
I'll try to outdo myself next time when we get a light in your hands.
The Thor, the Thor.
That was fun. How do you like it?
I didn't know. I had to open it up and see what book you threw it on. It's Orlando #1. I want everybody to know I got like almost every version of Lando #1. I didn't have a blank sketch cover. Now I do. It might not have Lando on it, but it's a Lando #1 blank sketch cover.
Yeah, it's synchronicity. It all came together. I'm glad I chose Lando. It was funny. I just didn't. I had so many sketch covers, but I didn't have any Thor left, so I had to pick something.
No, that's perfect. And it's like, you know, we like Star Wars. We like Asgardians. You know, I mean,
yeah, nice.
Like it. Man, I like everything. If you put out something good and it's you know gonna be something I can show the grandkids, even if it's I have to wait till they're a little bit older to show them. That's cool. Anything that's going to inspire the grandkids to go forward with what they're into now, which, yes, we make, you know, I mean, we do it here, you know,
nice.
And I can show them this stuff from you guys all the time, and you guys send me stuff all the time. I'm like, look what, and they just blow up, man. You can see it in their eyes. They want to be part of this, you know. The little grandson that was out here earlier,
yeah.
He created a character coming out in book 2 of Mojo.
Oh, sweet.
You know, I mean, he's 6 years old. He's over here creating comic book characters. He's into what's going on here. He comes and sits here and listens to you guys talk. He was sitting here listening to them guys for like a half hour. You know, he's paying attention, man. I'm really happy about it. It's inspiring.
He's off to a good start, no doubt.
Let's see. What do we got? Oh, Mike Miss Keith. Well, you'll be able to go back and watch it, bro. We'll make sure we release all the segments just like last time. You'll be able to see it. Oh, see that?
Oh, hey Jay. Yeah. I got to see Jay in Long Island at the last. Might have been the last convention I did, the last physical convention. That was fun. It was the first time.
I might have to get you out in that panel with them next time.
Yeah.
You know, because you guys all know each other. Y'all, you know, it's so much more fun for us hearing you guys all talk than just talking to you, you know, like me, because I can only give you my perspective or my questions. And when you guys are all out there, then a lot more people come to the feed and, you know, ask more questions because all you guys' different fan bases are paying attention at the same time. Where if it's the time you're only getting your guys, right? You see what I'm saying? So I really like the way the panel thing was working. I want to do that for sure next time with you guys.
Cool. I'll try to make sure I keep my act together the first week of June and make that happen.
Yes, definitely. That's what we're going to do. And like I said, you know, even when we do go back to having, you know, physical cons and stuff, I'm still going to probably do these in the wintertime.
Nice.
You know what I mean? So that when you guys aren't sitting at the table, you still got an outlet.
Yeah, that's great. This has been really fun. For me, it's a whole, you know, for all of us, it's kind of a new world. So it's cool to be part of it.
It's super cool for me, man. I'm the guy that is the least experienced in any of the industry, news, knowledge. You know, I'm just a fan. You know that. And that's that. But I think that's a big part of what everybody has to see is like see it from the other side of the table too. You know, it's like I love having you guys out and giving and telling us about your actual con stories. You know, because
there's less stories, I'm sure.
That's really kind of what we're missing. That's part of what we're missing. You know, it's like you be standing in line, but you be hearing these guys tell stories while you're sitting there waiting to talk to them or get your thing signed, right? They're always talking and it's informative and it's part of what's going on that nobody's getting. You know, even standing in line has a purpose. You know?
For sure. Yeah, no, I really missed that. You know, it's funny. I haven't done a show over the last couple of years. I really haven't done many shows. I've slowed down on that a bit after Malice and Mistletoe, you know, came out. But yeah, I mean, I miss it, especially because there's so many of my friends I don't get to see unless I'm at a show. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to it all getting back on track. But I like this new edition, so I appreciate you giving me some time too. Do you mind if I show a couple of sketch covers to people before we wrap up?
Real fast.
I gotta get out of here.
Do you know Eric Nienoltowski?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, he's our next guest. Go ahead, throw them out real quick. Let us see these.
I got
look at that.
John, who's an AEW wrestler. Yes. And my commission list is open, so I'm just trying to give you a little example of what sketch covers could look like. I think I showed you guys this one last time, Doctor Strange. And that might be it. I think I just got those. Mandalorian.
Oh, there you go. Yes, you know we're going to do this again next month. I know you're going to be there. We'll talk to Jay and those guys. We'll get you guys all on the panel together next time.
That'd be great. Yeah, just let me know what you want. We could do it.
You bet. Appreciate you, brother. I'll talk to you later. Make sure you post links. Post your links.
I definitely will. Yeah, I appreciate you giving me the time, and it was good to talk to you.
Hey, you too, man. Thanks a lot for all that, for the art too, man. Seriously, and the books, everything. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. All right.
You have a great day, bro.
Take care.
Bye. And next, Mr. Eric Nienoltowski. Sorry, I'm a minute late, man.
No problem. How you doing, Pops?
I'm good, man. We're having a great time again, just like last time. How you doing?
Good, man. Doing well. It's nice here in sunny California. Not too bad.
Where you're at? So it's earlier there, huh? Yeah,
it is. Yeah, it's 1:30.
Yeah, we're getting ready to shut this day down now in this end of town. It's almost over. So what's up, man? How you doing? What do you got?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna do it on I'll just share my screen and I'll share my website. I'll share my new book that I'm working on, Shadow Century, with you guys. And yeah, so I'll just, rather than set up like my whole thing like I did last time, I think it's easier just to scroll through and show everybody what I have online.
Right. And then, you know, that also lets them know that they can find you online too. That's one thing I like about people sharing the screens, because then people know that they're okay. I can find them if I go look for them.
Right.
Out there, you know, it's like exposure. You got to let people know where you're at, you know.
For sure.
So, you want me to get out the way? I get out the way.
Either way, I mean, if anybody has any questions, I don't know if you can like be, you know, looking out for me, because if I share my screen, I won't be able to see the comments. But
I'll watch the comments, no problem.
All right, awesome. Okay, all right, I'll share my screen and let's check it out. Okay. Share. Is that working? All right. So yeah, so this is my website, ericnitteltowskiart.com. This is my hub for everything, basically. You can find my gallery here. The gallery will actually take you to DeviantArt, and I have a whole bunch of stuff on DeviantArt you can check out if you like browsing artwork. I have a commissions link on there. Unfortunately, right now, because I'm working on my Indiegogo book, I'm not able to take commissions at the moment. But if you like my artwork, please write my name down, and you know, in the future, that'd be great if you want to contact me. I don't mind. There's a links button there for all different stuff where you can find me on the web, Facebook, Instagram, and then you can also see on the left side there, I've got, you know, my links to Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, and all that good stuff. So I do have stuff on Redbubble. If you're familiar with Redbubble, it's a site where you can get swag merch. There's, you know, you can get t-shirts of all different kinds and sizes and looks, and then also, you know, journals, pads, stickers. I mean, just about anything you could want. But I have a lot of cool 80s cartoons inspired work on there. There's Ninja Turtles, there's Thundercats, there's what else? I have a new He-Man one that I threw up on there. So mostly 80 cartoon stuff. If you like that, you can check it out. But for now, I'm going to show you my new campaign. That is, it finished up, but it's actually in demand. That's for Shadow Century, Book 1, Into the Eternal. So this is my baby. I'm writing this. I'm drawing it, inking it. It's a 48-page comic. So let me give you the breakdown real quick. Basically, hell has entered our realm through death's door, and heaven has a new breed of heroes. So it's kind of like an X-Men meets the Matrix superhero team book with a supernatural twist. And basically the way people get powers is they have a near-death experience, and when they return from the other side, they bring powers from beyond the veil, if you will, with them. And so now we have all these powers in our realm, and so the Hellborn are basically Hell's, you know, superheroes sent to destroy Earth, and then you have Heaven's answer, which is the Highborn, and so that is the Shadow Century. And also, let me scroll down here, show you some artwork. Here's some of the covers. The one on the left there, that's mine. I have a variant cover by Matthew Weldon, variant cover by Kevin Sharp, and then variant cover C is by Mike S. Miller. So you can kind of get a feel for the artwork there, but very 90s inspired. I'm a big fan of the 90s. I got into comics around the 90s, and so this is my homage, if you will, to the 90s. And again, it's like an X-Men type story, awesome superheroes, cool style. So here are some of the pages. This is page 1. Page 2 and 3 is a double page spread. And so you can kind of get a feel for the artwork. And this is the big guy here on the right, that's Vengeant. Basically, he takes any anger, any rage that you fight him with, and just throws it right back at you. He absorbs it and is able to use it against you when he fights you. The big dude on the bottom right, that's Fusion, and he kind of his brother is Fusion and Fission, and basically they combine to make one huge dude. So that's him there. So yeah, I'm having a really fun time with this. I'm working on, I just finished page 18, penciling and inking that. And so it's a work in progress. I have Kid Icarus, who is doing the colors, and then another guy who goes by Carbon Graphics. He's coming in behind him and adding a lot of the effects and stuff like that, and just kind of taking it to the next level. But it's coming out really good. Really happy with it. And there is page 8, I believe. So there you go. So if you like superheroes, if you are, if you missed the cool stuff from the '90s, that creator-owned passion, I'm trying to bring my best work to this. And here's the Matthew Weldon cover. The original art is for sale as well.
It looks amazing. It looks really good.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. So, yep. So bigger versions of the covers there you can check out. So
I love that Mike S. Miller cover. I like his art. He's pretty unique. I like it.
Yeah, really clean. He's got a really clean style. And then this is the promo art that I did a while back. This is the first team image I did. So there's some different perks. You can get a poster of this. Well, actually, one of the stretch goals is a poster of this artwork. Everybody's going to get that because we did hit that stretch goal, which I forget what it was, at 8,000 or something. But yeah, I'm really stoked. I hit my goal, and it's still growing. So if you guys want to check it out, please feel free. The perks are over here on the right. There's the Hellborn special. We'll get you the regular cover, and then your choice of a variant cover, and then your choice of a comic size metal print of any cover you like. So got the digital, the regular cover for Shadow Sentry unsigned. You can get a variant cover for $25, and then the Shadow Sentry comic signed, and then you also get your name on the thank you page inside. So a bunch of different perks. Yeah, please check it out. I know I was listening to you chatting with Purcell earlier, and you mentioned you don't have a whole lot of money in it. Kickstarter books, they do cost a lot more. But yeah, the books are, I think 20 is the cheapest, unless you want a digital version. But doing this all myself,
it's what it is. You got to include the shipping, and the thing I like about the Kickstarters though is that some of you guys do care enough to throw in some extras and make it worth the extra, because I understand it's going to cost you $9 to ship that.
Sure.
Right off top,
Yeah.
If you're going to ship it to me and it's going to get to me in good condition, you're going to have to get Geminis and all that. And I know what that stuff costs, man. This ain't so I understand why it costs more. There's, I understand you guys are doing it yourself. You're not printing 40,000 copies. You don't have an in-house publisher going to do it all for you. You don't have promoters. You don't have none of that.
And
I understand that. And that's what I'm saying. It's like I give Polito's $26 every time I get the homage cover. But, it's like that last time I got that John Boy medal that was only 13 of 13. And okay, well, now we're talking about that. I don't even want to know what those would go for, because nobody's going to sell them, obviously. But them's probably $500 books on eBay if you go tell the fiends you're selling one, because he's got a following and it's a very, very short run, 13, and he only circulated 10 of them. Well, one of them found its way into my package. I'm gonna give it $6 every time now. You see what I'm saying? It's like if as a fan there's those kind of perks.
Yeah.
It's a random perk. Everybody don't get it, right? But one of my other admins on the Hell Witch got a golden ticket to the Fiend Fest. So it's what you guys throw in is what makes us come back. It's to me, and this ain't the condition it's supposed to be in. And there's all these, all the stretch goals are there, and it got here in timely fashion. Now I understand that right now timely isn't going to be everybody's reality because of the
right.
But if we get what we're paying for, we're going to be back.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. That, hey, Polito sent me damaged books the first time. You know, I get this story all the time. First thing we bought from him was damaged. We got him on Facebook. We got him on eBay or whatever. Within a week, we had our stuff replaced, and it was like, you know, and he was just so cool about it. And you know, he had a fan. He hooked in a fan with that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you guys start throwing in the extras, you win fans. I'm just like, you know, you win fans for life. You don't just win fans for this book or that book. When somebody gets something special that they weren't expecting in that package, even if it's just a remark on the book that you didn't say nothing about, just a bonus, like your book got a remark, woo, you know, somebody opens it up and they didn't expect it and didn't pay for it and they got it. You just won a fan for life.
That's cool.
You know, just a little food for thought. Go through and remark 10 or 20 of them. You know, don't remark remark a few. Just don't even tell people. Just throw them out there. You're going to win fans for life that way.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that.
I mean, and yeah, I give those ideas away free of charge. I give them to everyone. Okay, I am what you would refer to as a Blesowski. I'm an idea man. Okay, I come up with them all the time. I never have any way to finance and make it happen, but I'm more than happy to pass it on to people who do. You know?
Very cool. Thank you, man. I mentioned that I'm not doing commissions, but I do have for this campaign, I'm doing sketch cover headshots and then also full body shots. So, you know, I am doing those. So if anybody wants to get a book plus a commission, they can do that. Character of your choice. Again, the headshots are 100, and then if you want a full body, it's 200. And I'm also going to do gray tone in there as well. So I'll throw, you know, pencil ink and then gray tone. So I just wanted to point that out. I totally forgot about that.
Oh, that's awesome. John R. Smith, when he sent me a commission. He sent me the pencils, the inks, and the finished product, and I wasn't expecting that. And again, fan for life. These are the kind of things I'm talking about. You know, it's like we're fans, we're collectors, and we're fans. And anytime you give us more than we were expecting, we'll be back. You know, I mean, anytime you give us more than we expected, we'll be back. And that could just be in a better book than we expected. Even, you know, I mean, if we open it, we got the book and it always looks all right, and then we open it up, end up story's really good. That's more than we expected. You see what I'm saying? Anytime you connect with the fan in that way, you get fans for life. That's how people hook me in, man. You know, and it's not just with things. Like I said, sometimes it's just the book was way better than I thought it was going to be. And now I'm a fan for life, and I'm going to be on the next one and the next one. You know, I mean, some people send me a PDF and I read it and I go, wow, that's good. I wish I'd have got the first one. I'm doing my best to try and get the next one, you know?
Yeah.
And that's cool too. Cause like, I don't go around asking people to send me a free copy of their book. I don't do that. Even in digital copy, I don't do that. But a lot of people have been really cool, and they've let me read what they're doing so that I have a little more insight when I'm talking to them like this live. You know, I know a little bit more what's going on with them, but I don't ask for it. This is all about you guys, man. It's like what you're doing, what you guys have to do, like, especially when you're doing it by yourself. I admire that because that's going out. I know it's going outside the box for a lot of you guys right now. You know, that whole panel that we just had, those, you know, I mean, it's all adapting. Everybody's adapting and overcoming. You know, and that's what we need to do. That book right there, I love the art. I mean, I love the art.
Thanks, man.
You know. This is I think it was the other day when you posted that you hit goal.
Okay.
I think that I was like, all right, cool. You know, I was like, I didn't know, you know, how it was doing, because I'm looking at it. Seriously, man, it's like I'm looking at everybody's stuff all the time, and it's like sometimes I know I looked at your stuff, but I can't remember because I looked at 300 other people's stuff over the last month, you know? So I
There's
mean,
a lot going on.
yeah, and for me, it's like these monthly meetings are like, you know, re-education plans for me. Every month
Right.
I learn some new stuff. You know, it's pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
man.
So,
Cool.
is there anything else going on outside of Shadow Sentry?
I mean, not really. Although we did have our you know, speaking of life, we had our baby girl. She was born March 27th. So
No March. You already lost a month in being a dad. Come on, man.
I did. Well, she just turned a month too, so I should have known. But yeah, so that's been great. You know,
Hey, congratulations, man. I'm glad. You make sure you tell the wife too. That's awesome, man.
will do. Cool. Here I'll share so this is my store website. Share this with you guys real quick. I shared this last time as well, but yeah. So if you go to my website, Eric Notowski Art, you'll see the link for the store. But I do have, you know, books on here, T-shirts. You can contact me if you want to contact me later on down the road for a commission. And then yeah. So here's some books, other books I've worked on. The Monomyth trade paperback. That's actually a 3-issue series that I did with Awesome Comics a little bit ago now. I penciled the whole series, and it was pencils straight to colors. Actually, I did really super tight pencils, and then they went right to colors. So there's that book. It was written by Seek Donnelly. That was a fun book. It's kind of like a what if type story. Like, what if Lucifer was the good angel and Michael was the one that revolted from heaven? And what if Lucifer stopped Adam and Eve from eating the apple? And then it kind of follows that storyline, and you have, you know, humankind is still perfect, and with their spirit being pure as it is, they're able to create weapons and things and create different things, almost like a Green Lantern can, you know, harnessing their spirit. And so a really fun story, really cool book. And, you know, it's got, you know, just all kinds of mayhem going on in Eden and stuff. So that's Monomyth. Have a little Ashcan art book, have the art of Eric Notowski. I think it's 48 pages, black and white, 8.5 by 11 size, and just a whole bunch of, let me see if there's any pictures in there. Just a lot of different artwork, from sketches to just doodles to, you know, redesigning characters. There's, you know, Gambit. These are a bunch of sketch cards I did for some Marvel series. I did the Kree Skrull War. I did Marvel Beginnings.
Is that a Savage Dragon? Was that?
That is Gladiator.
Oh, okay, Gladiator. It's small, and I got bad eyes, so you know.
Right.
See that mohawk, and it could be one of 3 things, right? Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, just a whole bunch of stuff. This is, you know, a great book for like an aspiring artist. You know, there's, you know, how to, like, little things of hands and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of fun. You know, a lot of characters that I enjoy. A lot of Wolverine. You saw Spawn in there. So, yeah. And then the Samson books, unfortunately, I sold out of. Let me go back to the screen there. All right, there we go. Oh, I went too far. It's taking too long to recognize.
Yeah, I know the internet's really slow today, because every time I go to do something, it's like, I'm waiting. It's like,
yeah.
Everybody, please share. Everybody who's watching, please share this out to your groups, your friends, your family, everybody who's into comics, whatever. Please share this out. Get the word out to everybody. Thank you.
For sure. The Inktober book is another Indiegogo campaign I did. That was my first one. It's collects all my images I did for Inktober in 2018. And I did like all my favorite 90s characters. Wildcat, Cyberforce, all kinds of stuff. And then also I put 10 images of the Shadow Sentry characters. So there's Grifter. This guy is Deacon. He's from the Shadow Sentry. Well, he's in the story, but he's from a different group called the XI Hunters. They're the ones that track down and hunt the Hellborn and Highborn, but he'll be in later books. And here's Hellspawn from Wildcats, Catelyn Fairchild. And then there's a Angel Vangelion. He's also from Shadow Sentry. So there's some images from that. So $15 gets you that there, and then give it a second. I do have some T-shirts. These are custom T-shirts that I've done with my artwork on it.
Oh.
I have a printer who does them all. So $23 plus shipping comes out to $30 even.
Can you enlarge that Thor right there?
There's the He-Man.
Can you enlarge that Thor? Let me see that Thor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what is that piece? Where's that piece from? That's your work? Where's that from? I want to know if I have
Yeah, that's my work.
I want to know what book.
Yeah,
is
I did that. Oh, that was just fan art. I actually did that for my dad for Father's Day. He's a big Thor fan.
Right on, Dad. I get you, bro. Straight up. Yeah, man.
Right.
Beautiful, man.
Thank you.
Wow.
So yeah, I have prints of that. I do have a T-shirt. These are some newer prints that I've done. Shazam. There's another Thor in there, a flying version. Colors by Tio Gonzalez. So there's that one. I have a cool X-Force one that I've done. 90s X-Force. Let's see. There we go.
Just say hi.
Ruby.
I don't know who it was. Somebody said hi, but I don't know who you are. Sign into StreamYard so I know who you are. But hi. Love you too, bro.
Hello.
Whoever you are. Oh, is that what we got down there? Is that Boba or Mandalorian?
That is the Mandalorian.
Okay, I'm gonna need glasses.
And Baby Yoda.
I can tell sort of what something is when it's that small on my screen, but I can't really tell what it is. You know what I mean? That's why I asked you to enlarge that before. I wanted to see it. Oh yeah, that's awesome, man. Awesome.
Unfortunately, the Square site doesn't let you zoom in, but I try to get as big as I could on there.
No, I can see that. But when you're showing the thumbnails, it's like they're so small to me. It's like, I can't wear my glasses when I'm looking at the computer screen because it just gives me a serious headache. So, I can watch all day without my glasses on, but if I try to put my glasses on, I get a massive headache from it. So I don't do it. But I have to use them to read.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting old.
These guys here, these are like 20 by 30 banners. Well, not banners, but just 20 by 30 prints. So they're, larger size. There's the Thundercats. That's a really cool one. I have a huge banner of that as well. It's like 6 feet by 4 feet if you want to go big. There's the on the left there, the 10 by 30 full image. That's like a panoramic of the X-Men shot that I did. And then I have a large metal panorama, and that one's really nice, really high quality digital print on metal, and it has a frame on the back where you can just hang it right up. So I have one more left of that one. It's a little on the expensive side, but you never know.
Hey, some people still some people got money.
Yeah.
It was like, I was actually surprised. My son wanted to go golfing yesterday, and I'm like, "Are you sure?" And he's like, "Yeah, Dad." I'm like, "Okay, let's go." But it's like, I'm thinking about it. I know everybody's thinking about it a little bit. This is amazing, man. You're going to come out again next month, right?
For sure, yeah.
For sure, first weekend of June.
I will be here.
All right, I will definitely be in touch.
All right, yeah.
Sir.
Shoot me the schedule.
Yeah, share your links. Share your links in the feed. For sure. All your links to your page, to your shop.
All right. Cool. Thank you, Pops.
Thank you for coming out, man, for giving us the credibility. We appreciate you, brother. And without a doubt,
for sure.
I'll be in touch. You have a good day, sir.
All righty.
Okay, we got Watto Zapata. And this will be his first time in our con, and I'm looking forward to it. I've never talked to the man before. He is a indie artist, a writer, a penciler, anchor, and a colorist, which basically means he's got it all. What do you got?
Hey, how's it going,
Hey, how you
Pops?
doing, sir?
How you been? It looks like everything's going strong on this, man.
Feeling it? I'm feeling it. You know, I mean, we just about got through the whole first day. Everybody's been happy. You know, it's all gone smooth. We had a little glitch right before we came out, but we overcame.
You know what? Everything has been going so weird with the internet since everybody and their mother's on it.
Yes.
You know, so
It has. It's gotten
yeah.
crazy. So how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I think I'm doing the same thing as everybody else is trying to keep focus. I think the biggest thing is even the beginning of this with everything that was going on. I think it was so overwhelming that almost half of the people that I knew and then their friends were all just talking about how like I was going to plan on doing this and this, and then the motivation just went out the window. Right. It's just because it's like it's funny because you're like, oh well, I'm not sick and I don't have it, but it's such a mental breakdown, you know, and also
went out of the room, man. The air went out of the room. You shut down Emerald City. The air went out of the room.
Absolutely.
Well,
It was like we also in our family we had a loss as well because of it. Right. So it was one of those things. I think that going through that and then seeing what's going on, and I think and I've told many people like the funeral that I went to was one of the coldest. And not due to weather, just because of the atmosphere, the coldest funeral's ever been, where nobody can hug each other to embrace one another, to tell them how much you miss the person. Conversations were like at a distance. Everybody had to wait in the on the road before anybody could go in and look. Well, not going in, but go to the funeral site itself. It was like out of a sci-fi movie. It literally was out of what's that show called? Black Mirror. It was like a Black Mirror episode. And dead on, where I was like, "What is this?"
It's crazy, and it's like I said, in our town, there's nothing.
That's insane.
Nothing. You know, I mean, people wearing masks and business is closed is the only way you can tell.
Yeah,
anything's going on.
Yeah, no, it's I can't imagine if you guys because over here in New York, it's just been, you know, we went out even today to go to the park, you know, or not in the park to a trail just to go on a hike, and like people wearing masks, and it's so weird. It's like half of it. Somebody told me, it's like, you know what, with all that's going on, you maybe you should make a comic out of this.
I got crazy dog.
Oh, I got one too, and I got crazy kids. So if you hear bump 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 bump, that's upstairs. So it's either dog or banging.
4 and 3, 4 dogs, 3 kids.
Winner.
3 dogs. We got it going on here for sure.
I'm honored to be on here. It's just because I've been watching all your back, I guess the live ones you did before, and just it's been you're doing the Lord's work. You're helping us out. You're doing something that right now the comic book stores are suffering, and it's just one of those things that there's not that many people having that motivation right now. You, my sir, you have this motivation that is picking up, and I'm seeing, like, I saw the video where those numbers that you had, you know, hey, Phil, you know, it's just one of those things. And and speaking of, Phil he to me he's that guy. He's that guy here on the island. I mean, he
saved the first con. I don't care if you want to
I have to say it. He is the backbone of what is going on Long Island as far as how the comics and the cons are going, you know, because he's putting the artists first. He's not, you know, and not against cosplayers, you know, because some of the girls that I've seen in cosplay, you know, you know, it's one of those things. I'm not going to take it away. And there's some guys that look, you know, they look really bad, you know, the way they do. But it's a lot of the times, even the New York Comic Con, you go there, and then you turn the corner and you're like, where are the comics? And then you see that it has this far out corner for comic books and original art. You're like, wait a minute. So is this Comic Con? Or, you know, and it's, yeah. You know, and I get it. You got to make money. And I understand that part in the dollar sense of it. But he, you know, oh man, and nothing. And if you just tuned in now, it's all been bad. It's all been bad. but it's true. He has been the backbone of trying to make artists part, you know, the number one reason why you go into a con, you know, and they don't understand, like, we go out there and we're doing commissions, and sometimes you're doing commissions at a low number just to get them going. Sometimes you do it at a high number, and God bless. But it's just one of those things that people sometimes don't understand, that that's really the bread and butter that we have and what we're doing. You know, we're not doing it for the money, but in order for us to keep on doing our work, spending our time and selling some prints and making books and making children's books or whatever, this is what we do. Oh, it's just been bad. Sorry, don't tune back. Don't rewind. I know a lot of the kids don't know what rewind even means, but don't rewind.
Well, he'll see the segment later after we separate them all.
He's like,
that's one thing, is like, you know, when I first did this, it was like, as it went on, I just came up with more and more ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like about halfway through it, I was like, wow, I wonder if I can get somebody to break this whole thing down into segments.
Yeah.
So I can send them to everybody, right?
Yeah.
So Arash Zende, he's the one that did it. Arash Zende, I don't know, he's from that area too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that broke all the segments down for us, man. You know,
that's bad. That's the way to do it.
So he helped out. I mean, he helped us out too, man. It's like a lot of people threw in behind the scenes on this.
Yeah.
Phil Locklear helped me out with the broadcast and co-hosting. You know, Phil Russert helped me fill up some con slots.
Yeah.
You know, Eris was on the backside doing some editing for me. A lot of people threw in some time and effort into this.
Absolutely.
You know, and they're awesome about it. And everybody who hits that share button at any time during the weekend.
That's right. That's right.
Helping us out too.
You know, but that's the way to do it. It's having this strength of group of people that it just makes all kinds of things. What's he saying? Some kids.
This guy, right?
You know what else?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Again, if you tuned in, Phil, just do not look back on this. It was just all bad. It was all bad. Apologies. So yeah, you know, it's one of those. We have the way I look at it is he's doing a great job, and he also is doing the Lord's work over here just by making sure that it's putting artists first. And you know, no matter if you're that high up there or if you're just brand new, he doesn't give you a range as far as, oh, it's either, you know, you've done X amount of comics, so I'm gonna talk to you more. And the guy who just started, he is very much on giving you the time either way, no matter who you are or what you've accomplished.
Right.
You know, so
and yeah.
That's right, brother. Much love.
Straight up. I'll tell you what, I didn't even know Phil. Phil just jumped in and helped me out last time because I was hurting. Yes, man. I had like 2 days full in a big empty spot in the middle of the third day, or the second was like dead, and I was like, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
I mean, he came through big time. There's no doubt.
Yeah, but that's him. I've just met him in 2019 at the Suffolk at the con that he had. Right. And it was one of those things that you could see the sweat coming off his brow, just because it wasn't due to not just like, hey, this might have not gone the way I wanted to, or this should be set up in this location. His sweat was, I want to make sure that every artist is getting what they need, you know, and it wasn't anything other than that. He was trying to take care of people. Some people are trying to, you know, I have such issues with people who just take that and the kindness of somebody as something, as a foolery. And I'm like, it doesn't work like that, you know. But
now he's saying it's about you, not him. So
so Phil was born in 19
the background does matter though, Phil. You got to understand, it's like you brought a lot of this together, man. You brought a lot of
true, man.
this, and they came back, bro.
Yeah.
That's on you, man. You know?
Yeah, it's so true. It is so
You're
true.
gonna get that credit forever. Now,
Yeah.
what do you got to show me?
All right. So let's start it. I did his portrait of Phil. I call him Saint. So let me start. So pretty much a little background on me. I've been drawing since I was 2. And the reason I remember that is my mom still has like a drawing that I did from back in the day, or sorry, 3. And it never left me. And it's just one of those things. As time goes and goes, you kind of have to. It's almost like this. It's something that never leaves you. I've been a musician, and I've done plenty of work. I've done, I played shows, this and that, but the art has never left me. And again, once music and girls come along, a lot of the stuff takes the back road, and then you realize, all right, this is what you've really, really been wanting to do. So I kind of never stopped, and I started taking serious about maybe, I want to say more of putting a comic together almost about 20 years ago. Because I was like, I need to start telling. I have so many stories. I have so many things. I need to put them pencil to paper and so on. And then the problem is, music was more involved, and I wasn't putting as much effort as I needed to. And then it's become more of a reality for me of this is as important as, I don't want to call it my third child, but it's as important where my routine till this day, even on the quarantine, my routine is I will always be a father, father's first, but, I also got to have time for the wife, and I also have to have time for myself. So in order for me to get that time in every single morning, and it's been every single morning, even with the quarantine, it's been waking up at 2:30, 3 o'clock every morning and making sure at least I could get 2 to 3 hours, or if I can 4 before the wife goes to work. And that's Saturdays and Sundays. There's no weekends for me. I always wear a shirt around the house that the wife hates. It says Tuesday, and she's like, why do you wear that? And I'm like, because it always feels like a Tuesday,
For me, it's like every day feels like Saturday anymore.
Yeah, oh my God, it doesn't.
Home, nobody's at work. Everybody's home. It's like all day. It's Saturday.
Yeah, no, exactly. Even the other day, I was telling the wife, if anybody asks me, like, what day is it? You just say it's April, and now it's May. Yeah. Don't even add a date to it.
That was what they said when I asked, when are we going to launch Mojo? They said, June.
Yeah, that sounds about right, too. That sounds about right. So, but yeah, pretty much I started getting more into it. And within the last 3 years, I started becoming more serious about it because I realized, I have so much of the music that I've put dedication to. I'm like, I have so many stories I've written down, drawings and sketches, and I don't understand how it's one of those things that, thank you, Phil. It's one of those things that I just have like a commitment to this from day one. But the problem is trying to be a family man, working on top of that. It takes a lot of time. So half of the time that I do, I started becoming more and more serious about it. And I actually got together with the guys from Fourth World Comics here in Smithtown. And, just like every other comic store, they're going through the same bit where they're closed and they're still trying to sell as many, comics as they can.
I interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
Knocking at my door, and there doesn't seem to be anybody upstairs. I'm going to bring in my co-host if she doesn't mind. I'm gonna go check.
Do what you got to do.
I was about to say, he didn't bring me in.
How's it going? How's it going?
All right. Hi, my name is Amanda, and I'm going to be honest, I have no idea where you guys were in the conversation because I was in the bathroom.
Well, all good. I was just talking about how we were with Fourth World Comics, how they're going through the same thing. They're going through the same thing. And then day one. So yeah, it pretty much just kind of breaking down that's been the way that I've been just doing the comic book, just doing my artwork, and creating with other people.
Cool. Awesome.
So
I'm going to be honest, I've never heard of you before.
Oh, well, I am an indie. I literally have just started brushing away with maybe about 3 years ago, become more serious about it. So I'm brand kind of new to the art part about it.
Oh, cool. So about how long have you been in the industry? I'm sorry, I was not ready for
No.
questions.
I all I've been doing is just been working my own stuff. So I haven't done anything for any big, any of the big names or so. Just because I literally just have been starting maybe about 3 years ago. And I know it's new because you're totally on the spot.
Which is fine. I actually love meeting new people. I work in I run 4 comic book conventions, so when I see something new, I beeline to it. It's like, oh, I'm the bee, you're the human. I'm going to irritate you till I figure out who and what you are.
Yeah, no, but that's the only way to do it. Like it's always by accident too. That even on Instagram, I follow some artists that I've never known or I've ever heard of, and you jump on and you see certain things. You're like, well, this is pretty cool. I've never noticed this before.
Let's see. We're going to go to Eric's and we're going to go look at his photos here so I get an idea of what he's drawing. This is your artwork, right, that I'm looking at?
I have no idea what you're looking at.
There's a photo with like a Superman-esque looking kind of character with red beady eyes with kind of like a red V across his chest and explosions in the back.
No.
And then there's some blonde. No, that's not yours? Okay, maybe I pushed the wrong button. All right, well.
Hold on. We can do it this way.
Yes, please.
Oh, this might be easier.
I'm burning. I spent a week prepping stuff like this, not, hey, I gotta go get a hold of the dogs. I gotta pull my pants up.
So all right, this is a double page. So this is one that I penciled, I inked, and I colored. So let me see, I'm gonna put it right in front.
Very nice, Venom.
So.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Well, let me see if I can. This whole backwards working thing is messing me up. There you go.
I kind of like how the saliva gives it that second face look, so it's kind of like very xenomorphish.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it has a funk to it. Absolutely does have a funk to it. And that's one of those. I think that's one of the things that takes me a while is that with to the point of I know I only have a limited amount of time and I only could do so much penciling, so much inking and coloring that I run into the problem that I want to try to do it because I'm like, one is I can't start paying somebody else because then I just start losing money.
Right.
And it's just one,
you do all that. Are you also a writer? Do you have a comic out?
Yes, I do. Well, I'm actually working on a comic right now. Well, actually, you know what? This is how much time I put things into them. This, I don't know if you can see this, is my business card. I figured it'd just be a little funny little thing that I did, and I threw my little kid in there as well. And Satan, because why not?
Exactly, why not? No.
It's one of the and it came out realistically. It came out pretty good just for, the size it needed to be.
Oh, yeah, obviously it didn't get any pixelated as you shrank it down.
Exactly. And then my info in the back and all that bit. So it's one of those things that I still have such a problem with. I need to control everything, and it's just it's an uphill battle. Like this is one of the ones I did, like one of the real first prints that I did.
Here, hold on.
There you are.
I love that. Spidey trying to make dude get out of attention.
He's already moved his eye, so he's already failed. So.
Yeah, Spidey did it.
And it's one of those things where I'm like, I got to make sure I do the color. Well, you know what? I'm not a colorist. I need to learn it. I'm not an inker. I need to learn it. So that's what this whole process has been. And within that time, with the guys from Fourth World Comics, I got together with them and I told them, you know what? I want to collaborate. Let's collaborate, and let's make a comic. And they gave me a story that 4 of them wrote, and I'm working on it as we speak. And it's one of those things that I have to really see how the time goes into it. Thank you, Joe. And it's one of those things that I think. Let me see if I can pull something here. Yeah, because when I went to them, I was like, I don't want you to think that I'm a crock, that I'm just some guy just messing around. So one of them had a comic. Let me see if I can do this. and then I just kind of did a little quick re-sketch of one of the things that they did, you know. And it was just to show them, like, hey, look, I'm not messing around. I'm a serious artist. So
you can tell by the hat on your head. So
that's the one that always gives it away. So this is like page 1 of the comic. I just got the inks, done maybe about 2 months ago, and then this is page 2 and 3. As I'm inking, and that's the thing. I'm trying to multitask because I'm about 2 pages away from finishing a children's book that I wrote and I drew. So, and it's just one of those things that it's for, it's for what's going on now, but nothing. It's not a downer. That's pretty much what it is. It's just like there's so much stuff that's such a downer that I'm like, I created a children's book, so at least, hey, it shows what's going on, but it's not as depressing as it is.
We want to see those too in the group.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that because, like I said, my grandkids and everything, they're all engaged in what's going on here.
Yeah. Yeah.
The children's books, the preteen books, I want to see that stuff in the group too.
Yeah.
So that they feel included, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, because half of the conversation is
their art and stuff. But I want everybody to know that although sometimes people might lose a little bit of colorful language, we're not, we're not a adults only group. I mean, we try to, cover naughty bits and keep things clean.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, because even with my daughters, like I haven't done my first girl pinup yet, and I've had such a tough time because I'm always thinking, I'm like, if I'm at a show, I don't want my daughter to be like, hey, look, what's up with the rack? It's just one of the, not that she'd ever say that, but it's just one of those things that I'm having one of those, like it's the I want to be
as I can't put on my wall because
exactly.
I have a few of those.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit of black tape and you're fine.
Black tape it.
Yep. That's what we use.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's been it. It's just been like with the time that I've been trying to just cram as much as of many things as I could. And today, actually, happy Free Comic Book Day, because that's actually what today was supposed to be over here.
Well, the nice thing is a lot of places are doing a curbside thing where they still have the free comic books and they're handing them out. So
yeah, absolutely. And actually, I'm assuming I have to find out, but I don't know. I'm sure Fourth World Comics, they've been doing curbside for a while. And actually, literally, I was working on this Batman because I was going to do a print show and sign this actually today, but with what happened with the coronavirus, it completely just messed up everybody. But I was working on this, but I haven't had a chance to really move too forward with it because the kids book got me going because I was like, I have an idea, I gotta go.
Now you've also actually had the opportunity to do the cover of the Shadow Century comic, correct?
No.
I
want to see this website that you're on.
Look, I'm picking it off of what he has.
Are you on The Last Guest?
Oh, that's it. There you are. Okay. See, I don't know who you got me going on to somebody, and I don't know where you put me.
So you saved children from a burning bus? I'm like,
Yes. The answer should just say yes.
It was a Saturday.
Yeah, that was Eric. He was our last guest, and I'll make sure you get to meet him next time if you want.
Oh, honey, it's okay. Like I said, I've been busy working on all the other things.
Well,
What do you are the meanest person to your dog. We should have gone back to the other guy's Facebook.
Who? Mean to whose dog? What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh, you need to go. How do you pronounce your first name?
Motto.
Yes. The poor look on his poor little terrier's face of get this off of my head. You were the meanest person ever.
Which picture is this one?
It looks like he has like red Yoda ears on.
Huh.
From March 30th, 2014.
Oh, who you're going
with
He's talking your
Snow
page,
White.
dude.
That's like, for me, that's centuries.
Comic.
Oh man. So yeah, I'm pretty much I'm I'm trying to get a little bit more serious about collaborating with people. You
What were
know,
trying to get a
so
close-up of, Philip? I missed that one.
what does he need? A close up of?
Get a close-up of something. I don't know what.
Oh, was it the Batman? Yeah, let me see. Hold on.
I would do the Batman. All right. Well, since I've messed up all your guests, I should let you do this because you know who's on here, and I should go back to bed.
This is the first time I ever met this man too. He wasn't here last time.
At least you know his daggone name. I'm like, Eric. Wrong guy.
No, that's the other guy. That was the
Oh,
last.
like Eric's a good guy. Who the hell's Eric?
Eric Nieltowski was the guest previous.
And he's got some nice work. He has some excellent work.
This is.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know either of you two.
Now
So
I'm gonna butcher his name. Watch. This is Mauro Zapata. Mauro Zapata.
Amato Zapata. That's why. The funny thing is, that's why I put my name in M Zapata, because nobody can ever say my name the right way. So that's why I'm like M Zapata, because I've had people say Mo, and I'm like, how did you get Mo from this?
Mauro.
Yes,
Mauro
Mauro.
Zapata.
You got to
Mauro Zapata.
Mauro Zapata.
Yes.
But
Dude, your signature should just be a giant Z. End of story.
How do you
Yes, I would do that, but I'm afraid Zorro took that way before my
Okay, when
time.
you put an M and a Z, just
Well, it's funny. Let me see. Do I even have anything with that?
I don't know.
How do you do it?
I don't even know if I have anything. Like somewhere I got something that says MZ.
all I know is
Oh, wait, I
I'm
think I do.
now
There we
tagging
go.
you as
Say, look, let me
MC.
see.
That's now your name. So
Let me see. What is
Hold
it
on.
blurry?
Let me get it up there.
There you go. That's my signature.
very pretty signature, MC. By the way, that's your name. If you have not figured this out, that's now your name. MC.
That is my name, M Zapata.
Phil couldn't see it. Phil did want to see the Batman though.
Ah,
That
there
was
you go. There you go.
What he was asking for.
This is the guy I was working on.
Yeah.
Oh, Iron Man. No.
He's like Iron Man. With great power comes great responsibility. Clark Kent. Thank you.
Watch out, he has animanium claws.
Animanium claws. I love that. So yeah, so that's pretty much what I've been doing. I just started doing streaming now as well, just to become, this kind of kicked me in the butt to tell me, you know what, you got to start talking to more people because you can't talk to people in real life right now. So start interacting more, and that's what I've been doing. I've been doing streaming, more interaction on Instagram. Phil, Phil gave me a bunch of advice when I first started becoming more serious about it, and he just was like, do this, do that, and I'm slowly but surely, this is forcing me to make sure, like, hey, look, you're an artist. Just keep on doing what you're doing, but you got to do it more publicly on the internet, if it makes any sense.
Yes.
Webcam, Twitch, stream it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And this, sir, has been great. I know I get to count on you. You're going to be back in June, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sweet.
Pops,
See,
thank you very much for the time.
We already have half the slate filled up for next time. I want you to know that.
I'm always down.
Don't worry, I won't be there, so the next person probably won't mess up who's who.
Yes, don't forget Eric here.
You might be there as a guest promoting something of her own. You never know.
There you go. Well, you know what? Once I get this children's book, hopefully I should get it up and running. I only have 2 pages left by this week, and once I have it.
Definitely let us see it, bro.
Absolutely. It's something I've never done before, and I think it has a positive impact for all the little kids that kind of know what's going on, but they need some kind of focus of why it's kind of going on, but what we kind of have to do in our part.
Right.
So, but again, thank you very much, Pops. I appreciate it.
It's great to see you. Make sure you share all your links.
Absolutely.
In the news feed, in the feed of this broadcast, and share anytime, bro. Anytime.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, Pops. Thank you.
You have a good night, bro.
You too, brother. Thank you.
And
sorry.
What?
I've been working and not paying attention. I had no idea where we were at. My bad.
You in without no warning or nothing. Don't worry about it. It's cool. Come on, man, you doing
I'm gonna be
great.
honest. I almost went, "Hey, obviously you don't need me. I'm outie," and then you go, "My dogs," and I was like, "Oh, never mind."
I explained it to you in the beginning. My stress was not having somebody to back me up if the feed went down or whatever. You made this like so easy for me today. Just knowing you were there. You know what I mean? Just knowing you were there was made it amazing. It's been great.
Oh,
And
no problem.
Now I get to finish it off with my people.
Oh well, then I can let you just have your people then.
Do you want to meet my people?
I can meet them,
I
and then
would
I'm
like
probably
you to
gonna
meet
go
my
and
people.
record a video for YouTube because I need to get some videos recorded because I'm running out of videos that I need to put up. By the way, before we go, I want to teach you a little something. All right. So I want you to go over to Facebook and pull any link.
Any link from
Just go to
what?
your page, copy your link.
My link, my personal page?
Yeah, go ahead and do it. Then go ahead here in StreamYard. I'm going to teach them something. I'm training. And post it in the comment.
It's not letting me post anything.
It's not letting you do that?
That's why I haven't
I don't know. I don't know if that's because... See, I have the paid version. I don't use the free, so I don't know if it'll let you... I don't know.
It says right at the bottom, can't post comments to Facebook groups. And I'm broadcasting this to a group. So I can't comment. That's why I'm telling everybody else.
Okay.
Put links in because I can't do it. You know.
I don't know why.
But when I'm done at the end of the day, trust me, there's going to be a whole bunch of people going to get blasted in the group. You're going to get about 50 notifications out to everything I share at the end of the day. So
it could be because you're using the free version. See, I have the platinum version. So
yeah, I'm not making anything. I'm not paying anything. That's
trust me, I have spent a lot of money. This poor guy down here in the corner, he's like, "Can somebody shut that woman up for the love of God? I want to talk."
I'm in the waiting room.
So introduce me to your boys.
His time don't start for 2 more minutes. We got Raj Mayhem. We got Greg Harms, and it looks like, and what he's drawing right now is on the opposite screen. Correct, Greg? Can you hear me, Greg? Uh-oh. Can you hear me, Greg? Greg.
He looks so bored.
I guess you can't hear me, Greg. Fix your audio, bro.
He's got headphones on.
I know. You can't hear me, dude? Here we go. This is not the guy who's supposed to have a problem with. Greg, we can't.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me? Greg can't hear me.
Can you hear anybody?
Nope. Let me talk to Greg and entertain the people.
Here, I'll pick you all a winner. How's that?
Okay.
Poor Greg's like, entertainment. My comedy style is I'm funny looking.
Now I can hear you.
You can hear?
I can hear you now.
Both of us?
Yes.
Okay.
How about now? How about now?
Greg Harms, Third Empire Comics.
What happened to the first 2 empires?
we took them over.
The Rowan went down, you know. No. Amanda Gillum, Gem City Con. Greg Harms, Third Empire.
Hello.
There you go. I've introduced you. She was my awesome stand-in backup, helped me out all day, and can't express enough how much I appreciate that.
No problem. I was happy that I was here for the 2 times you needed me. I was happy that I messed up your last guest because I had no idea who he was. And I've just been sitting in the wings all day going, all right, so I got to finish this podcast for Monday. Got to finish this podcast for Tuesday. I got to go do this for Gym City. I got to go do this for Champion City. By the way, that's a nice crow you got there.
Thank you. I'll be flipping through those here in a
Greg
second.
is amazing with the art, with the watercolors, with inking, he's amazing.
And the best part is you could get your crows in other sizes. Greg!
Oh, we lost you again, Greg. Quit moving around.
Check your connection. Hello?
Talk. Say something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Quit
I hate technology.
Dude, seriously, while you're
I
doing
have two
this,
stones that I banged together.
you just need to mess with him and be like, "Hey, Greg, so by the way."
That's not funny.
Yeah, it is.
It's not nice.
I didn't say it was nice. I said it was funny. There's a difference.
I've been nervous about this for a week.
You ain't got nothing to be worried about.
Why would you be nervous? You come out and talk
Because
all-
I hate technology mess-ups.
Yeah, but I mean, you come out and draw for people all the time, man.
Yeah, but you're not looking at me, and I'm not the guest. I'm just drawing.
But you have to step into the spotlight now, my friend.
Yeah, I kind of guess I do, don't I?
You do. I mean, I love being the voice for Mojo and everything, but you got way more going on than I can tell everybody about.
Is that upside down?
It's sideways.
It's sideways, yeah.
See, it's upside.
But see, I'm still semi-flexible from my house school. Now you're upside down. Flip
Now
it. There you go.
Okay, see, that's sideways to me.
That's up for us.
Don't you love technology?
It's fantastic.
So what is it now?
Now
you're right. Now you're crooked.
Okay.
And now I have motion sickness. Blech.
You didn't know you were going to be going for a ride. Is that?
It's kind of like sort of cockeyed sideways.
Now you're completely sideways.
And keep going that way. There. Yeah, right. There you go.
Stop.
Now lift.
Pull.
There you go.
Stop.
There you go.
Stop.
Wow.
Stop.
And now it's sideways for you?
No, it's straight up and down for me.
Okay, now we're good. All the way around. There you go. We're good.
But my camera shows it side anyway. People aren't tuning in for that.
People tuning in to see you, Greg.
I don't know. I don't have a face for radio. Anyway.
Hey, come on, man. You ain't watching to see this. So, like I said, Greg is the man behind Third Empire. And I'd like for him to give a little background on Third Empire for everybody so they know where it came from, where it originated, and all that. So I'm just going to shut up for a minute, let the man talk.
All right. Third Empire originally was me and Roman Morales. Roman and I had met on MySpace, and we started messaging back and forth, and he had actually wanted to hire me to do his color work. And so he sent me some inks to scanned them in, but Roman had a habit of drawing on front and back of stuff, and he had pencils on the back side of some of his ink work. Mm-hmm. So I scanned those in and printed out some blue lines, and I inked those, and I sent him those. And long story short, I became his inker. That was about the same time me and him met in 2006, 2007. That was about the same time that my dad was in hospice and had passed away, and he had left so much stuff on the table undone that I said, either I'm going to become a professional comic book artist or I'm going to do something else, because I'm not going to leave anything on the table undone. And, Roman and I ended up 6 months later. We, as a team, we got hired on for 10th Muse 800 from Blue Water Productions. Did a 4-issue miniseries. After that, I did Cord and Harley for Arcana. And then I did Pinpoint. So just from there, we kind of built up. Somewhere in there, Roman ended up asking me to be part of Third Empire, be a co-owner of Third Empire. So from there, we just started working on, our own books. We would hire out and produce books, doing ink work, doing color work, doing the whole packages. Along the way, Keith Braun, who is our colorist, and he also writes, he got involved. And so those three were the original Third Empire crew.
Right.
And then flash forward to 2018, May the 14th. If I tear up, forgive me.
Hey, man, don't.
Roman passed away.
I know Roman was your boy. I understand.
Yeah. We'd worked together 12 years. So, and then flash forward another year. Year in the beginning of this year, 2020. So almost two. His family said it would be an honor if I took over as publisher and continued on with the legacy of Third Empire. That's where we're at now. And things have kicked off with a bang. June, we started our first book that we're publishing. And we have a huge lineup. Yeah, Mojo Rising will be the first one we kickstart. It'll be created by Raj Mahan, drawn by Manuel Soto, colored by Artex Badillo.
Not butcher our own boys.
I know, right? Right. I forget that Y is not those L's are Y's.
Yeah, you get that.
And then the month after July, we're going to be kickstarting Age of Remnants from Russ Oldham and Blood of Gods from Eric Dominguez.
Right?
What's that?
Age of Remnants book 2.
We'll be kickstarting the first one. He's adding pages to it. The do you have a copy of Age of Remnants?
Yes, I do.
That's actually since there was a problem with the name, we ended up he ended up changing the name, adding pages, and we're re-kickstarting it.
Okay.
So we're gonna start with, because he's already on book 2, so these are already ready to ship.
Yes.
Age of the Remnants and Blood of Gods both have 2 books under their belt.
Now, so Blood of Gods, whose book is that?
Eric Dominguez.
Eric Dominguez. See, because I don't have that either.
Well, you need to grab some copies.
No, I mean, I don't have that info on that. I didn't have the info on that book. I think you sent it to me, but it's such a long thing. I only got
when
we got a lot of guys got stuff going on, man.
That first book was written by Eric Dominguez. Jake Balboa did the artwork, and then Emily Elmer did the colors. Book 2, Cesar Oliveira did the art, and Emily Elmer did the colors, and Eric Dominguez did the writing. Book 3, Greg Harms is doing the art, and then colors will be Emily Elmer. So, yeah, kind of excited about that. And then, of course, Age of the Remnants, Russell Oldham did book 1 and 2. He's adding pages to book 1 so we can kickstart it. But yeah, this is the list of stuff that we're working on. So we kind of hit hard and hit fast with what we're going to be doing.
Are you ready?
Right.
Are you ready?
I'm excited. It's been a lot of sleepless nights, though.
Hey, when I told you guys when you even postponed it, I was bummed out. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it's going to be worth it, though.
Yeah, but you added pages, you kicked some color out. You're adding promos for the other books coming out.
No.
I mean.
Yeah, there was good reason to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad you didn't just sit on it.
Yeah.
You said, okay, if we got to wait, let's improve it.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't see this crew that I have sitting on anything. They're a bunch of go-getters, and I can't wait. Well, here, I'll show you some. Bear with me here. I wasn't actually planning on showing any of this, but
Well, don't show secrets now.
well, hey, go to the other one. Well, of course, I can't talk on the other one. Here, I'll just do this.
Oh, yes.
This is the Jim O'Reilly character designs for the origin story, which will be several months down the road. It'll be after book 2 of Mojo Rising.
And that is Pop's cousin, Marlo Van Zandt.
Yeah.
Distant cousin Marlo. That's
there.
That's
and then Mojo here.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is actually another book. And I'm gonna butcher his name. Santibanez.
Santa Ibanez.
Okay.
Ibanez or something. Yes, I've been afraid to butcher his name too, and it's like I know he's part of what we got going on, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start calling the F Man or something like that.
We'll figure. We could call him the Guitar Man, Ibanez Guitars.
Okay.
Call him the Guitar.
I'll do that. I need to have you send me an audio recording of how to say his name so I don't butcher it. But this is some inks that he hadn't even seen these yet. I just finished these, so but his artwork and then my inks. So
for all y'all that don't know, I mean, Greg goes out. I share a lot of times when Greg's out there drawing, and Greg does watercolors just awesome. I mean, he's all over my walls, people. I mean, seriously, he is all around me. His art is literally all around me.
Well, I appreciate that.
If it wasn't good, it wouldn't be. I just want you to know that. I mean,
it would decorate your trash can.
What?
If it wasn't any good, it would decorate your trash can.
Oh no, it wouldn't go in the trash can. It would just be given to somebody else, or depending on if it was a personal piece or not. I mean, I got people that's been sending me some really awesome stuff that I mean, I wasn't expecting that. That's like that Purcell floor. I mean, that just blew me away, man. That he sent me that, and everybody's been so cool. I mean, everybody has been so cool about what everybody's trying to accomplish. I mean, it's like, this is our team and our little team effort of what we're doing. But we got a lot of support, man, from a lot of people that I didn't even know, like on my personal friends list, that I didn't even think gave a crap about comics. But, I mean, they're like, dude, make sure you let me know when that comes out. And,
right.
Yeah,
it's great to see all the support that we've been getting and how it's growing on social media and just the quality of books.
Who said that? Who said I haven't even seen this? Who? Because if you ain't paying attention to what's going on in our group, Mojo is everywhere.
Right.
The artists from Mojo are everywhere. They're on our banners. They're on our. I mean, you guys are like the flagship of our group.
It's Mojo Kick starts June 2nd.
Yeah.
And it'll go to July 2nd.
And
it'll start on a Tuesday, end on a Thursday.
And we're gonna do launch party and ending party, right?
Yeah.
Live.
We may do a midway party hangout or a round table too, to kind of look at some of the rewards that we have and some of the tiers that we have, that type of stuff. So some stuff in plans and then some stuff we're talking about. So, and then the other ones that'll kickstart after that. So, hey, if you'll put it back on the other screen, I'll show some of my watercolor work since you mentioned it a while ago.
Oh yeah.
I'll just flip through the book and
some of it is so. I mean, I have one right here framed right next to my desk that I look at all the time, that I look at all the time. Baby Dragon.
Baby Dragon.
Baby Dragon's right here, like right here on my desk, like all the time, man. It's like, that's what I mean. When I tell you guys that Greg's art's all around me, I'm not lying. It's all around me.
Those first few were watercolors. This one I did digitally, and it's over Everett Hartso's drawing.
That screen up myself. Or no, wrong one. There you go. Let me get that one out. Okay, there you go.
So, but this one's over Everett Hartso's artwork. But these like this are my watercolors that I do. This is the music Musicians in Wonderland series that I'm working on, and I have panel 3 and 4 are being watercolored right now.
So I see that was Raj that said he had not even seen that yet.
Yeah, I was gonna guess that was him.
So I'm gonna say, is he at work? What's up with Raj?
Yeah, I'm guessing so. Okay, this is digital colors on Roman Morales. I'll try to point out the ones that aren't totally in mine. Like this one's all mine. This one I worked with another artist, Roman, on. All mine. This one is Gibson Quarter, who is the artist on one of the stories in this, which I'll get to this stuff here in a little bit.
See, I'm telling you, we got so much coming out of Third Empire, people. It's not going to be a hit. It's not going to be a come and go, flash in the pan. We're going to be around for a while. You're going to get sick about us.
Yeah, well, it's been around since 2007, 2006 at least, when I joined. So
yeah, that's what I mean. It's going to be around for a while in the future too. It's
we hope to be in a lot more people's homes and in their gauges in there.
Yes. See, those are on my wall.
Yes.
Those are on my wall.
This was an exclusive I did for the Palace Theater in Canadian Texas.
And mine's got a cute little remark of Beta Ray Bill down the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, you can thank Raj for that.
I do daily. As much as he hates my Thor and Beta Ray Bill love.
All right. He's still got that Beta Ray on there for you.
Yeah, he still cares about me. Now, see these. Hold up. That's Leia as a bounty hunter.
Yep.
And Boba.
I was doing a series of bounty hunters.
And he has a Chewbacca piece for me that I'm gonna get someday. Someday.
Oh yeah, I have that one reserved for you.
Yeah, someday I'll be able to send you some money.
Well, I thought we were trading comics for it.
Well, yeah, comics. That's right. But
yeah,
even so, it's like
I'll take money too. But
I'm kind of afraid to ship anything right now.
Yeah. Well, stuff's not shipping real.
Oh,
well.
I know. I don't even know what happened. I got packages that they just keep saying. It's like one said it was going to be delivered Thursday, and ever since then it said in transit to the next facility. And I'm like, wait a minute, it was here 2 days ago.
Yeah, we're still waiting on some dog food for our dogs, so I don't know what's going on. This is a Roman and I piece of the Voltron.
Dude, I love Voltron. He was
he's awesome. And here's a Godzilla piece. Roman did the pencils, I did the inks, and then Thomas Shelton did the color work.
Brian Daniels, see that Godzilla boy? See, I got my face all down on my computer screen because I'm looking at this stuff.
If I'm going too fast,
I'm just looking
down.
That's what I mean. It's like I got to get kind of close because
I have a ton of material, so it's it would take a few hours to go through it all. I think if I did so. Here's another Roman and I collaboration on Conan. So. On it, I did the inks and colors, and then Roman just did the pencil work. So,
and see, like Raj, when I think the first time I seen your work was Raj showing me
those homage covers,
the musicians.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, I think that was the first, because I mean, I saw the verses and the homage covers, but I think the first thing he showed me was Tom Petty.
Yeah.
Because me and Rob started on music. Our
Yeah.
friendship started with music. You know, so we was
Yeah.
talking about music, and somehow it came down to where he was like, "Oh well, I got this buddy that does it. Check this out." And there it was, you know. Then it was the Tom Petty and the other stuff that you had, and the Prince. And I was like, "Man, come on! I got to figure out who this guy is." You know? Had no idea it was going to turn into everything that it's turned into, man. I'm serious.
Right. Yeah, well, you know, the Tom Petty has been a really good seller. You know, anytime you can mix the music in the artwork, and then throw in some mythos like Alice in Wonderland or something like that, you know, people just love it.
Well, that was what that whole series of videos that Tom Petty did. The You Got Lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was based in that. So
yeah, those 3 or 4 videos were all before their time.
Yeah. Well, you know, and that really, that influenced that series that I'm doing. I mean, I can't deny that's what was the influence for that. So, you know. You know, because you have the Alice with the drink, and then the eat, and of course the Red Queen, and then the red Corvette that's actually purple and
Purple Rain, and
you know, with the purple, you know, so it's
the whole now when you get that all done with the whole layout, people are going to be blown away.
right. Well, there's 2 more panels that are being watercolored now, and then I have a Johnny Cash that's going to be up above this. So there's going to be it's continuous as long as I want to do it.
Yeah, it's like a big puzzle piece, and he keeps adding to it like a big puzzle, and every piece fits to the next one, like continuation covers or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
But this is art, and it's like, man, when he's done, you're gonna be able to cover your whole wall with that.
Well, eventually, I'd like to have a big banner that has all of it, or a big poster.
Yeah.
You know, so, but it's just I only do a couple of them a year because I have so much other stuff to do. These are originals. Eventually, some of them may be prints, but I'll show some of that. And
the Richard Pryor.
Mm-hmm. I was doing a series of comedians.
Yep.
This was actually going to be for a convention that got postponed. So if she's a guest, then I'll go ahead and finish it. If not, then I'll go on to the next one. But it's Kathy Najimy.
Right.
And then this is Ross Marquardt.
From 300?
From Walking Dead.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Rogers. Aquaman, yeah. Kobe Bryant.
Kobe. I remember when you were drawing that.
Yeah, not too long after the crash took his life. These are my inks over Jim O'Reilly.
And Jim O'Reilly is another one of the guys that's part of Third Empire. Yes. He's doing the Mojo origin story. I think he's doing that on a webtoon, right? Is that's called?
Well, he's going to finish the origin story, and then we're going to do the webtoon after that.
I mean, he's doing that kind of format though, where you read down.
Well, for the webtoon, it's going to be different. For the comic book's going to be a comic book format, and he's up to, I don't know, page 10 or 12 on the layouts, and then the webtoon will be where you scroll up and down. But that'll be afterwards.
That's kind of unique because I hadn't seen that kind of art until I seen what he was doing.
Yeah.
Just like I said, I'm a comic guy. If it's not my hand, I'm not really.
Right.
I'm one of those guys. It's kind of got to be my hand. I'm not really a PDF guy either, other than for research. Like now that I'm like interviewing people for their books, I kind of need to know what the book was about. So people send me some PDFs and I look at them, but it's not my preferred.
Yeah, mine either. And I'd much rather. I'm a collector at heart. I started saving my lunch money and chore money when I was a kid, and would go visit my grandparents. And there was a local grocery store that had probably 16 foot of comics on the bottom rack, to where I could go in there, and it's when they were 60 and 75 cents a piece, and I'd go in there and get Tales of the Unknown Soldier and G.I. Joe tales and Swamp Thing and Spider-Man and Hulk and Conan and all that stuff. So that's how I started out, was collector, and I love having it in my hand. And
yeah, that's me too. I got it. It's great to read it, but if I can't put it over there in one of my boxes or one of my drawers, or put it in a frame, put it on my wall, it just ain't the same.
Right. Yeah.
Part of it is being able to show it to somebody else.
Yeah.
People come over and they want to see what's going on, what's changed in Pop's dungeon, because
right.
We don't get that many visitors, but it's always, a few months in between, and things have changed on the wall, and there's new stuff to look at.
Yeah, I just changed up mine. It has a whole lot more Mojo Rising artwork on it now.
I don't have not near enough Mojo Rising art on the wall.
Well, you're gonna have opportunity to get a lot more.
I got lots of Greg Harms.
Well, I appreciate that.
Jim O'Reilly.
Yeah.
I ain't got no Mojo.
Right. We'll have to remedy that.
No, I got my prints, for showing off. And stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
well, some of those are odd sizes. We need to get them to where they can go in a frame easily.
I really love this one though.
Yeah.
I really, really love this whole.
Yeah, Manny and Ardex did well on that one.
I love that. I wish we could have seen it at the cons. I hope we get to.
Yeah.
I hope we get to see that banner hanging up someday.
Well, if not that banner, we'll get to see some other ones.
Well, as long as they got what you got going on them.
Well, we're doing a Third Empire Jam piece, which would make an awesome 10 foot by something foot.
Especially, everybody's under the banner now. So you need a jam piece with everybody's stuff on it for your con banner. It's sweet though, man, because I don't know. I'd probably said it a bunch of times. You don't plan a bucket list for what you guys did to me. That's not something that normally enters somebody's mind as a bucket list type thing. But if in retrospect I could ever think about something that would have been bucket list material, this was it. Being included in what you guys got going on, like I said, there's no words to describe it.
No.
It's like,
I feel the same way for me. It's these guys have made things. After Roman passed away, I almost just quit comics. I might have drawn my wife's children's books, which we're going to be getting to those soon, but I might have not have continued in comics, except I started making some of these other relationships and started seeing all this good quality stuff that wasn't getting as many eyes on it as needed to be. And so basically we're just kind of a coalition or a confederation or federation of studios, and we're helping using each other's fan base to kind of spread the word of each other's comics. So
that's what it was all about when I made the group. It was like you guys bounce off each other's fan bases. When I decided to do that first con, it was like, man, if everybody could bounce off each other's fan bases, everybody might pick up 10, 15, 20, 30, 100 more fans in their fan base, and it was really all about that, man. It was just about getting everybody extra exposure. Come on, man. You Loggerhead fans need to know about you Mojo Rising fans and vice versa. You know what I mean? It was like, that was what it was all about, was, hey, that's a great thing you guys got going on over there, but have you seen this?
Right.
You know what I mean? But have you seen, because this is cool too, and you guys might like this. That's what I'm doing. There you go. That's what I'm saying. It's all about bouncing off each other's fan bases, man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I heard it today from more than one person. After the last con, they got a bunch more people joining their, liking their stuff, joining their stuff. They're like, hey, I'm not gonna put a number on it, but yeah, my numbers are going up, and they started going up after that last con. That's why I'm back. Hooray! Because that's what I'm trying to do, man.
Well, and by growing that, we're able to put out more content. We're able to put out more of the books that we enjoy, tell us some more stories, because then we have, it's not just in us in a bubble.
Right.
We're able to provide entertainment for somebody else that they enjoy it, and that
the whole
just kind of feeds on itself.
It snowballed on me.
Yeah.
Okay, because this started out as a little group of a few people. I didn't think it was going to ever get near 1,000 people. It wasn't the goal. It wasn't about how many people I can get in the group. It was about how many comic people I can get in the group. You know what I mean? Like real comic people. And man, I mean, right from the beginning, the people that joined the group right from the beginning gave it credibility. You guys, Polito, Monty, Michael Moore, people that joined my group, that first 50, 60 people, gave it credibility, and a whole bunch of other people jumped in. Then the con, it was kind of dying. We weren't getting a lot more people, about 600, 700. Then the con, and then boom, we get another big jump. Couple hundred more people joined.
Yeah.
Now, these are comic people that are joining because they got exposed from their fan, their fandom guy, the guy they came out to watch. They seen other people's stuff. They jumped on their fan base too.
Yeah.
This is all I want for everybody. And like what you're doing, bringing in all these people under your banner, is the exact same thing. It's like everybody help each other. Everybody help get the exposure that everybody needs. It's like
some of the Third Empire stuff wouldn't have happened if Raj hadn't have said, I want to publish this. I want to do this, because then I wouldn't have been in the mindset to start adding studios underneath the Third Empire. About the time that happened, we had met Russell, and then kind of mentioned that what we were kind of thinking about doing. And then he, I can't remember what time frame he signed up, but he said, yeah, I think I might want to do what you guys are doing, be a part of it. And about the same time, Eric Dominguez, the same week as Russell, actually about 3 days after him, said, hey, I'm interested in joining in. And then I had a wave of 3 or 4 more a couple weeks after that. So it kind of all, like you're saying, snowballed, but it kind of happened all about the same time. But one of the catalysts was to get me thinking outside of just Alien Skies and Eternal Curse that Roman and I worked on. It got me to thinking, other, and me and Roman had talked about it, and we're actually planning on doing it. But with him passing away, I was kind of just trying to figure out which direction to end up going with things. And it kind of, with Raj and then these guys, Russell and Eric and all these guys coming in, and it just kind of started working towards what we're about to kick off next month. So it's pretty exciting. You talk about Russell. This is a pinup that I did for one of his characters.
Yeah, that's one of the Age of Remnants characters. Age of the Remnants characters.
Age of the Remnants, yeah. So
this book was awesome. I don't know. I don't know if a lot of people watching it, or people that might watch later or whatever, have seen this book, but it is very unique in its setting. It's the whole storyline is
futuristic.
Unique. It's unique from any type of apocalyptic whatever you've ever read. Okay, there ain't nothing out there like it. I can just promise you that.
Yeah, Russell's done a real good job, and I can't wait for people to see it.
Yes. I mean, because I have, so I know. You see, and now I
Well,
don't know what
and there's
new
going to be additional pages too.
I don't know what new he's adding to it.
Yeah.
But I can tell you from what I already know that that's a book worth being on board with. Okay, because it's got legs. You can tell it's going to have legs right from the beginning. It's not going to end after one book, two book, three book. It's got legs.
Yeah.
And for me as a fan, that is important. You know, it's like you got to be able to show me that you're going to go forward. So I got to tell people that last page of the book, that tells a reader exactly what they want to know. Are we on a cliffhanger? Is there something left that we don't know about? Is there more coming? All that is on that last page, and that last page has to grab you and keep your attention for 3-4 months till the next book comes out.
Yeah.
Like, last page got to be good.
Right.
You know, I mean, it really does, and that's, like I said, that's what lets people know that you're going to keep, that this ain't just a flash in the pan thing, and that you're going to keep entertaining them for the years to come. And those are the people that are going to keep buying your books, you know. What we got there? There's a bat and a cat.
Yeah. D-Raj Verma did the pencils, and then I inked over his stuff.
Yes, Phil. I liked your
thanks, Phil.
I liked your review. Your review of that book. It was a lot, pretty much what I would have said. I mean, probably said it better, but you would have said it better than I would have. But is pretty much the same thing as what you said. I loved it. It was a great book, especially a great first book. You know, I mean, you got to be able to bring the people back, and you got to have a good book to do it. A first book is, you come out with a good first book, you're going to have fans forever, man. You know, I mean, look, there's some people, there's some, look at the Defenders run, the original Defenders run, okay? Started out bomb, got about 50 issues in, started to wane a little bit, came back a little bit, started to wane a little bit, fell apart, you know? But the beginning, when you had Hulk, Surfer, and Strange, you had fans, you had people engaged, you had people buying that book for about 50 issues until, you know, you weren't using your original lineup anymore. And you kind of like, hey, that was what made that book work, was there's a whole bunch of people that ain't teammates.
Well, you know, Russell has his story arc planned out, and the continuation of it and all that.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. As long as you know that as a reader, you get to that last page and you get that feeling that you're going to get something better on the next one. That's what I'm talking about.
Same way with Blood of Gods, and I mean, I'm excited for those two books to come out. Same way with Mojo. Just so much cool stuff.
Blood of Gods, I don't know anything about. Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen anything.
If you like dragons and like sword and sorcery type stuff, then you'll want to pick that up.
Obviously, I do. I play Skyrim.
You can actually go on his website right now, and he's posting updates. He's pages.
Okay.
So you can go online and read it and see if you're going to want to pick it up and back the Kickstarter.
Now, are you bringing these people under your Third Empire banner on your Facebook page, so that all their links and all their stuff is there? So if we go to
there's a document there that has all their links.
Okay, because you see what I'm saying? It's like you've got a bunch of people under your banner right now. When people go to look at Empire, they're going to want to see all the titles you got under the Third Empire.
Yeah. If they're not tagged in the, like right now, if you look at my banner up top, it has all the books, the covers. If they're not tagged in it, I mention them in the comments. If they're not there, then message me and I can get you the links. But there's actually a document
Yeah, as
this
long as there's a place
this
where they can find the
this
link.
document that has all the links.
Yeah, that's what you
It
sent.
talks about it.
No.
Everything.
That's what you sent me. I didn't have time to
Yeah.
read it all.
Yeah. It actually has all the websites. It has the links. It
No,
has who did what.
check it out. I started reading it last night about 8:15.
Well, there's a lot there.
I
It's,
started reading it about 8:15. 8:30, the power went out
oh yeah, that's
till midnight.
uh,
Okay, so by midnight, I had totally forgotten what I was doing.
right. Yeah. Well, it throws everything off. I mean, you get out of your
3.5
rhythm.
hours, man. I'm sitting here. I missed the interview on Geek Tavern. I was supposed to be on the Geek Tavern. They were gonna play it this morning before the con. I was, I missed that because the power went out. I was just like, oh my God, this is gonna happen all weekend.
Yeah, that'd be bad, wouldn't it?
You know? I'm glad it happened last night. Got it out the way though, because
Right.
And again, I want to throw my appreciation out there to Amanda for coming out backing me up today, because that alleviates so much stress when you know if the feed goes down, somebody else pick it up. I don't want my artist just out there hanging with them,
Right.
or the feed to go down and nobody even get a hold of them, let them know what's going on. Because if my power goes out, I got nothing. I got no phone. I got nothing. I can't let you're screwed.
Right. Yeah.
Having a backup was like really important and really appreciated. And Phil, I appreciated you doing it last time. I mean, I think I'm going to try to find a different guest host for every con.
It's probably a good idea, or maybe a couple.
Yeah, I mean, just for the
Yeah.
like to help them get some extra exposure too, or whatever. I did offer it to somebody today. Offered them to do June if they wanted to, and they shot me down. So I don't know.
Well,
It's like I try to help people out, man.
well, you never know what's going on though in their life or what they already have scheduled.
I'm a month ahead of time here. I'm talking the first weekend in June, or the first weekend in July, or anytime if you want to do it. I'm giving you plenty of time to make a schedule, make a plan out of it. It's not like, hey, you want to come on tomorrow?
It is a big commitment though. You guys have worked your tails off.
Man,
everybody else.
Really, I've had fun.
Yeah.
The only thing that's different about doing this as opposed to what I do every day is that it's live, and I have an obligation to you guys to make sure the feed's out there. So there's a little stress added to that because I'm really concerned to make sure everybody gets their time and whatnot. Yeah. But it's still fun for me. This is fun for Grandpa, for Pop.
Right.
Okay? And if I'm overly enthused sometimes and sound like, come on, you guys, let's go. That's just who I am. That's not that you guys aren't doing enough or, you know what I mean? That's just who I am. Now that I feel like I'm part of it, you're getting who I really am. Let's, push. I told you I was bummed when you guys said we're not gonna launch in May. No, because I was already I was in full mode, ready to hit that launch party and be on it every day. And I mean, I had to stop and slow down. And
it did kind of put a hiccup in the promotion part of it, and then
I'm just letting you know that's not me. Is the slow down part. I'm always push forward, push through it, power through it, do whatever you got to do, get it, make it happen. And that's just how I was brought up. It's how I brought my son up. It's not ever a shot at anybody else. It's my actual personality and who I am coming out in that instance. I mean.
Well, whatever decision we made, we were going to make work, and that was the decision we decided to make. And by doing that, we were able to add pages. We were able to get the.
That was what I was saying. When you
amp up the colors, then we added on all these other guys that now we'll be able to promote them in the books as well, and we'll also be able to cross promote on the Kickstarters.
Yes.
And we'll also be able to maybe bundle up some rewards, digital rewards, or something like that.
a little Age of the Remnants print, maybe dropped into a Mojo Rising package. You never know.
Yeah.
And something like I told somebody else earlier today, you know, it's like when it's time to package books, hey, what the hell? Remark 10 or 20 of them, put them randomly somewhere.
Yeah.
That's what.
Well, we're going to do our best to surprise people and make it fun for them.
That's the kind of stuff that brings them back, man. When they open that package and they get something they didn't expect,
yeah,
they're a fan for life, man.
Well, I do that with people that order from me all the time. They may end up with an extra 9x12 watercolor print, or you know, whatever else. But or a comic book. Some of them I've thrown in a Repo Man comic book.
Somebody just jumped in there and said hello, but because they're not
Facebook user.
They're not signed in, I do not know who they are. But hello, and we're glad you stopped by to say hello.
Okay, a little explanation of what I have down here right now. It's from Seventh Wave Comics. It's a book that I've been worked on with Luke Nonkersloot, Adam Gorham, Gibson Corder, and various other artists have contributed. It's a black and white anthology. It's kind of a supernatural. But like on this one, it has 4 different stories. This one has 2. But the Forgetter and the Organ Grinder run through these. The Organ Grinder we actually collected into a trade. $20 on that trade. But it's a supernatural Western with a one-armed gunslinger, a chain-smoking monkey, and a haunted organ. So that, you know, but if you want to pick up all the rest of the books, they actually have other stories in there. Yeah, and you can't really go wrong with a chain-smoking monkey, right?
Well, I know how the monkey's gonna do. Oh, hi, Jim. Hi, Jim O'Reilly. What's up, buddy? Whoa.
But that's the Undertow comic from Seventh Wave.
Well, now, Phil, I agree with that. I'm great with the quality books too. But on the point of the collector, I'm wanting to make sure I get what I ordered, and that it gets to me in good condition. And I mean, I'm ordering on the quality of the art and what I believe the quality of the story is going to be. That's why I'm ordering it. It's when it gets to me and how well it's packaged, and I got what I paid for, and I got everything I paid for. I'm not waiting on another package or a third package or, you know, whatever. I mean, it's like all that to me has to do with whether or not I'm going to support the next one. Okay. And just sending me a damaged book, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm never going to support you again. Ask Brian Polito. First book he sent me was damaged. He made it right. He made it right away.
Well, and you know, Polito does great customer service, and
yes.
I have to say, you know, Roman worked with Brian back in the Chaos days. So mine and Roman's philosophy are similar to Brian's in that we want to give the customer the best product we can. We want to take care of them. All of our stuff will ship Gemini mailers. So, you know, packaged up good to where it's doesn't come in damaged. If it does come in damaged, we'll send out replacement stuff.
Yeah. And so, see, that's what I was saying. It's like Brian sent us replacement books right away. We had them in our hands within a week. And it was like, okay, cool. This guy takes care of his people, you know, and okay, now he's got me as a fan. Then I get the bonus thing in one of these other packages that's just beyond anything I could have expected, and nothing I ordered or anything. And it's like, okay, now you got a fan for life.
Right.
You know,
well,
you customer service, and you give away stuff that's just beyond cool. You got it. Okay, you got my $26 every time.
Right.
See what I'm saying? That's it.
Well, you know, and as Third Empire grows, we'll be able to do more of that. You know, with the tight margins right now, we won't be able to do as much, but we'll still do that.
That's why I was saying the thing like the little remarks on just random.
Oh, yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Somebody opens up and gets their book and they look and they got a Greg Harms or
I'll throw in sketch cards occasionally.
You know, that they didn't buy, that they didn't expect, and there it is. You got a fan for life.
Yeah.
Just like that. You know, Jack Purcell, he sent me that copy of Malice and Mistletoe. Okay, with that sketch on the inside, dude got a fan for life. You know, I mean, I wasn't expecting any of that. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to send me the Thor drawing. Or, I mean, it's like that kind of stuff. Indies can do that. Marvel and DC, when they do something, a promotion, it's 150,000 people get it. It ain't special. Everybody got it.
Right.
You know,
well, I think indies are the lifeblood of the industry anyway.
Yeah,
we can respond and react to things so quickly. We can get new product out. You know, and once we get a system down for the Kickstarters, we'll be able to do those, you know, monthly, especially with the different studios doing them. If Third Empire was doing the Kickstarters strictly, we would be at the hold of we can't start a new Kickstarter until after the stuff is shipped.
Right.
But with all the studios that are under Third Empire, we actually have it set up to where we could do one monthly.
Yes.
And
I wanted to let you guys know now, as this progresses and you end up looking like the HQ down there in Scottsdale, okay, and you need some employees and shit, and my grandkids are all old enough where I ain't got to be here every day anymore, I can see Texas if I'm needed.
All right. Well,
so, I mean, need somebody to come down there, package books, whatever, you know.
Right. Well, we'll have, you know, right now we're looking at I'm converting a 1.5 car garage into the headquarters, and then I have a like a granny unit rental house it's not rented, but it's a house that anybody that wants to come in that's part of Third Empire can stay there while we do the signing and fulfillment. So we have a nice setup that we're working towards, and we'll have a gallery area. We'll have a little mock setup to where you can see how the books look on the shelf, and then there's going to be the studio area, and then a hangout area in the back room. So,
well, I'm looking at it like, you know, there's going to come a time when a Mojo launch just ain't going to be right. If Pops ain't there live.
Right, you know? Right. We'll have to. Jim.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
For everybody watching, Jim O'Reilly. He's another member of Third Empire. And how you doing, brother?
Sleepy. Tired. I just got in from work. Had to put some ACs in windows, and just doing a sit down now. Just wanted to stop in and say hello, give you guys some support.
I'm glad you made it in.
Hey, yeah. It's good to see you, man.
Now, Jim's working on the origin story for Mojo. It'll be.
And Jim is also all around me. His art is all around me. He's all on the back wall back there.
Cool. I'm on the wall.
I mean, Jim, you guys kill me, man. All you guys blow me away. I wish my one little piece on the wall I could even show people compared to what you guys got up there.
I've got nothing behind me. I'm like in a small little corner where I work. So
the other night, Greg, he took my Electra picture and he broke it down, broke the shapes, broke it all down for me. Like,
yeah.
It was so cool watching somebody who knows art take somebody who doesn't know art's art,
right?
And show it, you know, and show you how much easier it could have been.
Right.
Well, you know, that's
you know what I mean?
Want to help out. Everybody wants to help. You know,
it was awesome because I mean, I told him, I was like, I'm doing every line all careful, and you know, I'm trying to make it perfect. And he showed me how to do this shape like this, and then you just erase that out the way, and there you go, you got it. Like, wow.
Why make it complicated?
Yeah,
life's complicated enough. Hey, some inks, all right. There
we go.
Nice.
On the screen. There you go. That's Jim O'Reilly art with Greg Harms inks, correct?
Oh, nice. Can you flip it? Can you yeah, no, the other way. Yep. Bingo, got it. Perfect. Awesome.
Man, does his screen show up different on everybody's feed?
It's weird. I think so. Like I was on the live stream with who was it? I think it was Jimmy Reyes, and somebody came on his stream, and on my screen they were completely upside down, but everybody else was seeing them right side up. It was weird.
Right now, the way it's sitting is right side up to me. I can see it just fine.
See, the way it's on my screen, it's sideways.
Yeah, that's how it is on mine. Like you're sideways on mine right now.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, weird. It's
How
weird.
can it be different? I wonder what it looks like online. Crap, I better go look.
Everybody's gonna have a kink in their neck. Watch.
I know. Whereas they're like, it's gonna be like from this.
It looks good online. So what I see
check that out. Nice, beautiful work, Ray.
Thank you. That's I can't say his name. Ibanez. Santa Ibanez.
We're gonna just have to call him Santy. Let's just call him Santy.
Well, I was gonna call him F or S. Or
Yeah,
something.
just call him Santy. Santy's easier.
Santy.
That way I don't feel bad butchering his name.
I know, right? Right.
He's got Santi Ibanez and Fanti Ibanez, and I don't know if the Santi and Fanti is. I don't know if Ibanez is his real name.
Well, I think his first name is Florentino.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
has he been on a live stream yet?
No, he hasn't. I think he's not a real person.
Yeah.
I think he's punking us all.
Hey,
Pops ain't a real person either. Remember?
Oh yeah, he's a figment.
He's an alter ego.
So you guys want to see some thumbnails?
This name is an alter ego.
Yeah, I'd love
this
to.
is not my name. Most people know that. This is not my name. This is the guy that Raj created. I mean, it was a backup account. Alter ego. It's not me.
Greg, this one's going to be fun.
That's awesome.
He's going to be sitting up like over the ledge, and there's going to be alligators down below in the water. Just kind of like I had to add pages in.
Yeah.
Like I gotta do it one more time to like explain the backstory of the.
Oh, I'm digging it.
Of the magic. So I got to add like 2 more pages in the front of this. I think you guys have seen those.
Love it, Jim.
I'm just gonna put out a public service warning to everybody on this: don't mess with Marlowe.
Not by the end of the book, anyway.
Don't mess with Marlowe. That's all I got.
So I turned that alligator into a double-page spread. So it'll be,
call.
Yeah, up in the top panel, he'll wrestle the gator and then go underwater. I have like a little scene where Raj is just on the boat by himself, like Mojo. He's like under the water, and then I'm gonna have him in that last panel come out, and I'll have the gator's head in the water, and he'll have a knife, indicating that he took care of the gator.
Oh, that's cool.
And then they'll put it on the boat in this one, and then we go into the house, and we see our first glimpses of the inside of the house and of Bayonetta. And the father slaps her around, and then she runs off, and he sends his manservant in that last panel, not the last panel, but the one on the bottom left. It'll be his manservant to go find her. She's going to sneak out of the house to meet Mojo, and you can see like in the third panel down in the bottom, I have the snake coming in. Like the snake is going to be, I'm going to be intermittently putting Hera throughout the book. So until I present her. And then this is the last panel. Like they're in a cave. I don't know if anybody can read my chicken scratch.
Yeah, I see the skull cave.
Yes, good. All right. So that's where what I was thinking was what kicks this apocalypse off is actually something from space that crashes through like in the center of New Orleans and creates caves. So then it'll give me a reason why there's all these caves in New Orleans. So
there may be some catacombs in New Orleans.
There actually are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So it also like it's going to mess the landscape. So I'll have like a little mountainous region. You know what I mean? It kind of gives me a good backstory. But yeah, that skull shape is what the asteroid creates, and in the water, I want whoever we get to color the book to create it like there's something under the water glowing up, like glowing, making the water glow. And this is where they go to meet all the time. They go into these caves. They have a boat down there, and this is where the lovers meet all the time. So it'll kick off like where the father's servant comes and kind of confronts them and beats up Mojo for the first time. He gets his butt whooped. But he's gonna have magical powers. This servant, so it'll be cool. I'm gonna turn him into like this magical type creature. So
that's awesome.
Love it. Fun, man. It's fun.
Coming together.
Yeah, definitely. And what's nice is I keep like if something comes in, like I think it's something that I want to add to the story, I can like add in some pages. I'm trying to keep it to the like 48 page. It might go a little over.
If it does, trade paperbacks really do well on Kickstarter.
Yeah,
and Indiegogo.
Or we can just like break it down into, if I can do the chat, like this is like part of chapter 1. The end of chapter 1 will be where Mojo is kind of defeated, and then I'll go into chapter 2 of it. So it may end up being more than the 48 pages, and we may have to break it down into like 3 individual books that we can combine into like a big graphic novel or something.
Okay.
I just got to see. I don't want to like take anything out. I want to tell a story, and then I'll go back and I'll edit it when I start doing the final pencils. But Jimmy Reyes was loving it. Like he was like loving it. He's like, I want your email. I want to do I'd love to ink that cover and do a variant if it's okay. So yeah, it was really cool.
Well, I like Jimmy's stuff.
Yeah, he's got really a unique inking style that's like he does it digitally, but you can see the difference in his line weights. It's really, I'm like impressed. I don't know if it's like the pencils he created.
I wanted to let you guys know that we have a friend in the group. I don't know if you guys know him, Anthony Figueroa. He lives in New Orleans. He is New Orleans, and he can tell you anything you want to know about New Orleans. And he offered any assistance to us in any way, anything we need about background or anything. And he's
okay.
About it.
That's cool.
That's good to know. Have him reach out to me, Pops, if you don't mind. Just have him like send me a quick message because I have a couple things I'd like to pick his brain about and stuff.
Yeah, he told me, he goes, man, if you guys need anything, let me know.
Because like I'm looking for like a flower, like a specific flower that's unique to New Orleans that he gives to Bayonetta. That Mojo gives to
some kind of orchid that's.
Yeah, that's like I don't know. It'll save me time if he just can give me the answer. You know what I mean? I can pick his brain with a bunch of questions. Yeah. If he knows of something that has like a better magical story to it or something. Yeah, if he's a history buff with New Orleans or he lived there, whatever. Yeah, great. It's good news.
I'm tagging him right now, so maybe it come out. Just keep talking about it for a minute. It's like because I was talking to him. I think I was on Rebel. Jeez. Now I can't even remember the name of the dang group. Now I'm blowing it. Anyway, he was out there. We were doing a live feed with a couple other people, with Varian and Varian Grant and Randy Zimmerman. And he come out and when I found out he was from New Orleans, I kind of, pitched our thing a little bit, pitched Mojo a little bit. He was very, very receptive and very, like, hey man, you guys need to do anything, you let me know. You need anything you want to know about the town, whatever. It's like, so
cool.
I hope he comes out here and takes a look. Yeah, that cover looks good. We know that. That's fire right there, man.
Well, obviously the logo I just threw up there. It's like I had when we were like tossing around like different logos and who was doing what. So I just tossed it in just to have placement. But
yeah, the trade dressing will change, but
yeah. definitely. Like I say, it's just for me. Like what's nice is when I do the 3D preview of the book.
Yeah.
Then I can see, you know, how it kind of looks, how it'll look in print. You know, if I need to move anything over or adjust anything.
Yeah.
So, well, listen, guys, I just want to stop in and say, hey, give you some love, Greg. Give you some love,
All
Pops.
right.
See how you guys are
man.
doing. I
Appreciate
need
it.
to go grab a bite. I'm starving. I don't think I ate anything today. So I go up at 4 and right to work.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
man, you be safe. Take care of yourself over there, man. Keep us informed. What's up? It's good to
Will
see
do. Will do. All right. You guys be good.
All right.
Talk
You too.
later.
Thanks.
All right.
And just like that, it's us again. Hey, if
There we
anybody
go.
wants to come out and talk to us about Third Empire, anybody
Say
wants
that
to-
again.
Anybody wants to join the link? I'm sure if you want to come out and ask Greg questions, he'd be more than happy to
Yep. We
answer.
can do that.
You know,
Yeah, we can do a Q&A if anybody's there wanting to ask anything.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know how many people are watching. I don't know how far out this is being shared, because you know, usually that's what I'm doing while co-host is talking to somebody. I'm out there sharing it out into other groups and stuff, but I didn't have a whole lot of chance to do that today because I was out here most of the day. But you know, I think it was a good day. Oh, there he is. There he is, Anthony. Yeah, we was just talking about New Orleans and Mojo Rising, bro. And somebody told me one day if we had anything we wanted to know about, you know, New Orleans, that you were the guy to talk to.
Yeah,
So,
you just missed Jim. Jim was actually the one wanting to speak to you about the New Orleans stuff.
it's like well, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can send him the link. Let me see. Come on. Facebook is really slow. I want you to look at. I want you to see this piece right here too. Let me see. Hold on. You remember the thing for the mock-ups that I sent you, Greg?
Yeah, and I hadn't got to look at them yet.
Yeah, this is the guy that sent me that.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, he's been like seriously helpful. I just sent him the link, see if he wants to come in and talk. He's one of them people that can talk, so you know.
There we go. Was he on the stream the other night, the Indie Vault, with you?
Just for a minute, I think he popped in.
Okay.
He wasn't out there for too long.
When they were going through the terminology of
yes,
the web.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's him.
Okay.
That's him.
Yeah, I he was on my radar because I knew that he'd be somebody we could ask.
Yeah.
So that's awesome that he said he would help us with any of that.
He most definitely. He's like, yeah, man, just let me know anytime you need to know something. Yeah. So Jim O'Reilly, that's Anthony Figaro. I don't know if he's coming out or not, but you know.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't send him the link. That's why he didn't come out. I sent him something else. Here, let me try sending him the actual link this time. How about that? There you go. Want to come out and talk, bro?
While we're waiting, I'll go ahead and promote the Repo Man comic. This is one that Roman and I published through Ega Productions. We worked with Lou Pizarro, who is, if you've ever watched Operation Repo.
You sent me that, right?
Yeah.
Or did Raj? One of you guys sent me that.
Well, Raj got it for you and sent it in a package.
Yeah.
But it's from Lou Pizarro, Roman, and I, and Keith Braun did the letters.
You didn't sign it. I just want you to know that.
Oh, did I not?
No.
This one's signed.
No, I don't care, bro. I got your signature all over the place.
But it's one of the first ones I did all the inks and colors on. So, whoop.
Yes, I tagged you, Anthony. Then I sent you the link. There he is. Here he comes. All right. Anthony.
Hey, Anthony.
What's going on?
What
How y'all doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, man.
Greg Harms, Anthony Figaro.
How you doing, Greg?
I'm doing well.
I mean, I wish Raj was here too. Raj is the one that writes Mojo, and Jim O'Reilly is doing the origin story. So Jim, if you're still listening, bro, this is the guy you need to get with. he's got, he's got some New Orleans questions,
I can tell you all the bad places to go.
You tell us all the places to go, not just the bad ones. Don't you do?
I need to get back down there again.
I want to know about catacombs and cemeteries. That's what I want to know.
When was the last time you was down here, Greg?
It was for the Wizard World New Orleans Con, and
you saw all that construction they had going on out there. Huh?
Yeah, it was after the Katrina, and they were still recovering and the musicians were starting to come back. It was a little bit after that, so
I got you.
But went on a swamp tour. Just loved it. Ate beignets down there on
Cafe Du Monde.
Yeah, Cafe Du Monde. Yeah.
Everybody's got to eat beignets, man.
Oh yeah, that's the first time I'd ever had them, so it was pretty awesome. I missed out on eating alligator though, so I want to try that at some point.
Yeah, when you come back, you get your little piece, man.
Yeah.
You got to get you some Nutri-Rat too when you're here.
Nutri-Rat?
Yeah, man. They cook everything down here. Nothing goes to waste.
We got wet markets
to the cemetery. I tell you what, man, there ain't nothing you can go eat down here that ain't gonna be good. No matter.
Oh, I know that.
I know everything I had down there was like the jambalaya and etouffee and all that stuff. Oh my god,
Did you get to make it to the cemeteries?
No, didn't get to do the tours or any of that. Did a swamp tour.
See, that's what I'm saying. I want to.
I like that.
Cemetery.
Yeah.
Cemeteries are like little cities of the dead down here.
I know
everything. Yeah, it's all above ground, so it's like you walk and it's just like, rows and rows and rows of these like little tombs and shit.
Yes, that's the way it's supposed to be, man. It ain't supposed to be in the ground. Ain't supposed to be in the ground.
Well, the only reason they do that is because if they bury them in the ground here, they'll float.
Yeah, the water table is so high up there down there. It's
what it is, man. You can't bury them in the ground here. Got to put concrete on them.
Which, ironically, I know a few people that probably need some concrete boots. But anyway, that's another story.
Yeah.
So the book's about, what's the book about?
It's Mojo Rising. It's about Mojo, and it's an apocalyptic tale where they're gathering at New Orleans, and he's one of the last ones that is protecting the magic that's in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of walks through that tale, and then of how he's protecting magic, and of course the people he's battling against, Bayonetta and an ex-lover, jilted lover. So, but an apocalyptic tale about magic.
It's like the magic. The magic is in New Orleans, at least for this particular. In the beginning, that's where the source of the magic is, and I'm trying not to know a whole lot of the story because I'm in the story, so I really limit myself to what I'll listen to. If he starts saying too much, I'm gonna walk away. I'm serious because I don't want to know. I want to read it. I'm in it. I want to read it when you do.
I got you.
You know what I mean? I'm like in it. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm in the book. Okay. So I don't want to know what they do with me, what they're doing. I don't want to know. I want to read it when you do. I'm a fan. So you got already have like a rogue gallery for book 2. What am I looking? What's the word I'm looking for? Characters, other characters around the story that are already in creation mode. Is like these guys, I think, are already as far forward as working on character creation for book 3. It's
right.
Like they're definitely already have a story written out that doesn't stop in New Orleans. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I mean, it's actually pretty cool with what I know of it.
No, it sounds good.
And then Jim O'Reilly's working on the origin story.
Yes.
So
And
it's how
he said he does have questions for you. He does want to get with you.
Okay.
Okay, because we want to be historically accurate.
The closest. I mean, you try.
historically influenced.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what I
that's a
mean?
good term. That's the best term to use.
Not necessarily accurate, but I mean, so that we're not like just making shit up.
No, I hear you, and that's always what you want to do. Is I know for me, anyways. Whenever I'm going into anything that I'm, which I enjoy taking things that are real, and then finding out and exploring the history of it, and kind of finding the edges, and seeing where it gets kind of murky. And that's where I find my opportunities to get in and to start saying, okay, well, this is murky, so we don't know. So I can then go off and tell a whole nother tale. As long as I tie it back to some of the lore, I can then say, this is this section over here, which is tied here, but we don't know what happened here. So it's possible. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Can you do me a favor and show your promo pic? Or I mean your profile pic?
Oh, for me? Or for him?
For you. Show us your profile pic.
How do I do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm just as, man, look, I'm just. Let me see.
I'll post it in the comments later or something. I want everybody to see that Mojo and your bro could be bros.
It's based on a character from like Haitian voodoo. It's Baron Samedi. And he's basically, the god of the dead, but it's basically a guy, and he's got a skull painted on his face, and he traditionally wears a top hat, bone. I mean, he's essentially the character from Frog and the Princess. I mean, essentially, that's the same archetype character that you're looking at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's tied into the whole voodoo thing, but his name is Baron Samedi.
I like the art that on yours, and because remember when I first seen it, I was like, brothers, and I pointed it up and down because one was above and one was below. I was like, brothers, because it was like, man, you guys should be hanging out together.
Yeah, maybe a crossover, huh? I don't know.
Well, the thing is, it's easy to do. You just basically, because it sounds like your story is future set, correct?
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, essentially, and that's what I play on this idea that Baron Samedi, right, is an identity, right, one of many. So again, Samedi is one that's known in the voodoo culture, but my guy's essentially, I just capitalize on the whole King of the Dead thing, and that he has multiple names from multiple regions and whatnot, but that essentially that's his role as the King of the Dead, and his relationship to my character Jean Lafitte and Marie Laveau, and his relationship in the world of magic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the same type of concept. You know what I mean? Your story could be a future story of what I'm telling right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It could easily be a future story.
That's cool. That's awesome.
Actually, your story could be our origin story.
Dude, it's a trip because all I do is I just the only spin that I put on anything is that I just took Lovecraft's ancient gods of chaos, like the Cthulhu monsters and whatnot, and I said, okay, so these were the original monsters. These were the original gods. From these gods, every monster is born, and so what happens is these monsters then team together, and then they banish them into another dimension, because these are gods of chaos. These new monsters want power. They want control. They're not interested in just chaos. And so once they banish them, they go to war for about 100 years or whatever, and then they finally sign a treaty, and then they split the world up, which is why you have all these different monster lores, like African myths, and you got Greek myths, and you got all these different myths from all these different areas. And so then you have this lineage that comes down, and so one of these individuals is the King of the Dead, who again, his origin comes from, at the end of the day, the gods of chaos. And the whole story, my story revolves around individuals trying to tear open the holes and allow these ancient gods back in, and that whole, so you
bring back Thor. Yeah,
you can take it from there. I mean, essentially, you can cut through all this stuff, and again, you say this is what the public sees, this is what the people see, Thor, this, that, and the other, and then you can cut it in, and you can kind of long as you loosely hold to some of the main ideas, you can really run all day with this stuff. I mean, you really could.
Yeah, the stories could be endless.
I mean, absolutely.
It's wide open. Yeah.
I look at the first three movies of Star Wars, and what happened to the expanded universe because of those 3 movies.
Absolutely.
I mean, over 200 books came out of that, man.
Yeah,
People
absolutely.
ran wild with the smallest characters. There's stories about Salacious Crumb, the little laughing thing in Jabba's palace. There's an actual story in a book about him. You know, I mean, people ran with whatever they could out of that. That's just proof right there of what you're talking about.
No, I was very inspired by. I mean, and ultimately, I talked to my partner. And we said the same thing, that what we would like to do is very similar to that. What inspired us actually was Lovecraft, and that Lovecraft essentially created this mythos, and then he just said, "Here, these are kind of the basic rules." Same thing Lucas did. It was like, look, these are the basic tenets. You can't violate these, but within these tenets, you can tell almost any story you want. And so we wanted to do the same thing in the Lovecraft tradition, is to set up a universe that essentially is so rich and so expansive that you can tell stories within this universe with a very liberal set of tenets to follow. But if you follow those, you can just, you can go wide open with it.
Yeah.
A nice playground to play in.
Absolutely, dude. That's what I'm saying. And just, tell
yeah.
stories all day long. And then this opens you up to, like you're saying, easily doing crossovers and expanded universe stuff where they tie in and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Without having, like I said, the key is laying down a few ground rules that are pretty simple to follow. You know what I'm saying? And then from that, it gives a lot of people a lot of room to breathe and tell whatever brand of stories, whatever style stories they want to tell within that universe. That's the idea anyway.
Yeah. It's the universe building part of it that where you set your rules. Yeah, I mean, where you set the rules and set what can happen, what can't, and then you write the best stories you can in those.
That's it, brother.
This is
I love it.
Giovanni Ramos said excited for Mojo and can't wait.
Awesome.
And he loves the promo animations.
Well, you can thank Artex for that.
We got Artex and we got Arash Zende did a video thing for us. It's like, we got people doing things for us, and they're doing it out of the kindness of their heart. And we appreciate it, man, all the way around. I mean, for everything, people helping us out in every way. I mean, just like what you said, Anthony. Anytime you guys got any questions, you can, hit me up. Just that kind of stuff. I mean, if everybody treated everybody like that all the time, it'd be a good place to hang out all the time.
That's it, man. And that's all you can do. You know what I mean? That's it. It's all you can do. And, and understand ahead of time, not everybody's going to feel the same way. And that's okay. That's fine. Let them do what they, let people do what they want to do. If that's how they want to do things, that's fine.
I know.
Focus on, like we said, Paul, let me focus on trying to build something. Let me focus on moving forward. This old man told me this, and I feel really, I've been trying to incorporate this, and I don't mean, he said this is what he said to me. He said, look, he said, son, he says, the problem with fooling with the clowns on the side is the moment you start messing with them clowns, you become part of the circus. And I always remember that. And it's just like, I don't have time to play in the circus. I'm trying to build something. I'm trying to create something. You know what I mean?
I like that.
Yeah, because it makes so much sense.
I stole that from the old man.
There you go.
It really does.
That old man wisdom.
He said I could steal as long as I gave it away.
Right. Yeah. I've been playing with monkeys too long, I guess.
That's it. Look, man. Look.
I'm the top ape, I guess.
I'm gonna go over here. You go there. Do your thing. I'm gonna do my thing.
I know I
your
ain't
interest don't conflict with my interest, and we happy, man. We good.
I know I haven't felt like part of a circus, but I've definitely been in a bunch of clowns. There's times
That's what I'm trying to do, man. Is focus on what I'm doing and saying, okay, this is me.
Yeah, there's times when I just gotta bail, man. Like hit that snooze button or something and get out.
Do, man. I think sometimes like that people all no bullshit. I mean, you got to give people the right to be wrong, bro. and you got to let them find their own way. Sometimes, you know, they never do. But you know, I don't know. It's above my pay grade, bro.
Well,
above my pay
their
grade.
their right way is not going to
Yeah.
be your right way.
No, man, and that's okay. And that's what
Yeah.
I'm learning how to do, is that my truth doesn't have to be your truth, and that's okay.
That's
You know,
what
we can disagree. We can say, look, I respect how you see something. I just don't see it that way.
Yeah.
And we can agree to disagree, and it's just and it's okay. Like it's cool, man.
That's what I've learned from the difference between New York and Three Rivers right now in today's reality. Their truth is different than my truth. That doesn't mean they're wrong. That doesn't mean I'm wrong. It's that my reality is not the same as their reality.
Right.
And their reality sucks. And I agree 100%. What's going on there ain't no fun.
Right.
But it ain't like that here.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't want to be penalized for going outside without a mask, because that's the way things are where you live.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even Detroit to here, it's the same state. You can't put us under the same restrictions that you've got them under. They're the ones with the problem, not us. You know, I mean,
Well, it's like if somebody wants to put it like this: we're in the same storm, but we're in different boats.
yeah, that's what I try to tell people. Your reality is your reality. I'm not saying it's not. Forgive me the fact that my reality is also mine. This is the way things are where
That's the only thing that's the one thing I've seen that's kind of disturbing change over the years, is this concept of and I don't know when it changed, but I mean this idea of, listen, if this is what you wish to do, you know, like I say, that do your do your thing. You know, I don't know when it changed from, well, the other person now, and I always use it with, and I hate to use this, but this is the way I use it. It's like the Pledge of Allegiance. You don't want to say the Pledge of Allegiance? Don't say the Pledge of Allegiance. That's your American right not to say it. I don't know when it changed, though, to this idea of, well, I don't want you to say it. And it's like, well, that's fine. I get you, baby, but I'm not making you say it. So the idea that now you can make me not say it, like I don't know where that comes in. Where it's like, look, I'm gonna say this, and if you don't want to say it and you don't want to participate in it, that's cool, man. Do your thing.
Yeah.
But the idea that somehow now you're gonna infringe now upon my right to do it, that's the thing. I don't know when that happened. I don't know where that changed. I don't know what happened.
It's kind of crept in over the last few years. It seems like, and
very much so.
Yeah, and
really crazy.
When you impose on my rights, then your rights have ended. You can't impose on my rights.
That's that's the part that I don't understand. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand when that happened, and now it's been around for so long that people just kind of accept it in a way where it's like, well, wait a minute, like why does your right to, what did your boy say? Why does your right not to be offended trump my right to express myself? Like, why does that? How are you canceling my rights?
I'm gonna tell you
know what I mean? Like, how does that work? And if that's the game we're playing, I'm gonna start canceling your fucking rights.
But see, this is what I'm saying. If you were standing face to face with him and there's no social media and he tries to infringe on your rights, it's a whole different thing.
What?
Okay, it's really easy to sit over here on your keyboard and say, "No, man, you can't say that." But you get up in my face and tell me I can't say that, and it's a whole different game.
I get that. I'm trying to be a different man.
Social media has definitely made the bravery of the infringing on others' rights way easier, because distance gives courage.
Well, I agree with that. I think though, I think somewhere something just got misused. I think people wanted to do right. I think they wanted to, you know, nobody wants to harm anybody else and shit like that, you know, and I think that was the intent. But I think somewhere it just kind of went a little haywire and it kind of got away from everybody. You know what I mean? And it's just like this weird thing where it's like, you know, this weird concept where people now they need you to validate their existence, and I don't understand that. Like, I mean, it's like, listen, you don't need me to validate you, like, and because I don't need you to validate me. You know what I mean? So this idea that I have to acknowledge what you're saying, what you're thinking, how you're feeling, and again, that I have to, not that it's etiquette, not that it's not that it's manners, but that you're saying you're trying to force me to do this. And it's like, that's where I started getting like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, why do I have to validate what you're saying? Why do you need me to say
I think
what
that
you're
came
saying
in.
is okay?
Yeah, I think that kind of came in sometime around when we started giving participation trophies.
Oh, there you go. Also,
they were getting validated for not doing anything.
Again, I think I hear you, and I think all that stuff was done with good intention.
Oh yeah, I mean everything. It's
the road to hell is
I just don't
with
think
good intentions.
I just don't think that they understand. Like, what do you know? Like, there are consequences to this. There is something to this. I'm definitely a romantic, but I am also a pragmatist, and the more I get into things, not everything, but I do understand that the old schoolers knew a lot more than we give them credit for. And there's a lot of things that we do today, and it's weird that old school, and I mean old school, just understood. They understood because they had tried different things over the years, and they had developed like, well, this is the system that we find gets pretty good results. You know what I mean? And this is kind of how it is. And I think somewhere along the line, we tried to threw the baby out with the bathwater, and we kind of just took this old style stuff and just said, oh, we'll just get rid of that because it's obsolete, and never did look at, well, is there any value to any of this stuff?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it just can't all be bad. Like, was there value to it? And I think so much of it was thrown out that we lost our way, and we kind of got confused on what is up and what is down and what is left and what is right. And I think you have a lot of people who are walking around right now who are confused and are frustrated and are angry, but they don't know why.
Yeah.
And so they just, pick things out. Whatever's in front of them, that's the reason why they're angry. That's the reason why they're mad. But I just think it's lack of direction. And that's the problem when you start moving these boundaries out the way, and there's no boundaries. Well, then there's no guideposts. And then all of a sudden, if there's no North Star, then where are you going?
Yeah.
Where are
then you wander aimlessly.
Exactly. And you're just constantly unfulfilled and unsatisfied, constantly angry, and constantly
lashing out. And, I mean, come on, man. Most of the stuff I learned that meant anything, I learned from somebody that was a lot older than me. Okay.
Well, I mean, and to be fair about it, man, I think it caught all of us, because I think, when I look at things, it was like, technology and the speed at which data and information moved altered things in a way they had never really been altered before. Because prior to that, I mean, my generation, the generation before me, I mean, it was pretty standard stuff. You went outside, you played. You played soldier, this, that, and the other. You played sports, whatever the case may be. You went by your friend's house, you skipped rocks across the pond. You went and played sandlot baseball. I mean, like, it was pretty standard stuff. Everything was at the same speed. Even when you had telephones, it was like you had a telephone, it had a cord on it. You got fancy if you had a cordless phone. But
yeah, really fancy if you had a hammer phone for your mobile.
You had television, but it was limited. And everything was pretty standard. And then once the internet popped off, and then AOL, and then all of a sudden you got to the 2000s, things started to move really, really fast. And then once you got to like 2010, man, I mean, things were moving so fast. No one really understands. I still don't think anybody understands the implications of what are the actual, what is social media? What is that going to do to us? What negative impacts is that going to have? Because we don't know, because now you have children that are being raised on it. We don't know what that's going to do. Yeah. I know me, I get sucked into this shit as a grown man who didn't have it for most of my life. And here these poor kids getting shoved into it. And it's just, I mean.
And then that's all they know.
Dude, yes. I definitely, and this is a conspiracy theory, but and this is my own, I definitely think that social media has altered people's memory in a way where they can't, their long-term memory, like their short-term memory, they can't fucking remember anything. Like, bro, you asked me for something for like 3 years ago, bro, I have trouble with that shit. I'm like, fuck, what happened 3 years ago? Now, if you ask me for when I was a kid and shit like this, man, I can tell you some shit. But like 10 years, 15 years, man, that shit is like it's weird. 10 years is just it's blurred up, bro. It really is. Because shit will happen and they'll be like talking about something and I'm like, God, this sure seems like this has happened before. And then I gotta go do some goddamn research, which pisses me off. And then I find out, oh yeah, it happened. And then I remember it. I'm going, how did I not remember this? What the fuck? This was a big deal when this happened, man. So
Right.
I think that social media, man, it has it's good and it's bad, but I think
It
it's
definitely is watered down.
accelerating that stuff.
It's
Yeah.
watered down a lot of things. You know,
I go with
it's really weakened a lot of things that were solid in our lives, man. You know, one thing I want to do though is I want to talk about Blood of Gods for a minute.
Okay.
That's the book in our under our banner that I'm the least familiar with. And when I meet dude, I want to be able to talk to dude. So talk about his book. I mean, seriously, man, you know, I need to be able to talk to the man when I get a chance to and be able to
Well, I would say go online and grab some of the because he's updating it 2 or 3 times a week, I think. I'm not sure on his publication schedule, but it and forgive me because I don't know some of the names just offhand.
See, we need to get with dude, man. We need to get with dude.
Okay, he not to give anything away, but he is actually part god.
Okay.
And it shows up because his village is being attacked.
Okay.
And then towards the end of it, there's gonna be another bad guy that's been comes into the fray, but you know he's gonna be the hero.
Okay.
So.
And what's his name? Can we say his name or no?
Yeah, I can. Oh, let me. Anthalus, if I didn't butcher it.
Anthalus.
Anthalos.
Anthalus.
But you know, Eric's done a real good job about building up a mythos around all of his characters and about the whole world itself. And I'm still getting into all of that as well. I just know I like the book, and I'm going to be drawing it on issue 3. So
cool.
But I mean, there's just so many cool visuals, and it's just, and I can't wait to actually learn more about all of them themselves. But he's one of the more recent additions to Third Empire. So, but I grabbed this book, and I need to grab number 2 from him. But you know, all these books that we're going to be kickstarting with Blood of Gods it's already been published. I mean, it's already done. So when we kickstart it, we're not going to have to wait for it to be done. It's going to go to the printer a lot quicker. All the rewards are going to go quicker. That way we can fulfill a lot quicker than we would have otherwise if we're trying to finish it. But he has 2 books done already. So when we do this one in a few months, we'll kickstart the second one. And while I'm going to be drawing the third one, which he just sent me the script for the third one. So I need to go through it, that I'll be drawing. And then the same way with Age of Remnants, you know, issue 1 and 2 are done, except for the additions that Russell's adding to book 1, but they'll be ready to go to printers and be shipped off as soon as the Kickstarter is done. So
awesome. See,
yeah.
I'm real excited because, you know, I mean, man, I'd just be some lame old collector still if it wasn't for you guys all bringing me into this. So, yeah, I'm a little bit jacked about where the whole direction of the whole thing, because I mean, you know, when I first got introduced to Raj and to what you were doing, it wasn't this big. You know, I don't even think you were sure you were going to even go forward yet.
Well, I was going to do the Alien Skies and the Eternal Curse. Those were going to come out because those were the last books that Roman did before he passed away. So he and I were going to we were going to get those out. But with Raj coming on and having me publish him through the Third Empire, which before Roman passed away, this is something that we had talked about, that we wanted to give new and upcoming artists and creators a platform, because Roman worked for Marvel and Chaos Comics and that type of stuff. So he kind of had worked in it for 30 years in the industry for 30 or so years. But we wanted to give new and upcoming artists a platform that we could produce and publish their work and get it out there. And it was just a matter of timing when all this kind of came together and kicked off. And then the guys dogpiled me and said, I want you, they came on and said, we want you to publish. So overnight, basically, I became a publisher with other people's work other than my own and Roman's. So
it's just so awesome, man. Because like I said, when I first met Raj, first off, it was music. It didn't have anything to do with comics. I didn't know he was a comic guy. He didn't know I was a comic guy. He was a David Lee Roth guy, and I was a Sammy Hagar guy, and that's how we started talking. You know?
All kinds of arguments over that, but anyway,
that's what it's turned into, man. It's like he's one of my best friends. I've never met him personally, like physically, never met him. He's one of my best friends. I mean, it's like a lot of people say that things that happen for a reason, and sometimes I think the people you meet are more what that is about than what happens.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? It's like the people you meet are way more important than.
Well, sure, because you're 100% correct. So if things happen to you in your life, what are these things without the people around you to share them with? What is the point?
Yeah.
What would be the point of these things if you didn't have people who that you shared soul with? You know what I mean?
What happened?
Enjoy these moments with.
Met that person.
Oh,
I mean, some of it would never happen if you didn't reach out and shake somebody's hand that you never met before, or argued with somebody about music online. I mean, because that's what it was. We argued about music online. We ended up liking each other.
Well, we all come into each other's life. Even just this conversation, we can influence each other in a positive manner or a negative manner. To where I can make your day better or I can make your day worse just by the interaction, and we fail all the time. We fail ourselves and each other.
Oh,
but then there's so many wins that we give each other too, though, and it's just
you talking about self-reflection, Greg, and I think that is something that is missing. I don't know where it went, but it seems like self-reflection is a dying commodity that I find I don't know what happened to it.
Well, it's posted on those Facebook memories, and you forget about them.
Man,
I guess
it goes way farther back than that, guys. Yeah. Okay, when my son was born, there was no Facebook. I mean, what can I tell you? There was a time when there wasn't no Facebook.
Was there? Come on, Pops. Is that true?
Tell me the story about before Facebook.
MySpace was better. You know
why? About this MySpace.
You want to know why MySpace was better? Because you got out there and you promoted yourself and what you
I like MySpace.
You didn't go on MySpace to bitch about what other people liked. You went on MySpace to talk about what you liked and to put your stuff that you
put your own music on there.
Yes, you put what you liked on your page, and everybody would look at your page and go, "Oh, that's cool," but nobody came to your page and went, "Oh, dude, you need to take that down." You did not.
I used to call MySpace. Going back to the story where me and Roman met, I used to call MySpace the dating service because that's where me and Roman met. That's how we started the Third Empire.
But that's what we had back then. We didn't have Facebook. Everybody didn't argue all the time. Everybody just put their cool stuff up that they liked.
Yep.
And that's what I try to that's, you guys know, that's what the group is based on. Put up what you love. Put up what you love. Don't tear down what somebody else put up. Put up what you love. And as long as everybody, I mean, come on, you think about it. I've removed 2 people from the group in 6 months. I've had to take down a few posts that got, people start arguing, calling each other names. No, we're not going to do that. It's out, But other than that, it's been smooth, man. Our group does not blow up and argue and act fool about any topic. And I love all you guys and want you all to keep being part of that group, because if all the groups were like that, I'd still be in all the other ones I was in.
Right. Oh, I'm still in some of those other ones you're not in. They hadn't got any better. They're still vicious.
I looked at all
That's
these
the other
different
thing.
groups.
I don't quite understand. I'm not understanding how people are so goddamn ugly to each other. I mean, it's smug.
That's that distance thing I was telling you about.
Nasty ass thing. I hear you. I do. I guess I just keep wondering where the adults went, man. I guess I just don't. I think of that. I'm like, well, where did all the grown-ups go, bro? Like, what happened? Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
The grown-ups, we get caught by the baited hook too. My best days are days I stay out of my news feed.
Sure.
My best.
Facebook right now is more toxic than Twitter, bro.
Oh yeah.
That's horrible.
Yeah, Twitter's toxic.
That's a terrible
do
statement.
I don't do Twitter.
I'm telling you right now.
No, 140 characters ain't enough for me to tell you what's on my mind, baby. I can't even do that. I'd be like halfway through what I got to say and no, I'd have to post 5 times to get my thing across. No, Twitter ain't for me, man.
Well, it's for the really dedicated people that want to insult you.
Man, you got to be short though. You got to be quick with it. 140 characters ain't much. Man.
I go on every one of my social media. That's all you will ever see on my social media is artwork.
I think that's the best way to do.
You will never see. You'll never see food. Hell, you don't even see my children. I don't even put my children on social media, man. I strictly use it for my artwork, and that's a wrap, bro. Not no.
I'm almost to the point where I can just use it for the group and promoting comics. I mean, the better I get at staying out of my news feed, the better I'll be at promoting comics. That's the way I look at it. The more I can stay out of all that toxic crap, when you hit that home button, beware. But if I hit that group button, it's all good. You see what I'm saying? So I'm learning to spend more time on one feed and less time on the other.
I will go ahead and say I will cop to this. I'm not proud of it, but I've spent a lot of time not unfollowing people because I don't want to be in an echo chamber. But it's gotten pretty
for me, it's just the insulting.
Nasty as of late that I'm just like, bro, I can't keep it.
Yeah, well, if they're nasty, they'll get unfollowed or deleted.
But I mean, it's not even to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
it's to other people on your feed.
Well, it's like I hear you, bro. You don't like this person. You hate what they're doing. I got you, bro. Got you. That's all you have right now in your life. That's it. That's all you have. Come on, bro. Like, come on, man. Like it's like it's obsession, bro. It's like, bro,
it makes you feel sad for them because if that is all they have,
just fucking go do something, bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like I can go on my newsfeed for like 3 minutes, but somebody will just say the wrong thing, and I'll be like, "Fish hook, got me." I'm out. So, you know what I mean? Because some shit is just stupid. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, if somebody says something really stupid and I see it, I'm probably gonna.
I don't even want to go there, Pops. I'm just like, whatever. I don't. I
have that problem of I feel like you might need to be educated, because if you're spreading that crap around to other people, you're making the problem worse. Now, not in every case. Sometimes it's the crap I'm spreading that people think the same way. But that also goes back to this is where I live and that is where you live. Now, what I tell you about what's going on in my life on my feed, if you're going to come on my feed, call me a liar and tell me because it's different where you live, doesn't make me a liar.
Now, I'm trying to use that attraction rather than promotion thing.
I'm probably going to react to this, though. If I'm on my page telling you what's going on in my life, and you come here calling me a liar because where you live, it ain't the same, you're going to get a reaction now. Okay. I'm not a liar. This is the way it is where I live. That's the way it is where you live. You're not a liar either. I'm not calling you a liar. You see what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what's happening here on my feed in my local area. I'm not on your page telling you, no, it ain't that way because it's different here. You see what I'm saying? It's like everybody has to realize that what you say on your own personal page is your truth.
What I hear you. What I'm learning
You gotta leave
what
people alone.
what I'm learning is these motherfuckers don't have to do a fucking thing.
It's great
all I have
page.
any control over, Pop, is what do I engage with? You know what I mean? And there's too many good people to be talking to. There's too much positive shit in the world to be.
That's what I'm saying. It's
to be
all
fucking around
to your page.
with just negative bullshit. I don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it, man. It don't make me a good person. My kids don't want to talk to me.
That's why that unfollow button is so much easier now. Okay, if somebody says something stupid, I just snooze them for 30 days. You know, I don't even say anything half the time anymore. I'm getting better, guys. I'm getting better.
Progress, not perfection, brother.
If they come back up in 30 days and they got the same crap coming out, I snooze them for another 30 days. And that actually happened already. So, you know, I've been working on it for about 30 days. Because one just came back and got 30 days again, you know. So, I mean, I'm trying, guys. I really am. It's hard. It's hard when you're old and opinionated and you see some really stupid shit
My
happening.
dad, look, bro. My old man is fucking motherfucker 66, bro. And he has never in his entire life been one who has ever had the reputation of holding his tongue. You know what I mean?
And
he just got on Facebook about a month ago.
Oh God! You let him get on Facebook? You're gonna
He's a grown man, bro. I told him, I said, bro.
Yeah, how quick did he get banned?
Be prepared when you go out there, bro. You know? Oh, it's been fun listening to him. This motherfucker, come on, I'm like, bro, just stop talking to him, bro. Stop engaging with him, too.
You got to teach him about the unfollow button and shit, man. You got to, you know.
Oh man, my daddy, boy, fucking trip, man.
I can't imagine my dad would have survived through this. He would have gone shit cold crazy and took some people out by now if he is still around. I ain't lying. My dad was not about to play, and
it's funny, man. It's a trip, bro.
You know, I don't think he'd been able to live through this, man. He'd have gone crazy.
It's crazy fucking times, bro.
It is. I try to tell people, man, it's like I remember in like first or second grade in South Minneapolis, we lived in the projects. Okay, we was poor. We lived in the projects, and our school there was right during the 60s, you know, the race riots, late 60s, you know, and our school blew up. Our little grade school blew up. I mean, kids from the high school were there, like causing problems, and some little kids from the neighborhood that knew me and my sisters got us out of that school. You know, some little black kids from the neighborhood that knew us.
You must be talking about 68, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
got
man,
us out of that
he
school and got us home safely. And I mean, you know, dude, people don't even know. People do not even know what real civil unrest is yet.
No.
They don't even know.
No.
Your kids are getting escorted home so that they don't get hurt. You'll know what civil unrest is. You know, I mean, this is all, I don't know. I see places where you have to wear a mask, you can't buy a gun, and they're letting people out of prison.
Yeah, crazy times.
Purge, man. That's a soft purge to me. I don't care what anybody says. They can cover their face, and you can't defend yourself. Something wrong with this whole picture right now. You know, I mean, I see a soft purge in those places where they just don't care. They're not arresting people unless they're outside without a mask on. But they're letting people out of prison who did all kind of nasty stuff.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, and then they're surprised when they do the same stuff they were put in jail for again.
Yeah, I don't quite.
Yeah,
That I
that's
don't.
Wear a
I mean, I
mask now.
understand the concept, but
They
I
get to
don't.
wear a
I
mask
don't
now. You can't
understand
even tell who did it.
the reality of the situation. I get it. You don't want your prisoners to get into the population. You don't want it to explode in there. But
Yeah.
you have all these makeshift hospitals. You're telling me you can't do something. You can't other than release them into the public. I don't know, man. It just seems kind of like I don't know.
It seems like a soft purse to me. That's what I'm saying. It's like, wait a minute. You know, I'm pretty sure I was in prison during SARS and nobody was letting us out. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Nobody's worried about us at all. You know.
I mean, they should be let out when they feel like they've been rehabilitated,
Yeah,
or when their sentence is done.
we had
I mean, when they paid their debt.
we had people with MRSA on our yard. They weren't letting us out.
Yeah.
They left us right there exposed to it. They didn't care. This whole thing is just like, you know, it's just like turning our whole society upside down, man. It really is. It's turning our whole society upside down. And it's really sad that it's on us to hold it together.
It, bro. It might be in trouble.
That's what I'm saying. Because if it comes to my house, you know, all I'm going to do is get quiet with a katana and wait. You know, go ahead, walk by. I don't have no problem with going out there in the woods behind the house and waiting for them. You know, it's like whatever happens, happens. That's the way I was raised, and everything I've ever been part of has been pretty much ready for anything reactionary. You know, I'm not gonna tell you I don't have a bug out bag.
You got a good bag?
Hell yeah. There's stuff in it too.
I tell them straight up. I always thank the Mayans all the time, bro. I was like, thank you for 2012. I'm very stocked up and ready to go. I didn't have to get anything. I didn't have to get anything for COVID. I'm like, I got all my shit in 2012. I'm good. Boom.
Sweet. See, that happened to me during Y2K. I was young. I lived like 2 miles, 3 miles from Luke Air Force Base. And I was like, if shit goes off, if this thing is all like as bad as it could be, I don't want to be nowhere near no Air Force Base. I went up into the woods for the weekend. I call it Y2 camping. Took my dogs, we all went up in the woods for the weekend. Hey, came home, everything was in one place. Cool. You know. But I didn't trust nobody to have it right.
I will tell you this much, and this is the one thing I will tell you that I find to be different about this, because I was here for Katrina and I stayed for Katrina. And the difference that I see with this than what Katrina was, and the same thing with 9/11 and things, it's just people seem to be more unity, whereas things are so partisan right now. And I think that's what the real issue is, man. It's divided out, and it's like I don't think, you know, that's the real difference, because I went through Katrina when, you know, there was no power, there was no food, there was no water, there was no ice. I mean, it was not, you know, it was pitch black, bro. Pitch fire. I mean, you ain't never seen black like this. It's pitch black. And, you know, you go through something like that, and it's like, then you go through something like this, and it's just like, well, why are people so fucking out the box, man? And it's like, it's this real divide between people. You know what I'm saying? And I don't, you know, I don't understand why, you know, why it's so toxic. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't. I don't understand why you have people who are making disingenuous arguments, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, some people, you know, there's always opportunists who are going to take opportunities. They're going to take things and they're going to use them to their advantage. But, you know, I hear people say something like, oh, these people, they just want to open the economy to go get a haircut. I'm like, come on, bro. You really believe that? Like, come on, man. That's got nothing to do with what these people are saying, man. You know? And it's just, I don't know. It's weird, man. It's so weird to see people, and then to see them so just nasty to one another. People they never even met, wishing COVID and their families die and shit. But I'm like, damn, bro. I'm like, that's pretty fucking ruthless.
We used to be divided by a couple of things. We used to be divided by, you know, the religion and the politics. And, you know, now we're divided by everything. Everything. There's somebody that doesn't like it. And they're offended by it. Being offended for other people is the stupidest thing I ever heard of first.
Well, I agree with you. That you and I are 1,000%.
Being offended for somebody else is the stupidest thing you can ever do, because you're just causing yourself stress. And that person might not even be offended.
Well, that's my thing. I find it to be somewhat disingenuous.
You know,
I really do. I'm like, how are you? I had a guy. I'll tell you a funny story. Man, I'll tell you straight up, man. I knew this guy, and we were on a group thread. It was me and about 9 other guys. One of the guys on there is a gay guy, and he makes a joke. He makes a joke about gay, you know. Now, not everybody knows each other. So the guy says, "Hey, man, you better watch yourself making jokes like that, you know, because I'll fucking break your jaw and fucking give you a black eye and shit." And the other dude goes, and there's another guy goes, "Well, look, bro, that dude's gay, so you know we're gonna allow it." The dude's like, "I don't give a fuck, you know, I'll fuck him up and blah blah." And I mean, it turns into this whole thing. And finally, I pull the guy to the side. I'm like, "Yo, man," I'm like, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" Well, that those jokes are unacceptable. And I'm like, "Yo, bro," I'm like, "Dude's gay. I don't care. I don't care who makes jokes like that. It's unacceptable." And I'm like, "Yo, bro," I'm like, "Are you listening to what's coming out of your mouth right now? You're trying to tell me that you are so offended by a gay joke that you're willing to beat up a gay man who made a gay joke about his own gay?" I'm like, bro, I'm like, that. How the fuck? How is this coming out of your mouth right now? That's like going to beat up a dude in a wheelchair because he made a joke about a dude in a wheelchair. Like, bro, where do you get the fucking balls, bro, to fucking come tell other grown men, right, or to go tell a black man? You can't make a black joke about black people. You know what I mean? You like say, bro, like how do you cross that line?
How do you justify that?
Say that. You didn't have much to say after. I was like, you realize you'll get a hate crime, correct, bro? Like you get that, right? I never thought of it that way. It's like, yeah,
we're divided in everything now. Okay, it doesn't even matter anymore. It's like a dude can come out like say the Colin Kaepernick, who comes out and he's got a message about police brutality, but his message is really blurred by the media. And nobody knows for sure if he's just being racist or if he's, you know, because the media is not giving you a real picture. They're giving you sound bites. They're giving you, a picture of him wearing a Guevara shirt. They're giving you all these reasons not to like him so that you won't hear his message. Okay? It's all about division. If you can shoot down somebody else's stance, they're going to allow it, because the more divided we are, the more they can get away with. This is prison yard mentality, okay? I lived in a prison yard in Arizona where you have 7 or 8 different political factions because of the Native Americans as well. Okay, so you have a lot of different political factions on the yard. And the guards, what's the guards' job? To make sure that we're all at each other's throats so we ain't at their throats. That's what our government's doing to us right now. They've got us all at each other's throats, and nobody's pointing a finger at them saying, y'all are fucking up. Because we're all too busy mad about whether or not he said a black joke, or whether or not he said a gay joke, or how he said it, or whether or not he was allowed to say it, or we're divided by everything. Everything. Even in comics. And it's getting old, people. You know, I don't know.
Well, you know, when you demonize the other side, it's easier for you to hate them.
Well, and that's the whole thing.
It's easier for you to persecute them.
Yes, it's all about demonizing. It's all about making the other guy look bad in any way, shape, or form, and of any type. I made up a word the other day. Divisionist. Divisionist tactics are what they're using on us. Divisionist is not a word, but it should be, because it is what's happening. The media's doing it. The government's doing it. So I hate to say it, but some church groups do it. You know, I mean, it's demonizing other
power
people.
grab, brother.
It's
power grab.
Yeah, it's
you know that, Pops. It's a power grab. That's all it is. It's just power. It's just jockeying for juice. That's really all it is.
And it's like remember what we said about the comic industry? It even like filtered all the way down to that, where we had Dynamite strong arming comic book, publishers back in the day too when they came out. It's power grab, but it's on a much larger scale now. They're trying to take it all.
I think it has to do with the death of the civics class, bro.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt, they don't teach. That's one thing I love about having the kids at home, because now we get to have some control what they're learning. I do like having the kids at home, because now when I'm looking at that lesson plan that they're doing, and I'm like, that's some crap. I'm gonna fix that real quick, and I'll tell the kids this is what really happened then, or whatever. I mean, I like having them home doing school. I think they hate it. I think the government really hates that part of this whole thing, is that indoctrination 101 ain't happening at any young age. I'll bet schools are going to be different too. A lot of people ain't going to send their kid back to school if there's going to be mandatory vaccinations on stuff that hasn't been long-term tested. I know a lot of parents ain't going to send their kid to school if they got to get one of them shots. Them shots aren't going to be tested long-term enough for a lot of people. Okay, you coming out with some vaccine that you just only had for a year, been tested for a year, a whole lot of people are going to say, oh no, you're not putting that in me, you're not putting that in my kids. And the more homeschooling we have, hopefully the more truth the children are going to learn, because it's going to be history class on the internet, where we get to go actually show them what really happened, not what the printed out textbook revisionist history is. And there's a lot of that in our textbooks now, is revisionist history. A lot of omissions, a lot of stuff they don't tell anything about, a lot of stuff they gloss over but don't really educate people about. It's not like when I was a kid, man. They taught us stuff about history and stuff that we're applying today and going, yeah, this is why we aren't supposed to be doing this, because this happened once before and it didn't work. We learned the fact that it didn't work. These people aren't learning that. They're not.
It's a weird thing, and I don't know exactly where this came from, but this idea of allowing the state to think for you.
Yeah.
I only say all these things because I did it myself for many years, and just started kind of doing my own research and stuff. And you start doing your own research and stuff, and you're just like, God damn, man! You realize how easy it is to get sucked into all this. And everybody, I give you an example. Everybody is so focused on like the presidency, right? As if somehow the presidency is the most important thing. And it's this weird thing where it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know where this came from, because it's always been like this for me, where it's like, well, but if you start scratching the surface into government, how government works, this, that, and the other, you start to realize, well, the most important thing you need to know is, where's your local money going?
Yes.
How's your state spending your money?
Yes.
That's what you need. And no one knows. Then from there, it's, well, how's the federal government spending your money, which isn't the president. You're going into Congress and stuff like this, where it's like it filters way down. By the time you get to the president, it's like, who do you think's been spending your money, right? And then you start to understand this concept that the government doesn't have money, that they take taxes from people, and they're spending much more than they're taking in. And so it's like, there is no money. Like, it's this weird concept where it's like, there is no money. The government is not a business. It doesn't have there is no social security. It's not sitting in a stockpile over here, right? It's they're collecting taxes, and then they're spending that money, and they're spending more than they're taking in. Like, I tell people this, it's like, you ever been poor? It's like, you ever work and you work real hard and they give you a check and it's already gone when you get it. I'm like, that's what the government
printing money. And printing money, right?
And it's still not enough. And they still owe. And so then they go into a deficit. because they're going out and they're taking credit, and it's just this weird concept where it's like, and I've seen this guy Rand Paul do this thing where he kind of went through and he broke down one of the budget, and some of the shit that was in there, bro. I was like, I couldn't believe it. Yeah. I could. Dude said there was a study. This was in I think.
There's all kind of studies. Don't get me started.
Dude, there was a 2008. I think it was in the 2018 budget where there was like, I think there was a study to decide whether Neil Armstrong said one small step for man or one small step for a man. I think they spent $700,000.
He said mankind knows it.
But at the end of it, they couldn't. It was still inconclusive, and they couldn't decide. So $700,000 just gone. Right. What was another one they spent?
Hold on. I want to switch gears. I want to switch.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want to get everybody all depressed. I think we don't have. I don't think we have any viewers anymore.
Like, no.
Good night.
No, seriously. Greg, was there anything else you wanted to show up? Anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, I think I hit all the points. Yeah, and then I need to get out of here and go eat. So
okay, you do that.
I'm about in the same boat.
What are you doing right there, Anthony? That's what I want to know.
I'm working.
Can you show it? Can you show it?
Okay, let me see if you can see this, because this is how I do it. All right. So let's see if I do this. Hold on one second. All right, because I work on a light table. Right. I don't have all the fancy smancy stuff. So this is what you see right now. Okay. And this is what is transferring.
Nice.
Cool.
So I work out my roughs. I work out my roughs like that. And then I just transfer them over because I got a light table, and that's what the light you're seeing, and then I just transfer it over because I don't do inks, so I just do really, really tight pencils that look like this. Okay, I don't know if you can see those tight pencils, but the pencils ultimately look about that tight, right? So I don't need an inker. So when my colorist goes over that, right, you can't tell that that's pencil. Because it's so tight and it's so clean, right? And then I'll use the X's and whatnot, and he'll use the digital fill tool in bigger areas, so I don't have to go in and fill big old areas. I just concentrate on the smaller detail stuff. I don't want him to have to make too many decisions. I want it to be real clear cut when he goes in. This is a fill. You know, I use I darken it down a little bit when I scan them before I send them. I darken them up a little bit. So by the time he gets them, they're pretty dark, pretty filled in, and so it goes through, and you can't tell. You can't, you know. So that's how I do it this way to get a clean look, so I don't have to ink.
Well, that was pretty sharp, man. I'm kind of like looking forward to seeing that when it comes out now. Make sure you're coming out and telling us about it. Make sure you guys. Hey, Greg, you know I'm going to share it, but share it anyway. Whatever you got going on, you guys know that's what the group's for. You know, post it up, man. Post it up.
Good deal.
I want to thank everybody who watched today, everybody who came out today to be a guest, everybody who, you know, just, hey, man, it was a great day. I'm going to go get something to eat too. And Greg, thank you very much, bro, for coming out.
I appreciate you.
Nice to meet you, Greg.
Nice to meet you as well.
You can look me up on Facebook, Instagram, wherever. Holla at me.
He's in the group. He's in the group.
Always good. You know. Yeah.
I'm friends with you. I friended you after the Indie Vault 2 or 3 nights ago.
There you go.
Okay, cool, man.
There you go.
Cool.
All right.
Awesome.
So networking is happening even when I don't know it. Right on. You guys have a great night, man. I got to do it again tomorrow. Y'all been great. I've been Pops. I'm out.
All right, y'all. Good night, man.
Take it easy, man. Everybody, thank you very much for coming out. Had a great time today. Got to talk to all these people again. You don't even know how much fun it is. Probably at the end of the night tomorrow night, gonna have a little like panel group jam again. I'm gonna invite anybody that wants to come out. Maybe tomorrow night about 8 o'clock after the con's all over. And if maybe put together a little panel, have a little fun on the way out, make the weekend end nice. It was fun. Peace out.